بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الصلاة والسلام على رسول الكريم أما بعد. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, everyone. And we have a very special guest today, Brother Dawa from Pakistan, mashallah. He's going to, inshallah, decode the topic today, which is mainly on Advaita Vedanta. So, Brother Malik, how are you doing?
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Alhamdulillah, I'm doing great. And inshallah, we'll cover Advaita Vedanta today.
Yeah, it's very rare we get a brother from Pakistan covering Hinduism. So it's really, really a surprise, not only for me, but I'm sure for a lot of our viewers as well. But I've seen many of your clips on your Instagram with the same name, brother.dawa, I believe. And yeah, those brothers, sisters who are interested in these kind of philosophical topics, do make sure you follow Brother Dawa, and inshallah, watch his videos. Are quite informative, and inshallah we'll see that today. So tell us a bit about yourself, where you're from, your background in terms of your studies, how did you get into philosophy, just briefly, inshallah.
Okay, so I'll start off with my name. My name is Malik. I was born and raised in Saudi and moved to Pakistan when I was about 16, 17. And I've been living here since in Karachi. My educational background is a philosophy major and an Alamiya degree, so I'm an Alamiya graduate as well.
MashaAllah.
So these two are basically my fields, alhamdulillah, and this is...
Yeah, I think we lost your... Can't hear you. Something wrong with the audio? Yeah. Maybe just if you can just exit and come back, sometimes that happens. So inshallah, just try that. So yeah, we got Brother Hakim and Brother Mansur joining us soon as well. So today our topic is on the Hindu philosophy, which has become very popular, and it's called Advaita Vedanta. So it's mainly about duality, like... So if you, what they believe is basically like everything that we see, everything we feel, like everything we experience, it's all some form of an illusion. The real thing is basically just the existence. So inshallah, Brother Dawa will take us through that. See if the audio is back. Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Alhamdulillah. Okay, so I was saying that these are my degrees. I've been doing Dawa work for about 6 years. So the reason that I started doing philosophy, I actually used to be an atheist.
No way.
Yeah.
Did you just say you used to be an atheist? So you were born and raised in Saudi?
Yeah.
How did that happen?
So I was born and raised in Saudi.
Right.
I believe in O levels, when I was trying for O levels, that's 10 standards. So in 10th standard, I came to Pakistan for my O levels. I completed my OA levels. I believe it was by the end of A levels or somewhere in the middle. I started questioning. I was always into science.
Right.
That scientism.
Yes.
I used to be very much into physics. I wanted to be a physicist. I wanted to be a scientist. Evolution used to cause doubts. And at that point, I was basically an atheist, or a safer thing would be to say an agnostic. I was closer to an agnostic. I remember saying it out loud to myself that either these things are true, meaning this religion or someone is true, and I'll follow it completely. I'll live my life according to that, or I'll just leave. I will become an hedonist. I'll just party all my life. So, alhamdulillah, so I started getting into philosophy. I started watching debates online, Christians, Hindus, everyone, because I wanted to have a general idea of everyone's belief. And then I remember I watched Christians debating, and even William Lane Craig. One of the names that kept coming up was Al-Ghazali.
Right.
It kept coming up. I was very intrigued.
You're philosophically more aligned, I guess.
Yeah. And then I just went into this whole journey, just read different philosophies, different ideas. And then I came to the conclusion that, okay, I think it's about time that I realized that Islam is true. First, I realized Islam is the most rational. It's very easily understandable. Because from the major religions, like Hinduism, like Christianity, Sikhism, Buddhism, Judaism, it was Islam that made the most sense. Then one thing about Al-Ghazali that clicked was, he said that if you want certainty, then it's more like a journey, right? And then I said that, okay, then let's go on this journey. And then I was like, okay, Islam is true. I want to live my life according to Islam. And then I started doing dawah in Pakistan, mostly against liberals in Pakistan. There are like feminist movements, LGBTQ pro movement. So I started with that, and then eventually many organizations in Pakistan saw those videos and called me. And since then, I've been active in Pakistan in the dawah scene.
Right. Okay, that's very interesting, mashallah. So this questioning about your faith and everything, it basically began in Pakistan, and also your return to the fitra and the deen was also in Pakistan, mashallah. And all of this through a journey of studying and researching, and obviously it wasn't just blind following from what I see. It's literally a journey through research, academics, and obviously, a lot of introspection, I guess. So yeah, alhamdulillah, we say alhamdulillah ala ni'mat al-Islam. This is a blessing indeed, which we all, many of us take it for granted. We don't know how valuable it is. Inshallah, we'll have even a better appreciation once you go into that, that rabbit hole of nihilism and basically no purpose of your existence. And many people just, when you ask them, their life is no different to animals with some privileges, so and this is very unfortunate because we do not appreciate the one who created us and everything that is in existence, apart from himself, obviously. So all the creation is basically from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and there is nothing like unto him, like the kamithli shay. So alhamdulillah, today we are going to discuss one of these popular philosophies that many Hindus claim that they are also monotheists. So our Tawheed and their philosophy of Advaita Vedanta, they somehow claim that they are also monotheists. How would you respond to such a claim? I know for Muslims, hearing that Hindus claiming they are monotheists, it's a far-fetched, because most of what we see is idolatry from Hindus. So how do you respond to someone who asks you this question?
Hindus are monotheists in the same way, or even a worse way than Christians. Even Christians claim that they're monotheists, but they say there are three persons. But when it comes to Advaita Vedanta, the persons are infinite, and we'll get to that. Because they literally believe each individual is, in a sense, God. Right?
Yeah. Not only individual, everything.
Yeah, everything.
Everything in existence.
So we'll get to that, inshallah.
Christians stop at 3, they say 33 crore. So, and beyond.
So we'll get to Advaita Vedanta. In its philosophical sense, right? In philosophical categorization, right? Especially Western academia, they would take someone's word for it. So in academia, they would be classified as pagans, but monotheistic. Or more philosophically proper definition would be monist, right?
Yeah,
and we'll get to that, inshallah, when we get into the slides.
Inshallah. So yeah, tell us about the topic today, which is Advaita Vedanta.
Okay, and, let me just open up some of these notes.
So we're going to be decoding Advaita Vedanta. This is one of the Hindu philosophies, and Vedanta is one of these 6 schools of thought within Hinduism. And inshallah, we're going to explore that and see the details. We'll also be doing a Q&A. So those who are watching, if you do want to join us after the presentation that Brother Dawa is going to, inshallah, provide today, do join us for the Q&A. Our link is, as everyone knows, is going to be posted on thehours.com//live, LIVE. So it's not, the link is not there to join the panel yet, but once we have done the presentation, inshallah, we'll make the link available. Right now, do share the stream link on the same site, thehours.com/live. And you can watch it either on your phone or on the desktop, inshallah. Yes, Brother Dawa. Let me know when you're set up. In the meantime, just waiting for Brother Islam Hakim and Brother Mansur to join later on. I think Islam Hakim's having some technical issues with his broadband. So once he fix that, inshallah.
Inshallah, we can start.
Yeah. Shall I bring the slide up?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Bismillah.
Okay. So before we start getting into the slides themselves, we need to have some backdrop, some understanding, some terminological understanding that we will be going through, inshallah ta'ala. So first thing that we need to keep in mind is when it comes to these philosophies, they are very much either in a defense of scripture or a commentary on scripture. The scriptures, we mean the end of Upanishads, right? Give me a second, let me just remove this.
That's okay.
Perfect. Right? It would be the end of the scriptures that most Hindus would, or the Vedantan Hindus would ascribe to. So like Brother Hashim said, there are 6 major philosophies. Keep this in mind when you say philosophies and 6 categorization. This is a very modern sense of division, right? This thing did not really exist historically, especially before these categorization of philosophies themselves, right? This is more for academic reasons that we divide them. But for academic reasons, when we divide Hindu history or thought in schools, we generally divide them into 6 different. One of them is Vedanta. Now, what is Vedanta? And this will explain what we are doing this, right?
Sorry, just one sec. I just wanted to bring up these 6 schools of philosophy for people just to have a quick look. So yeah, it's basically these 6, which is Samkhya, Yoga, Nyaya, Vishishka, and Purva Mimasa, the last one being Vedanta. I don't think we'll be having the time to go through all 6 of them, but we'll be focusing mainly on the Vedanta, and even within Vedanta, there is obviously the Advaita Vedanta. So inshallah, we'll focus on that. Oh, have we lost? I think we lost Brother Dawa. Let me just see. Yeah, lots of technical glitches today. Right, so while Brother Dawa is joining, inshallah, just wanted to announce that if there are any Hindus who would like to join and discuss this particular topic of Advaita Vedanta or non-dualism as is known generally, or another name being monism, do let us know, inshallah, and we'll take it from there.
Okay, so let's go. Yeah. So Vedanta, the word Vedanta itself, it refers to the end, right? So when we talk about Vedanta, it either is talking about the end of the scriptures, right? The Upanishad, where the scriptures would end, or some commenters refers to Vedanta as being the end of knowledge. And in the sense, the Greek would use the word teleology, right? The goal of knowledge or the completion of knowledge, right?
The conclusion, more like the conclusion.
Yeah, in a sense.
Yeah.
So when it comes to Vedanta, and hence Advaita Vedanta, Vedanta is a very general school. Think of Vedanta as an umbrella term that refers to different philosophies, mainly these 3 major philosophies that we are going to be talking about, right? So these philosophies are all attempting to explain. Think of it as thinkers trying to explain the scriptures, right? So what scriptures are we talking about? We are talking about mainly the Upanishads, then Brahma Sutras, and even the Bhagavad Gita. So they are trying to, in a sense, formulate a systematic philosophical commentary of these scriptures, right? Because they had they were basically forming their cosmology, they were forming their own metaphysics, and in a sense, they were not born in void. All these philosophers that we are going to talk about and philosophy, they're not born in void. They're just not come into existence. They had a backdrop. So they were answering questions which were in the backdrop, and the tensions that were in the backdrop that resulted in a formulation of their own cosmology, metaphysics, which we will get to. So I don't want to go too deep into the philosophical points themselves, but we will get. Just give me a second, please.
All right. So basically, a lot of Hindus claim that this is a monotheistic kind of philosophy, but we'll see why that is not the case. Meanwhile, I mean, the Tawheed in Islam is clear. As his brother Abdul Aziz says, Allah is absolutely distinct from his creation. The distinction is real, permanent, and is essential to Tawheed. There is nothing whatever like unto him, and he's the all-hearing, the all-seeing.
Yeah, really sorry about that.
Yeah, that's all right. Carry on, brother.
Okay. So, like I was saying, they were not born in void. They all had their own backdrop, their own understanding, their own questions that they were answering, and their own explanation that they were giving. So we won't have too much time into getting into those. But all these philosophies that we will look into, and specifically Advaita Vedanta, they had their own concept. And so they're fundamentally some topics that the Vedantan tradition talks about, because the scriptures talk about them. Basically, they talk about reincarnation, then moksha, right? Release from this cycle of reincarnation. Then they have this concept of Atman, the self, the subjective self. Then they have the obviously the idea of the ultimate reality, Brahman. So they have these all fundamental ideas, and because of these fundamental ideas, they had to answer questions. So different philosophers, which we are calling them philosophers, they wouldn't be called as philosophers in their time, obviously, because philosophy is a Greek word. Let's call them thinkers for now. So these thinkers were coming up with different ideas to answer these challenging questions that were being posed. Or the thinkers, when they were independently thinking, they were coming with different conclusions. So keep this in mind. There are the same scriptures, right? Same scriptures giving multiple different interpretations, right? There is going to be a non-dual understanding, there's going to be a dual understanding, and there's going to be something in the middle. So as you guys can see on the screen, right, we have three diagrams in a sense. On the most left, you can think of it as one understanding or one philosophy of Vedanta. On the middle is another, on the right is completely another, right? So on the left, we have what we can call Advaita Vedanta, right? So Shankaracharya, his philosophy is on the left. We will be explaining that inshallah, and we will be diving into this the most in today's session. In the middle, we can call this Ramanuja's Vedanta or Advaita, right? Which we can see called qualified non-dualism, right? The modern academia calls this qualified non-dualism because it is not exactly like Advaita Vedanta, but it is a bit different. We'll get into that as well. That on the most right, you can see there are two different circles. and they're completely distinct from each other. This is the dual philosophy of Vedanta, right? Or Advaita Vedanta of Madhva. So these are three different thinkers coming up with three very different thoughts based on fundamentally the same sources. Okay, so let's get into this, and we'll be referring this back to these things. So all of these thinkers were struggling with the same ideas, and they were trying to answer similar questions or challenging thoughts or challenging questions that are arising. So obviously they had to first understand Brahman, right, or the ultimate reality or the fundamental reality. So the age-old question, what is the ultimate reality? What is all reality based on? Is this reality personal or impersonal? Meaning, is this reality a being that can listen to us, answer our prayers, or is it not? Does it have a will or does it not? Does it change or does it not? Right? What is our relation with it? These questions, very fundamentally discussed in the scriptures, but the way that they are discussed in the scriptures, you can say, causes philosophical questions to arise, and these questions needed to be answered. Then obviously the idea of Atman, and from it moksha. All these philosophies very differently discuss these core fundamental concepts, right? For example, what is moksha? Liberation. The way that Advaita Vedanta discusses it, the way that Dvaita Vedanta discusses it, very different. The way that Advaita Vedanta sees God and the way that Dvaita Vedanta sees God is very, very different, drastically different. So let's go. I will be discussing Advaita Vedanta briefly in the start. Then I'll go through all the three major philosophies. Then I'll try to come back and give a more detailed, a briefly detailed understanding. So from half hour and or 45 minutes, we will be covering all three, inshallah ta'ala, and a bit more depth for Advaita Vedanta. So Advaita Vedanta, so this is Shankara's philosophy, Shankaracharya's philosophy. Now keep this in mind, this is like 7th, 8th century. Okay, before we get into thinkers, into this session, we're not going to be talking about specific thinkers. We're going to be talking about their ideas, thoughts, philosophy, cosmology, metaphysics, right, and epistemology. But we won't be talking about their history, their biography. But it is crucial to keep in mind, we know very little of these individuals, right? Of all these three individuals, we know very little. And even that which we do know, they come from what historians would call, I believe, hagiography, which is basically, in a sense, biography, but they are of individuals that are highly venerated, even to a supernatural degree, right? What we will call, kahaniya, stories of priestly figures, right? So we should take them with a bit of salt. So even though we have very less historical evidence for these things, we have these ideas that have survived. And these ideas we will be covering, inshallah ta'ala. So the Vedantan thought existed long before. And the philosophies and the Upanishads and the scriptures, they existed long, long before, right? We don't know how they existed, meaning in what form exactly, and what is added and what is subtracted, how much it has changed. But the idea of the scriptures existed long ago. And these thinkers came about way later. So the first thinkers, prominent thinker, or the thinker of Advaita Vedanta is very disputed. The disagreement is so large that some historians would say their date of birth and death, they would disagree so much, centuries apart, right? Some would say he died in this century, and some would say he died in that century, and they're centuries apart. So that is how much less we know of these individuals. But we can generally say 7th, 8th century. So that is pretty close to the time of Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. So his philosophy, now what is his philosophy? So I'm not going to talk about what questions he was specifically answering. I'm just going to go through his philosophy. So his core ideas. Let me just open up some of my notes here. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Now his core concept, right? His core concept is that there is an ultimate reality. There's Brahman, absolute reality, and then there is Maya, right? And then there basically is that which is Maya in a sense, and then there is moksha of that which is Maya. So we'll break this down inshallah ta'ala. So fundamentally, what he is trying to say, Shankara is trying to say, right? That there is only one being. That is why we call it Advaita. Advaita literally means not two, meaning one. What? One. He's saying fundamentally, Shankaracharya is saying fundamentally there is only one. Basically, fundamentally, reality is one. There is no two-ness or duality to reality. He isn't saying God is one, like Muslim will say. He's saying reality is one, right? So normally Muslims would say that God is real, we are also real, and we are different. We have different essences. He exists, and I exist, and we exist differently. Advaita Vedanta would say, no, there is a ultimate reality, and that is it. That is what truly exists. That is what absolutely exists. That is absolute reality. And that is the only thing that exists. Now, they argue in many different ways for these things, but fundamentally, they have their own concept of Brahma, which we will get to inshallah shortly. So this ultimate reality, it is unchanging, it is absolutely one, it is ultimately itself, and it is attributeless. It has no attributes. So what we will normally call in Islam as sifa, it does not have that. No attributes. They describe it, right? But they describe it in a negative sense. Basically, all that you can know about Brahman for Advaita Vedanta is what you cannot know of Brahman, or what you know that he is not. For example, Brahman is not what we see. Okay? Brahman is we see. Give me a second. Okay. So Brahman is not what we see.
Yeah, looks like it's got some connection issues. So yeah, for those people who don't know what is Maya, Maya basically is just, in a way, saying illusionary, something that is illusory, sorry, it's just an illusion. So whatever you see, whatever you experience, all of that is a form of a Maya, of a form of an illusion. The only reality, according to the Advaita philosophy, is the Brahman. So the Brahman is, I think many of these people who follow the school of Advaita Vedanta, they say is God, but then at the same time they say he has got no form and no attributes. Well, how do you know that? I mean, because existence is what? Just emptiness? That's what it is. The real existence is just emptiness, because the only thing, the only entity, or the only, thing out there which does exist is what? Is the one that has attributes. But something that does not have attributes is most likely to be nothing. Yeah. So, yeah.
The points that you raised are very good,
Mhm.
because the other philosophies that came, which were dualistic philosophies, which are also Vedanta, they were based on the Upanishads and the other scriptures. The
The same
exact
sources.
points you raised is the exact points that these Hindu philosophers raised. Because they're
So
like,
they both
this
use
is
the same
nonsense.
source. They,
Yeah, exactly.
both the schools of Advaita Vedanta, which is non-duality, and Vedanta, which is the other extreme. When it's extreme, I mean the other antithesis of
And
this. It's the duality. They both read the Upanishads. They both read the Brahma Sutras, basically some sort of a commentary of the Upanishads, and they both read the Bhagavad Gita. However, both of them claim that they conclude the exact opposite. So the Advaita Vedanta philosophy concludes there's only one existence and everything else is a Maya, it's just an illusion. So all your experiences, all your relationships, all of that is nothing at all, basically. It's just an illusion. On the other hand, we got the philosophy of Dvaita, which is the exact opposite of Advaita, non-duality. So Dvaita is obviously the duality, which means God and creation are distinct, yes, but then God has many different manifestations. So yeah, I mean, both of them are not pure monotheism, not what we know as Tawheed. It's the exact opposite of that. In fact, I think Brother Dawa is having some issues with connection again. Inshallah, I'll sort it out, and maybe we can just go through the slides quickly. So let's see what it's got here. It's got the philosophy, absolute oneness. The core claim is a radical monism. So monism is basically that was practiced by Greeks. So it's not something that is unique to Hindus. I think the Greeks followed monism way before the Hindus in the 7th century, or something like that. So I think it's wrong to claim that it was something that was originated by Hinduism. Yeah. Oh, we can't hear you, Brother Malik. If it's easy for you, you can join from the phone, if that helps. So let's see if we can hear you through here. Maybe you can join using the phone. No problem. Yeah, so monism is also the same kind of non-duality, the belief, the philosophy of belief in the existence being just non-dual, just one. And this is been like there from, I think, from the BC time, maybe the monism, not sure exactly, but it was way before Adisankara, who was the founder of this Advaita philosophy, Advaita Vedanta philosophy. And then in recent times, we actually have some neo-Advaita Vedanta schools as well. One of them being quite popular in the South is Ramana Maharishi. And I think he follows the kind of a neo-Advaita philosophy where it's
Hello?
based on experience. Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna keep
That's
camera
fine. No
shut right now.
Yeah, that's all right.
So hopefully the Wi-Fi issues don't cause much issue.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, as you were talking about the Greeks, it's a very good point, because it's not just the Greeks. If we study Islamic theology, we see concepts basically attributeless, impersonal God or the ultimate reality. There was literally the creed or the belief of what Muslim theologians call the Jahmites or the Jahmiya.
Yeah, but they got it from the Greeks, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
They got it from there as well. So these ideas, what in philosophy we would call as negative theology, basically God is everything. We can define God as what he is not what he is. But even though there's a slight contradiction or inconsistency when it comes to Advaita Vedanta, because they do end up describing God in some way or the ultimate reality in some way, they generally use these three kinds of terms: eternal, existent, and conscious, right? These three fundamental things. So this is what Advaita Vedanta fundamentally is. Fundamentally, there is only one existence. There's only one thing that exists, absolutely, utterly. Then it has no attribute, because if it would have attributes, there would be multiplicity. There would be many things. They say no, that cannot be the case. Okay, then the question arises: what about us? What are we? What are our body? They say basically anything physical, anything that changes, it is what they would call as Maya. Okay, now this is a good example of that. To give good understanding of that. They give this example of the rope and the snake and the clay and the pot. They say that fundamentally everything is Brahman, right? Everything fundamentally is that ultimate reality. Our misunderstanding or our ignorance superimposes on Brahman and makes us see things differently. So, for example, they would say, give the example of the snake and the rope. There is a rope on the ground. Right? Someone, due to his ignorance or due to his improper use of his faculty of reason or eyesight, would see this rope as the snake. So they would say once he properly uses these faculties, he would realize that this is actually a snake, a rope, and not a snake. Here's the important point. What they would say that once the human realized the rope was a rope and not a snake, or the snake was actually a rope, the rope didn't seem to become non-existence, but rather the individual realizes the truth. Similarly with the example of the clay and the pot, right? So what the Advaita Vedanta philosophy is saying is that Maya is basically a ignorant superimposition done by the perceiver, right, on Brahman, in a sense. It is illusory. It is an illusion. In reality, all that exists is Brahman, and it is an ignorant superimposition on their ultimate reality that makes it seem like it is changing, it is distinct, it has parts, but in reality, everything is just one, right? And there's one thing that is very important that we need to understand about the Advaita school. Due to their understanding of Brahman as being completely monistic and so on and so forth, they are very much against the idea of rituals. Shankaracharya was against the idea of rituals. And also, he believed moksha is attained through a kind of gnosis, which was a journey to know Brahman. So to know Brahman would be to be Brahman. And that is where their whole idea of unification with the Brahman starts. Now, this is very important to understand. Muslims have dealt with these kind of philosophies throughout history. Right? A lot of thinkers have held this basically identical philosophy, right? Meaning in the sense that there is one fundamental being and there are many manifestations of the fundamental being, right? A lot of thinkers might listen to this and think of this as the philosophy of Ibn Arabi, right? Wahdatul Wujud. But this is very different, and it's just one or two things that are different, but it makes it go from utter polytheism to non-polytheism. Let me explain. So while what Ibn Arabi would, or the Akbarian school would say, or these people who believe in Wahdatul Wujud would say, there is only ultimately one thing that exists, and everything that we experience does not exist in its real sense. The any actual thing that exists is God. But they would never say that what we experience or us is God. They would never say that. So fundamentally, Advaita Vedanta is saying that everything is God in its fundamental nature, right? Because we, in a sense, fundamentally do exist. But the things that we confuse as to be us are mere illusions. For example, my physical body, my feelings, all these things are temporal, changing. They don't really exist. They're mere illusions. We need to free ourselves from this to realize the truth and basically become one with the Brahman. That is moksha according to Advaita Vedanta. Right? Now we go to another school, and I believe we will quickly go through these and we can end our session. So the other school, like one we were talking about, they are fundamentally using the same scriptures to come with very different understanding. Now here is the qualified non-dualism. Now what is this? This is basically Ramanuja, who came at around 10th, 11th century. He disagreed with the ideas of his predecessors, meaning Advaita Vedanta as well. He saw the scriptures and he said that you are clear. Basically, I'm very much generalizing here. He was basically saying that if you read the scriptures, Advaita Vedanta is clearly in contradiction with it. The scriptures clearly talks about basically Brahman or God in a very attributive sense. It gives it real, true attributes. So what qualified non-dualism is saying, or the philosophy of Ramanuja, he uses scriptures and he comes with a very different understanding. Shankara is saying that there is ultimate reality, and besides him is everything is illusion. Ramanuja is saying, no, you're wrong. What really is happening is there is ultimate reality, and we are also real, but we are, in a sense, a part of that ultimate reality, right? So if you look at this diagram, right, the left one is Advaita Vedanta, meaning there's only one circle. There's just one. But if you go to the middle one, that is qualified non-dualism. That is basically creation is within the creator in a sense, right? Meaning, Ramanuja would even say stuff like the universe is kind of like the body of Brahman or the ultimate God. Right?
So this is basically called panentheism, isn't it?
Yeah, in a sense, yeah. In a sense, it's panentheism.
You got creation within the creator,
right?
In God, everything is within God.
Yeah.
And Ramanuja, I think he was in the 11th century, and he contradicted, well, in a way, half contradicted what Shankara came with. I think the question that he asked is very important, because if Shankara believes that everything is Maya, then and if there's only one reality, but then he also accepts that Maya is there, ignorance is there as well, because without ignorance we wouldn't feel this non-dual the duality, the fact that we all experience duality, we all experience separation, and from everything else, we don't feel we are one with our parents, or our children are one with us. We feel a separation from them. That's why they are called parents and our kids are called children. So I think what Ramanuja is saying is that it's contradictory to believe in this so-called non-duality in the absolute sense. He's saying that it's a qualified non-duality, which they call Vishishta Advaita.
Exactly.
I think Ramanuja does have a point, because if both exist, if the reality, if Brahman is the only reality, then where does Maya come from? Where does ignorance come from? Because according to Shankara, we all are basically Maya. We all are experiencing ignorance. Where did that come from? So I think it's a very good question. I think it does turn it around.
Exactly.
It's
because the point that is being raised here is that our first person experiences, they're very real. Right? It's to any sensible person it would seem completely irrational to deny these first person experiences, my own senses, my own experience. So even though he is not dualistic, he's still saying that there's only one reality. He's saying that these changes, these things that Shankaracharya is calling uh, imaginary or illusory or Maya, they are actually real. But these things are fundamentally part of the ultimate reality as well. So he kind of gets away. So what ends up happening is there are fundamentally very problematic things logically and philosophically with Shankara's philosophy. He does answer with qualified non-dualism, but other problems arise from this. And the problems that do arise from it is basically the idea that the ultimate reality is changing. The ultimate reality increases or decreases, right? Or a kind of anthropomorphism. Right? So other issues arise here,
Yeah.
right? Okay, and then for him, um, for Ramanuja, the idea of rituals are very fundamental, right? He did come from a tradition and I believe a family heritage where they worship, I believe, Vishnu. So he came from that heritage. So he basically went forward with that. And it could be the case that he was, in a sense, trying to defend what he believed in and what his forefather believed in and gave it a more philosophical uh, understanding. But he was very clear about a few things, that this idea of Maya, right, has to be real. It's absurd. And the idea that the scriptures is very clear about Brahman being personal and having attributes. So he believed that Brahman had real attributes, right? It wasn't some abstract thing that can never be talked about. He said, no, we can talk about this. We can talk about this. But he believed that to unite or to get liberation, it is through these rituals or these acts of veneration and so on and so forth. It cannot be merely by Gnostic meditation or intellectual knowledge. No, no. There has to be practice, devotion, bhakti, right? And then parapati. So surrender. This is very much in line with what religions would say. This idea is in the middle. And then after it comes the antithesis. So there's Advaita Vedanta in one extreme, right? And then there in the middle, right, there's qualified non-dualism. And in the other extreme is Dvaita Vedanta, dualism. So you can see on the complete right, there are two balls, right? Think of it as one being Brahman or God, and the other being actual creation, what you say, right? So these three are very different. You can see how using the same scriptures, same sources, they come with drastically different understanding of cosmology, metaphysics, God, and not only God, but also liberation. One of them believes that God has no attributes. One of them believes God has attributes and we are part of God. And then this one, non or dualistic Vedanta, believes that God does have attributes and we are not part of God. So extremely different understanding of philosophies. So let me just briefly go over through this. And this is what is one of the easiest to understand, because this is what we say very commonsensical in a sense, right? There is God or completely independent reality. That independent reality actually exists. It has attributes. It is personal, and we can relate to it. We can worship it. Okay, keep this in mind. Uh, the ideas in Dvaita Vedanta fundamentally are that you cannot unite with the ultimate reality. You can never unite with the ultimate reality. You cannot be one with ultimate reality. The question arises, then what is moksha? What is liberation? They would say liberation is by devotion, but this devotion will not result in unification. The only kind of unification that will occur is of will. The will of the soul or matter will become one with the will of God, in a sense, right? So there can only be unification of wills, but not of essences or existences. But in the prehistory philosophies, the existence itself can be unified, right? So these are very three distinct philosophies. Now, when it comes to Advaita Vedanta, I'll just briefly go over through this concept, right? So there's one radically absolute one being, singular in every way. The human has a physical body, and then it has a self, right? Or the experiential self. A lot of people confuse the experiential self with the Atma. The Atma is not the experiential self. For example, what do you mean by the experiential self? I experience the world around me. My consciousness or my experiences change. Right now, I'm drinking water. I'm experiencing something else. The next second, I'll be eating pizza. That's another experience. This is the experiential self. That is not what is Atma. Atma would be the fundamental thing that is identical in a sense, or that which is behind Atma would be identical with Brahman. Right? That is why they would say that the idea of namaste would be that we are literally worshipping the other human, or rather, they would say namaste is me worshipping the Brahman that is in him and me, and which is the same, right? And this body, these experiences, all these things are illusory, and many philosophical issues arise. And by the way, we Muslims don't even need to talk about or come up with arguments, even though we can very easily. All we need to do is show that within the Vedanta school, I'm not even talking about the other five schools of Hindu philosophy. I'm just talking about within the Vedanta school. Using the same scriptures, they have drastically different theology. And they are fundamentally challenging those fundamental points. So with that, let's end this slide. Inshallah ta'ala, we could have gone way more in depth, but I want Brother Hashim to give some points, and inshallah we'll be taking some people who will be asking questions, inshallah ta'ala. Jazakumullah khairan.
Yeah, inshallah. No, mashallah, you've explained quite well. It's one of those philosophies. You need a bit of background to understand a few things, inshallah. But mashallah, you've covered most of the points. Give us a background and so on as well. So I see there are some Hindus in the live chat. If you guys want to join in, I'm going to put the link up now. So maybe Brother Dawa, while I'm doing that, maybe just summarize the key differences. I know you've already done it. Maybe give us a few more points about Advaita Vedanta, which is the main topic today. A bit maybe about its founder. I know you said initially you're not going to discuss a lot, but maybe just a bit. And about the followers. I think there's also one more important bit which might need covering, which is the neo-Advaita Vedanta. And I think what I found so far is that even though Advaita Vedanta, Adisankara, he has always, emphasized on the knowledge of the scriptures being something very important for them, whereas the new Advaita Vedanta, which is, leaders like, what is his name? So, I forgot his name now. He was basically teaching. His name is Ramana Maharishi. So Ramana Maharishi, most of his experience was basically listening to other people recite the scriptures and him understanding sometimes the context of that or the meaning of that, the deeper meaning of that, even better than the person reciting it. So for him, it wasn't important. The books weren't important as long as the knowledge can be obtained elsewhere or indirectly, secondhand source and so on. So I think this is also a part of Hinduism, and a lot of people do follow that. And so when we ask them, can you name me one person who has attained moksha, they'll most likely point to Ramana Maharishi, or even Adisankara and so on. But the people around them who are with them, even their families and all, none of them attained moksha. I mean, what kind of teaching were they imparting, that none of them actually attained moksha? I think from Ramanas, the little that I have read, it's just his mother, and that too, he declared that she had attained liberation. Like, she didn't show any signs of it or anything. It's just his claim because she's his mother. So I really don't know why none of the people around him reached that status, which he had been teaching all his life, kind of being like an ascetic, remaining in caves for many weeks sometimes. His disciples or his companions had to clean him and save him from the rodents and the ants and all the all the vermin out there. So it's one of those things. I guess it's very difficult to put your head around, I guess. But yeah, inshallah, I think maybe you can touch base on that, inshallah, brother Dawa, while I put the link up.
Okay,
Thank you.
inshallah. Okay, so I don't quite remember his name. There's this one thing that we need to discuss, I would say, is the idea that, okay, so there's a very misunderstood idea, and I was reading some of the comments as well. The idea that Hinduism is Vedanta and Advaita Vedanta is Vedanta, right? They have this very weird understanding. You need to understand something. This is a very modern thing that happened. Advaita Vedanta, sure, historically it was one of the major schools, many people followed it, but it is a very modern idea that it has become, in a sense, the extremely vast majority, right? And this has happened because few specific individuals, especially in the West, I don't remember the name of the individual right now. Basically, I wish I could look up. I have completely lost his name. I'll look up in a second. Basically, he was the individual who went to the West and he taught Hindu thought.
Are
As
you
you guys,
talking about Vivekananda?
yeah, exactly. Jazakallah
Okay.
khairan. Vivekananda. So he taught to the quote unquote Westerners Hinduism, in a sense, right? And he completely, in a sense, misrepresented what Hinduism is. What Hinduism historically or academically would be a diverse, philosophical, religious, ritualistic tradition, extremely diverse, right? Because it is just one monolith. But he represented Hinduism, or the correct Hinduism, as Advaita Vedanta, which he was a follower of. Right? What ended up happening because of it is now there is a very weird understanding in the mind of the people that Hinduism is a very philosophical, quote unquote, religion. But in reality, it is Advaita Vedanta that is philosophical. By philosophical, I mean is very focused on ideas and less on rituals, extremely low on rituals. This is unique to Advaita Vedanta. This was represented to the West and the modern audience as Hinduism. So the idea that a lot of Hindus have, and a lot of people who are not Hindus about Hinduism, is that it is some very philosophical, not so much focused on religion or rituals. That it is a very philosophical notion or idea that is completely modernist mumbo jumbo. In reality, Hinduism, especially for the layman, has always been heavily ritualistic, heavily ritualistic. Right? And the philosophies that we talked about, them being heavily ritualistic. So this idea that this is Hinduism is philosophical, it is for the philosophers. Muslims will not understand this. It's a very modern, extremely modern idea. And then this is the idea that comes up in neo-Advaita Vedanta. Quote unquote people. Okay, so I've interacted with Hindus online for years now. They do not understand what historically Advaita Vedanta was. They have a very modernist understanding of what Advaita Vedanta was. Let me give you a analogy from Islam. When it comes to Islamic politics, a lot of people take the modern capitalist structure, Islamicize it, and represent it as classical Islamic economics. It is not. This shows, if someone represents this, it shows that they are very academically ill-informed. They don't know what's going on, right? This is the case with modern and quote-unquote neo proponents of Advaita Vedanta. They have taken from the Orientalist, from the modernist lens, what Advaita Vedanta and Vedanta in a general sense was, and then they represent it as classical Advaita Vedanta. It is not, right? And this is very apparent with the way that they argue, the arguments that they use, and the conclusions that they could try to conclude. Shankaracharya was an extreme proponent of negative theology, meaning he would completely negate attributes for what quote-unquote God, right? If Shankaracharya existed today, he might probably not even like the word God for Brahman. But the modernist Hindu or the modernist proponent of Advaita Vedanta will have no clue about that. What they will do is take some of the fundamental ideas of Shankaracharya, which is substance monism, panpsychism, these kind of ideas, and then mix some contemporary physics, which they won't understand, and then represent this to you as the peak of intellectualism and spirituality. Complete bogus. And this, I see this as being on the rise right now in Hindu Vedantan circles. Right? They are representing. For example, there was some debate of a bunch of proponents of Advaita Vedanta versus atheists, and I was holding my head. I was like, this is not arguments of Advaita Vedanta. This is modern philosophy, and they will end up butchering their own lineage. They are going to water it down, and we are seeing this. And if this keeps happening, inshallah, in a few years, you guys will see Muslims will not be competing with Hindus. They will be competing with the philosophy of Immanuel Kant, Hegel, in the name of Hinduism, which is already happening, by the way.
Yeah. Right. So just want to announce that we have pinned the link for anyone who wants to join from the Hindus. If you want to join the panel for the Q&A, the link is already pinned in the live chat. So if you go to thewise.com, our website, which you can see the bottom of the screen here, or you can go to thewise.com and just click on the link which says YouTube Live. So yeah, this is the homepage, thewise.com. You see the red button there? Just click on it, and inshallah, God willing, that will take you to the page where you can join the panel. So where it says Q&A here, so if you just scroll down on your page phone or where you can join the panel, you'll see that. So where it says Q&A here, basically this link here on the page phone or where you can join the panel, you'll see that. So where it says Q&A here, join the panel. Click there, link here on the should be able to join.
Hashim, you're repeating.
So where it says Q&A here, join the panel. I think it's because my link here from this way. Right, so you won't hear me echoing in the background now, inshallah. Right, because somebody called Rakesh. I'm assuming he's a Hindu. Hi, Rakesh.
Hello.
Hi, where are you
So,
calling from?
yeah, I had called last time. I had asked
Oh,
some.
yes, yes. You were the one who typed some funny name, and then I had to change it to Rakesh. Okay, that's right.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so do you follow this school of thought of Advaita Vedanta?
No, I don't follow that.
Okay, well, which philosophy do you follow?
Uh, I, so, before I had studied uh, Advaita Vedanta, but now I'm mostly looking into monotheism. That's why I had called last
Yes,
time. I
you're looking into
asked
Islam, I think.
about.
That's the one that
Yeah,
kind of, it resonates with yourself more. I think Brother Dawa was in a very similar situation where he, even though born and raised in a Muslim family in a Muslim land as well, he actually left and for a time being became agnostic and then came back to Islam. So tell us what is the main hurdle for you to accept Islam right now? In the meantime, I just want to say that those in the live chat, I believe one guy called Ganesh, another guy called Sai. Come on, man, the link is there. Join in. This is your time to tell us face to face rather than being keyboard warriors. Come here and speak up. This is your opportunity, and will be nice to you. We won't bite, trust me. So inshallah, God willing, hopefully you guys will come, and because you're advocating for this Advaita Vedanta, this philosophy, which most of the time the Hindus will say, oh, you don't understand. Have you heard that, Brother Dawa? You don't understand. This is
Yeah,
their
yeah, it's
favorite
very
line,
common.
when they're actually projecting their own ignorance onto us most of the time. It's irony, yeah. So yeah, go to
no,
dawais.com/live. The link is there for you guys to join in. It says join the panel for Q&A with the big Q&A button there. So just click on that and hopefully we'll see you here. Yes, Rakesh. So tell us what's hindering your progress to
no,
mono.
you had told before that the Greeks also had a form of monism, right? Did other polytheistic traditions also have this concept of non-duality other
Yeah,
than Hinduism?
yeah. I think Brother Dawa mentioned that. Malik, you want to answer that question?
Yeah, sure. Many tradition. You need to understand that the idea of non-dualism
Sorry, just one
and
sec,
dualism.
brother. So somebody's saying the link is not working. How did Rakesh get in? I didn't send him the link. So the link is definitely working. You just have to click on it, and inshallah, you should be able to. Is there anybody else having a problem with the link? Because I saw just one person saying the link is not working. If there is a problem, somebody can just let us know, please. Thank you. So when you say not working, what exactly do you see? Rakesh, you clicked on the link from the website, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so if he can get in, I'm sure you guys can get in. Try different browsers. Sometimes the browser doesn't work. Okay, so Sai, you're requested to join in if you have some knowledge about Advaita Vedanta. Let's see it on the panel. Yeah, go ahead, Rakesh. Sorry, go
I mean,
ahead.
Brother
Malik.
Dava was.
Okay. So the idea of in philosophy there is this idea of monism, right? Or substance monism. Fundamentally, one thing exists. This is very normal idea to have throughout history.
Yeah.
There have always been a struggle between dualism and non-dualism. Some people, due to
So
their own,
sorry to
for
interrupt
example,
again, brother.
yeah, sorry.
So those people who are on their mobile phones, you cannot click on the link. So you'll have to physically type the link. So just type dawawise.com/live. Go to your browser and type this link. The link cannot be clicked. This is from YouTube, not from us. on all portrait modes, they have basically stopped the links being active, basically. So you cannot click any link either in the comments or the one that is pinned there. So you have to physically go to your browser, type in daowise.com/live, and then you'll see the link on that page for you to enter the panel. All right? Okay, go ahead. Sorry to interrupt. Yeah, hopefully not
That's
again.
completely fine. Okay, so for example, the philosopher Parmenides, right, or Zeno, all these individuals believed in monism. They believed that basically the exact same thing in fundamental, that there is only one being that truly exists, that is completely unchanging and one. They believed way before, about 1,000 years before, or 800 years before Shankaracharya. Right? These people existed. These people were prior to Socrates, Plato, Aristotle. These ideas existed, right? And these ideas existed in the Arab world and the Persian world as well before Shankaracharya. You need to understand, Shankaracharya did not come up with something new. The thing that Shankaracharya did, that was in a sense revolutionary for his people, what he did with Vedantan philosophy, what he did with the Upanishads, aligning these thought with these or the philosophy with scriptures. This is what needs intellect. But fundamentally, Shankaracharya wasn't someone who was dumb. You need to understand, Shankaracharya was trying to tackle very big philosophical questions. And to be very honest, in my personal opinion, not only my personal opinion, many of my philosophy teachers as well, they're saying that Shankaracharya was correct on a lot of things. If only he would have said, Maya exists in of itself other than Brahman, then that's pretty much Tawheed. Right? It's pretty much Tawheed. Right? He was saying that there's one God and creation is not God. The issue that arises with him is that he says that Maya does not truly exist, but there is something in what we would call humans that is Brahman, or the Atma that is Brahman. That is what results in polytheism, the worst kind of sin. So yeah, the idea of non-dualism, extremely old. The idea of dualism and non-dualism need to fundamentally exist. The idea of monotheism is extremely old, right? Rather, the first idea would be monotheism. From the first human is monotheism. Then there are people who bastardized this idea, right? They mixed other philosophy with this idea, and this basically caused substance monism, right? And you need to understand, a lot of times ego comes into people. There's a fundamental egoistic nature of human. They have the question that, why is God other than me? Why can I not be the best being ever? This fundamental nature to be the best or to be the highest being, this ego, this also leads an individual into what we would call substance monism, right? I hope that answers your question, Rakesh.
Yeah. These polytheists who were monists, did they believe that they're gods? So these multiple gods, all these gods are also one,
Now
like
you need to
Zeus, and
understand something.
so
You need to understand something. When we are saying
yeah,
polytheists, we are saying pagans, right?
yeah, yeah.
You're saying pagans, okay. So there were one. There are many different. So, for example, we don't really know about Parmenides if they were quote unquote polytheists. There are debates. Same with Aristotle and Plato, right? Whether we have evidence about these philosophers that they were anti-paganism. They literally were against the idea of representing the highest being, ultimate reality in a physical form. We have evidences of these philosophers doing that. But yeah, when there were these philosophers who were pagans, they believed in the exact same thing, that Advaita Vedanta is true. Or the people who are Hindus, who believe there's fundamentally one reality, exact same thing. They would say that this being, this XYZ statue that we are quote unquote worshipping, we're not really worshipping it, or rather, we are worshipping it in the sense we are worshipping the thing that this represents. They would argue the same thing, right? And
Yeah.
also, these philosophies still exist today, right? For example, many Christians still exist who are monists. Christians do exist. Then you will ask them, okay, then why do you worship Christ? Then they would answer the same way that Hindus would do, right? So these people still exist. So yeah, and this is not unique to Hinduism. Rather, I would say Hinduism is not unique in monism or non-dualism or even dualism. All these philosophies existed prior to it. I'm not saying that other philosophies influenced Hinduism. These existed prior to it, right? But what Shankaracharya did when it comes to uh, complete negation or complete transcendence, right? He went overboard in some ways, but still we need to understand there was no revelation from the Islamic perspective. I'm answering from the Islamic perspective. That individual did not have any revelation. He had no scriptures, right? He was using his reason to come to the truth, and for that, a lot of conclusions that he came to were right. Few of the conclusions that he came to were extremely wrong, right? So he wasn't someone who would say that he was dumb or he was stupid, but he made mistakes, and that is what I would say. And any Hindu who's extremely wants to be Hindu because of Shankaracharya or whatnot should really understand what the Islamic perspective is about these individuals. We don't blame these individuals as deviants that are going to the hellfire. We remain silent of these individuals. We don't know about their future, what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will do with these individuals. Because no revelation was given to them as long as we know. As far as we know, they did not have a revelation that was clear cut, clear evidences, uncorrupted. Right? So
Yeah. Okay,
what we
Rakesh,
should
have you understood so far? Just want to touch base, see where
Yeah,
you are.
yeah. Yeah, yeah, understood. And I have one thing to ask. So, in Islam, there's a concept that there are many unknown prophets, right, that were sent to all parts of the world. So, do you think that it is possible that in India, in ancient times, there could have been some prophets who taught pure monotheism, but like with time, it got degenerated into monism, panentheism, even polytheism, and maybe even the prophets themselves were worshipped as god, like what happened to Christianity?
Yeah, it's highly probable. I mean, if Isa alayhi salam preached pure monotheism and it got turned into something very different, um, where Allah clearly says in the Quran that He doesn't, have any sort of children and no parents, whereas in the case of Jesus, He had both. So He didn't have children, but He Himself was a child or the Son of God. So it can change drastically. And to be honest, for us to dwell on this history is really irrelevant. So what really will work in your case, Rakesh, because you're interested in monotheism, I would rather you look uh, now at present where you stand, rather than dwelling on the past and what might have happened, what's possible, whether there were prophets in India and whether they teach true monotheism. This is, no one can answer this question because these are things of the unknown. But because Allah says He has sent prophets to all nations, so it's highly probable that he sent it to India as well. But like I said, let's focus on the present. Let's focus on
And
on
so
what will
these
happen in the future. Yeah,
pagan gods, like I've heard that these gods are actually jinn that were mistaken as gods.
it could be like I said. This is like shooting in the dark.
Hmm.
If humans can worship a rock, like the shivling, which has
Yeah,
basically hardly any shape other than that of a small object. If that can be worshipped, then I think they can worship a tree, they can worship a dog, they can worship anything, isn't it? Because this is their entire philosophy is based on the fact that God is within you. Yeah. And
yeah.
then they believe that this Atma and the Paramatma are both eternal. One is the Atma is emanating from this Paramatma.
Yeah,
So there
I'd
you
like
go.
to add something.
Yeah.
So when it comes to Hinduism, I believe both things happen. There are two ways that uh, polytheism starts, right? One is people venerate individuals, pious individuals, to the level of divinity, right? Or they change uh, natural phenomena, right? Or into the divine. So, for example, they would change the rain. They would say that there must be a god of rain, right? Or the sun must be the god of sun. And maybe some jinn might help them. They would turn him into a god. Or sometimes someone pious would be so good, eventually, after generations and centuries, they would mix him with the divine so much he basically becomes a god. I believe all of these happen with Hinduism. Because if you look at their cosmology, right, there are levels to divinity. I genuinely believe that there probably was a singular idea of God, right? And then it got very much watered down. Then they basically made supernatural. They made ideas as divine. So, for example, the idea of creation became a god in itself. The idea of beauty becomes everything. It becomes distinct gods, and then there are individuals historically that may have been documented that were given divinity, right? And then there are some, I would say, which are very demonic in Hinduism, and these might be the jinns. And I believe people will understand what I'm referring to here, right? So I think this is a mix with Hinduism, with such a huge, long history. It's probably everything happened with it, right? So we shouldn't just be talking about one specific thing. It's very likely everything happened to it, and a wise individual should realize that all these things happened.
That's a
Yeah,
good answer.
and the problem with the concept of Brahman, I think, is that they try to get to Brahman through negation. So they say Brahman is not this, so it's not. But like if you look at Allah, the attributes are given. So instead of saying it is not this, they say so it is Al Qadir, so omnipotent, or An-Nur, the supreme light. So what it is, so that simplifies it more, I think.
Yeah, it's also meaningful because if you exist, then you have attributes. That's doesn't matter what you look at, how you look at it. That's the reality. The only thing
Yeah,
that does not have attribute is the thing that doesn't exist.
I believe it was
Like,
Imam Razi who said this, if I'm not mistaken,
hmm,
or some other scholars. He said something along these lines. Like, if you give the attributes of creation to God, then you basically end up hello.
yeah, we lost you
Okay.
there, brother.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah, you end up worshiping that idea in your mind. But if you don't give any attribute to God, then you basically end up worshiping nothing. Right? So this is the extreme. They need to be balanced. And how do we know these attributes of God? We need scripture for that. We need a messenger. And if we need a messenger, then we need a messenger that can be proven, that is rationally proven, that actually is in line with reason, and spirit and our natural disposition. And that is clearly Islam. That is very clearly Islam. A final messenger for the entirety of mankind that is their guidance, and we'll be asked about him in the day of resurrection.
That's right.
So,
Um,
Prophet Musa, right? Musa alayhi salam, like he talked to Allah, right, directly without any intermediaries. So, how did he, being in within creation, talk to Allah, who is completely transcendent? I had this question before.
yes,
Okay.
Allah doesn't need to enter the creation to speak to Musa alayhi salam. Like, for example,
So,
if your mom was living on another continent, does your mom need to be next to you to speak to you?
no, no. Oh,
Exactly. So
okay. Oh,
Allah
so
has the
it's
ability to speak to Musa alayhi salam from where it befits His Majesty.
so it's like directly speaking to his mind, like that.
We don't know the howness of it, so we say
Yeah,
bila kaif. We don't say how He does it. Allah has the ability to do it. He speaks to Musa alayhi salam directly. To the other
yeah,
prophet,
and
He spoke to Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam also directly during the Miraj. When he went to meet Allah subhanahu wa taala in the heavens, and Allah spoke to him directly as well. But to Musa alayhi salam, He spoke directly while Musa alayhi salam was on earth, while he was alive.
this coming to non-duality, I forgot to mention one thing. I think that uh, non-duality, Adi Shankara's philosophy, is influenced by Buddhism, because basically it's the same thing. What do you think, Brother Dawa? Is it like Buddhism? Because Buddhism is atheistic, right? Agnostic, and saying that everything is God is like saying basically there is no God.
I don't know about clear influences because I haven't read that. If it's a direct influence, could be the case, but there are differences as well, fundamental differences, right? Regarding because obviously there's this fundamental necessary idea of Brahman, right? And they have a different idea of reincarnation, right? So there are fundamental differences. It could be the case. I'm not exactly sure about this, but even if it is not, we need to understand. Like I was talking about, the idea of uh, non-duality existed in the Indian subcontinent before Shankaracharya. He didn't
Yeah.
invent this idea, right? We know this. We don't know if this originated with Buddhism or not. We don't know that. This idea did exist.
Mm.
Right?
So
All right, Rakesh, I'm going to bring in the other callers, but if you got
okay.
questions, maybe
Yeah,
remain
thank
in
you.
the you can remain in the back studio, and we can take you later. It's up to you. Okay.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
All right. Thanks. Right. Oh, not Abhijit. Sujal. Mahajan. Sujal, you need to unmute yourself.
Hello,
Hi there. Where are you calling from, Sujal?
Nepal.
You're calling from Nepal. Okay, interesting.
Yup.
Yeah. What brings you to the panel today?
I have a little confusion about the similarities in religions.
So, what religion are you?
I am Hindu born, of course, in Nepal.
Okay. And so today our topic is on Advaita Vedanta.
Yeah, I knew some about that.
Okay, so you got any questions related to that? Maybe it'll be good because otherwise we'll...
The topic about that in screen is it's like only one being, the supreme Brahma, as one being.
Yeah.
No idols, no any structures like that, as mentioned in Vedas. It's simple.
Okay. And do you subscribe to that philosophy?
Uh, for our human mind, yes, it's the most like right way to think about it.
Does it make sense to you?
So it making sense in depends on lot of things, like we are in an age of like modern science.
I'm not talking about other people, I'm talking about you. Do you understand this philosophy of Advaita Vedanta of non-duality, and does it make sense to you?
Yes, it does, but with some like contradictions.
Okay, so what is a contradiction you notice in this philosophy?
It's like if we say like God exists beyond the materialistic world. Wait a second, I can explain better.
Mhm.
It's like if a person A creates a game, right?
Sorry, say again.
If there is a person named A
Okay.
and he creates a game,
Mhm.
an open world game where the units can behave as humans. They have like their own consciousness,
Okay.
and the game units develop to such a point that they also start to think about like God, etc., etc.
Sorry, God as a,
No, the units in the games,
yeah.
they become so advanced just like us that they think about God being this, that, whatever.
Okay.
But the point of difference is that they are still in the game and they are trying to know the, I mean, creator of the game, but they are bound by the laws of the game that they are inside the game itself, can't go to the outside one.
Right. So as far as the developer of the game is concerned, does the game exist?
Yes,
Okay. So it's not something which is an illusion or a maya. It really does
yes,
exist. Yeah. Okay. So
yes.
what you're talking then, based on your analogy, that is not Advaita Vedanta. According to the Advaita philosophy, nothing exists except Brahman. So in this analogy of yours, the game developer would be the Brahman, right?
Yes, yes, yes.
So for
But
him, the
it's
game
like,
doesn't exist.
but it's like us human trying to understand what's the, I mean, the true form or what's the God's, that
Yeah,
we
but
are
I asked you
bound
the
by
question:
this.
Does the game developer know that the game exists? And you said yes. So it looks
No,
like
no,
you
the
don't
game
understand the
units.
Advaita philosophy, Advaita Vedanta philosophy, because the
No, no, no,
oneness,
no.
the non-duality, is such
Mm,
that there is nothing that really exists except Brahman. Everything else is just Maya, illusion, non-existent.
yeah, it's true according to the Vedas and the Bhagavad
It's
Gita
not true. I
also.
don't think these teachings are in the Vedas or the Bhagavad Gita.
There are some verses written in
Otherwise,
there.
different philosophers in Hinduism, they wouldn't come to different conclusions, because both of
I
them are
mean,
learned scholars of Hinduism. How did they come to
s-
this drastically contradictory philosophies? One says, the Advaita Vedanta says that there is only oneness, there is non-duality, and everything doesn't exist except the Brahman. The the Dvaita, the opposite of that, Mahajan, he basically says is it's basically that the world is dual. Like within the Brahman is the world which exists. So it's not a Maya; it does exist.
yeah, it's called the Param Brahma.
Yeah. So the para Brahman is the only thing that exists for Advaita, whereas for
Hmm.
Dvaita, um, there is the existence of the para Brahman. There's also the existence of the creation. So there is a duality.
So I also find many similarities in like Hinduism, Christianity, and Islam, of course.
Yeah, that's a different topic. Today we are dealing with the Advaita Vedanta. So maybe come back next time and we can talk about that.
Mm.
All right.
I mean only little minute only.
Mm-hmm.
Like the great floods, and Hinduism also mentions the first men and women as Manu and Satrupa, like Adam and Eve.
Okay. And What
I
is it?
mean, also the great flood. It also mentions some like extinction events,
Yeah,
scientific
but who
based.
who created the Manu and Sadrupa in Hinduism? Who created them?
It's the same concept as Adam and Eve.
No, it's not, because in Hinduism it was Brahma. You know, the from the Trimurti, Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. Brahma created them, and then Brahma lusted after his own creation, Satrupa. You know, or Saraswati, as she's also known. So it's not the same as Adam and Eve.
This
It's a
concept is, I mean, written differently on different books
yeah,
actually,
exactly,
and
exactly.
have been changed time to time.
Yeah. So this is where the contradictions are. You see, we see many contradictions within Hinduism, which is showing you that it is written by men, it is written by human beings. It's not something which is the revelation from Almighty God, because if it was a revelation from the Almighty, the only true God, then you would not have contradictions in that revelation. As Allah says in the Quran, that if this book came from other than Allah, surely you'll find many discrepancies, many contradictions in it. And that is the reason we reject Hinduism as not only being polytheistic, but also where there is no true revelation from God Almighty. Because there were some people in the I saw in the chat, you know, in the live chat, they were saying they only believe in Hindu books, which is written by God. I mean, which God claims that they have written any books in Hinduism, or which Hindu books claim that God wrote this book? So unless they show the evidence, I think it's just basically speculations. So yeah, the Adam and Eve motif in Islam, in Christianity, and in Hinduism are not the same. There are major
But
differences in
why?
Hinduism specifically.
But why Hinduism has the same concept?
It's not the same. I've just explained to you.
No, no,
That is,
no. That first human and women were created somehow. That concept.
yeah, but even do you know in Hinduism, the the very deity which created Manu and Saraswati was himself created by Vishnu. So it gets worse, you know, the very creator God who created these human beings was himself created by another deity higher than him, which is Vishnu. Well, it depends which book you read. So if you read the Vishnu Puran, you'll see this. If you read the, you know, the Shakti Puran and all these other goddesses books about where the goddess is the main or the supreme being, this Brahman, Vishnu, Shiva are all the creations of Shakti, Shaktima, the goddess. So yeah, I think why don't you look into Islam? Why don't you read the Quran, and then you'll come to the true understanding as to what consistent
Also,
non-contradictory revelation looks like.
so Adam and Eve repopulated the whole world.
Yeah, through there we are the children and children's children. So yeah, he was our grandfather, you can say, great great
Uh,
great
uh,
grandfather.
but but if he speaks by the genetics,
Brother, this will go another topic, so that's the reason I didn't want to entertain it. Okay,
no,
so
I was
come back
just like
next time and we
interested.
can maybe speak about the comparison of Islam and Hinduism, but so far it's looking pretty bleak.
No, these were my questions, but I am also in that topic, so I joined the chat.
So again,
No, this was my just like curiosity of questions
yeah, sure,
out of curiosity.
yeah. So yeah, would you be open-minded to read the Quran?
Uh, I had listened like some debates around some religions.
Read it yourself. Forget about everybody else. Grab a copy, or we can send one to you if you prefer. If you email us your contact details, we can make sure to get one to you, a physical copy of the Quran, where you read it yourself, and then you come to an understanding, rather than, you know, listening to a debate or something like that.
I mean, Hinduism also follows like there is like only one true God at some point. If you go through the Vedas,
You haven't answered my question. Would you be open-minded to read the Quran yourself?
if I get some time, okay.
You got time to watch debates, right?
No, I just like randomly watch some on TikTok.
Well, randomly
Just
read the
popped
Quran
up.
as well. Okay. Anyway, join us next time if you want to do more comparison, and we can. But today's topic is about Advaita Vedanta, so we would
Yes, I
prefer,
also come for the same one.
yeah, we prefer people ask questions related to that. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Sujal. You take care. All right. Yeah, Abhijit.
Hello,
Hi, Abhijit. Where are you calling from?
I'm from India.
Okay, good. So the topic today is about Advaita Vedanta. You
Yeah,
got something to comment on it or to ask questions related to that, or do you know about
I
it?
want to know your views on that first, and
Well,
what problems you have with it.
we spend an hour and a half discussing it.
No, no, just summarize it a bit so I can formulate it and then ask questions
Okay,
about it.
before we summarize it, what do you know about Advaita Vedanta?
It's a uh, it's a non-dual philosophy which has its roots in consciousness, pure awareness, pure existence, pure bliss, Sachitanand, and all of that. So
Hmm.
first, I want to know your view on that so that uh, I can comment on that.
Yeah, so this is exactly what we discuss. We believe that this philosophy is incoherent and impractical, because if you look around you, for example, do you believe you are a Maya and not the real Abhijit?
I can respond to that, but first you formulate.
I did already. I mean, like I said, we spent an hour and a half, so you should have watched that. But this is a very fundamental question about the Advaita Vedanta. Do you believe the Maya that you're
It's a very deep
experiencing?
question. The question which you asked is a very deep question, not a
It is the
surface level question
fundamental
to
question
answer
somebody will
directly.
ask if this is what you believe. So if you believe the existence, the only existence which really exists is the
Hmm?
Brahman, then who are
Yes,
you?
yes. Ultimately, Brahman exists.
Yeah, so who are you then if only the Brahman exists?
Uh, I am that Brahman, and that Brahman is me. There's no
Okay,
difference at the fundamental level, not at this level, because at this level we have aham, ego or ignorance, which creates a duality between us.
okay. So does this ego exist or it doesn't exist?
It exists at this
Okay,
level, paramarthika level,
no, no,
the
that's fine. Any level.
the
Look, when I say
relative
does it
level
exist,
on which
I
we
meant at
exist.
any level. And does
Yes, it
ignorance
exists
exist?
at this level.
Does ignorance exist?
Yeah,
Okay, but you said only Brahman is the true existence.
yeah, yeah. See, in in Advait we have two level of existence: the Paramarthika Satya and the Vyavharika Satya. Vyavharika Satya means the what relative level, and so relative level, and we have an absolute level. So at the absolute level, only uh, only Brahman exists.
Mhm.
But
But when you
at
say
the relative
relative,
level, we have ego and
yeah,
ignorance and all of that.
so does the relative level exist?
Yes, it exists.
I don't know if you realize something that you have contradicted yourself. If the
No,
only
no, it's
existence
clearly
is
mentioned.
Brahman,
Two
if
levels
the
of
only
existence:
if the only
Vyavharika Satya
existence is
and the
Brahman, how
Paramarthika
did you
Satya.
say two levels? Because you're basically indirectly saying duality. You have made your
Yes, yes,
non-duality as a duality because that's the only way you can make sense of it. So what you did was you
yes,
categorized it as absolute existence and relative existence. But when I asked you, does the relative existence exist? You said yes. So now you're talking about a duality. Sorry, yeah, exactly, a duality.
relative level exists only inside the ego,
No, but
which
when I
we
say
are
does it exist in the absolute
experiencing
sense,
right now.
no,
The
no, does
the
it exist
the
in the absolute
duality
sense?
which we are experiencing right now.
Yeah, when you say you're experiencing, so it must exist, right?
Yes, it exists.
Okay, so that's duality. That's not non-duality.
Yes, So, no,
What do you
no,
mean?
no,
Yes,
no.
it's
If you think,
contradicting. It's
see,
contradictory to the non-duality philosophy of Advaita Vedanta.
no, it's not contradicting. I already explained. See, the thing is that when we say that this world is Maya, we mean the perception or the understanding of this world, the dual understanding of this world is all Maya. If you think that what this is the ultimate reality, then you are in a uh, in a what Maya. So
Yeah, I
ultimately at
understand
the
what you're saying. I understand what
yes,
you're saying. I understand you're trying to explain this relative existence as Maya.
yes,
Yes? But the
yes.
question I asked you is, just like the Brahman exists, does the relative
Mm.
Maya or the relative existence exist as well? Just as Brahman exists, does this other level also exist?
You can understand it like
Forget
this.
about me
Suppose
understanding.
the
How do you understand it?
yeah, I'm trying to uh, uh, make you understand. See, suppose when we see steel exist, does it exist at the fundamental level? Steel or the the atoms or the structure which we see, does it exist in the same form in the in the what fundamental level, at the quantum level? No, ultimately everything is just fields, quarks,
No, no, the quantum,
and
listen, the
all of them.
quantum level exists, okay?
Yes.
It exists at the macro level and also at the macro level. So we don't say that it doesn't exist. It does exist.
So I also say that it exists. I never say that
So once
it
again, does
does
Maya
not exist.
exist just as Brahman
Hmm?
exists? Are you listening to the question?
What?
Does
Yes.
your ego, yourself, and your Maya, does
Hmm.
all of this exist in reality just like the way Brahman exists?
Yes.
Okay, so then you're talking about
These
duality. Thank you.
no. These
Maybe Brother
these
Dawa can
all
explain
are
it to you.
these all are manifestation of the
No, no, don't use
of
manifestations, please. You're just making it worse. You're digging a deeper hole than it is already. So let
no, no.
brother now explain, because what you just said is duality actually. They both exist. Okay, go on, brother
Yeah.
Dawa.
Duality at one level, not at the fundamental level.
Regardless of the level.
Okay, let me try to talk with Abhijit. Abhijit, so according to Advaita Vedanta, only one thing exists,
Hmm?
right?
Yes.
Like, do you agree?
Ultimately, only one thing exists: the Brahman.
Okay, what do you mean by ultimately only one thing exists? What does that mean?
Ultimately means at the fundamental level, at the base level, which supports
Okay, at the
everything.
base level. Okay, at the
Yes.
base level, only one thing exists. So there is,
Yeah.
in the true sense, there is only one thing.
Yeah.
In truth, there is only one thing. So there is one thing that actually exists.
Hmm.
Okay, then Maya, does it exist or does it not?
It exists, but it is not the fundamental truth.
No, no. See, if you're saying that only one thing exists, which you already said, then either
Yes.
Maya exists and is part of that one thing, or it doesn't exist
I
and it
said
is not part of
ultimately
that one
only
thing.
one thing exists.
Okay, yeah.
I said
Ultimately, only
ultimately
one thing
only
exists.
one thing exists. There's no duality at the fundamental level. There's no duality at
Listen, what do you mean by
the
fundamentally?
fundamental level. That's what I said.
What do you mean by fundamentally?
Fundamentally means which supports or the base of everything.
Yeah, this is not Advaita Vedanta. Then you have misunderstood what Advaita Vedanta
Suppose
is. No, Advaita Vedanta doesn't claim that
no,
Brahman
no.
is
This is
the
the Advaita
base
Vedanta.
of what. I'm sorry, what? Vijit, what are you saying?
Hello.
Yeah,
No, keep
I'm
keep going,
saying
keep going.
It's okay. Continue, brother Malik. Continue.
yeah, I'm saying that what you're representing is not Advaita Vedanta. If you're saying fundamentally, by fundamental you mean at the base of all existence is Brahman, then this is not what Shankaracharya believes. Shankaracharya is not saying that at the base of everything that exists is Brahman. This is not what he means by existence or Advaita Vedanta. What he means by Advaita Vedanta is that all that exists is Brahman. Existence equals Brahman. That's it. That is what Advaita Vedanta is. That is why it is
Yes,
non-dual. Yeah.
but at
So
what
I'm
level?
saying,
Ultimately, it says the
yeah,
Paramarthika Satya. The
let me
Paramarthika
explain.
Satya
In the
is what
level of
Brahman is.
existence, in the okay, what do you mean by existence,
The
Abhijit?
state of pure awareness.
Okay, the state of pure awareness.
Chit, yes,
That does Maya have awareness?
yes.
Maya has pure awareness.
Maya is no. Pure
Okay, good.
awareness
Then my
is
that
only Brahman, not
okay,
Maya.
perfect.
That's
Okay,
why we call it.
then
That's why we
okay, okay,
call it illusion.
So
okay.
it doesn't
So
exist then, based on your
yeah,
definition.
perfect. If existence equals awareness, and Maya
What do we mean
is
by
not aware.
illusion? I already explained that.
Yeah, you already said that existence is
What?
equal to
Your sound is
awareness.
not clear.
You said existence means awareness. Am I right?
Pure awareness.
Okay, call it pure awareness.
Chit.
Okay,
The chit. Chaitanya.
existence. So if it is
Yes.
not pure awareness, then it doesn't exist.
It exists, but it's not the ultimate reality.
So
That's why we
change your
say it
definition then.
is an
Change
illusion.
your definition, because
Illusion does
you
not
you
mean it
just
does
said
not exist.
existence means pure awareness. Now you're basically changing the goalpost, because you realize that Maya cannot be existing because it's not pure awareness. So you're stuck in a conundrum now.
You were
It's a catch
asking about
22 for you.
Brahman.
So now what you do is you tweak the definition again. So once again, can you please define the term existence?
If you are asking for Brahman,
No, I'm
the
asking just the term
existence
existence.
means here
Whether
pure
it's
awareness.
Brahman, whether it's anybody else, doesn't matter. Just the term existence, what does it mean?
Then it could be just experiencing something, or being aware about something in its
Okay, so it's
vague
again
form.
awareness, yeah? It's awareness, right?
Yes, but
Okay.
it's
No, hold on.
filled with
Hold
experiences.
on. If you say it's awareness, okay, does a rock exist?
Filled with experiences, by the way.
Does a rock exist?
Yes, it exists in my perception.
No, I didn't ask your perception. According to the rock, does it exist?
I can't say that for sure
Why
because
not?
I
According
am
to you, there's only
relying
one
on my
existence. That's
senses.
Brahman, right? So you see, you're
Yes,
falling apart everywhere. Doesn't matter what you define. You have to keep tweaking everything, because you realize you have hit a wall now. So you have to change your definition as well. If your existence is defined as awareness, then are you existing?
yes, I am existing.
Okay. When you say you're existing, are you Brahman?
No, I am not Brahman at this stage because I am
Okay.
filled with aham, ego,
So how many
the ignorance.
stages do really exist?
Only two stages:
Okay, so
Vyavharika stage
one
and
is a
the
Brahman stage, which is pure
Parama.
awareness, pure existence,
Yes,
pure awareness,
the fundamentals.
and
Yeah,
you are in the second stage, yeah, the lower stage, where it is filled with Maya, ego, everything. Am I right?
yes, yes.
Okay. When you
That's
say,
aham basically.
when we use the term exist, it means exist in reality, yeah, not an illusion. Illusion is not a reality. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, but that's
Okay.
a more scientific definition.
No. Illusion is not awareness, even in the English local language. Doesn't have to be philosophy or scientific. Illusion is not non-existent.
In scientific terms, because the
No, in
way
English, look
we
at the
use the
definition
term,
of the term
illusion,
illusion, and you'll see that it is something which is imaginary, non-existent. I'm not talking scientific level
yes,
here.
I know.
Okay, so if
Yes,
you
I
know,
know.
why don't you
I will get that
acknowledge it?
definition.
Why don't
But
you
I said
acknowledge that you don't really exist? You're an illusion.
we don't use that definition.
Make up your mind which
That's what I
definition
said.
you're using. What definition? Because every time I ask you to define something, you change the definition. Every time. Go home and rewind this video and watch it. You'll notice the same thing.
Ignorance is what is what Maya is.
Does ignorance exist?
Yes, it exists.
Okay. Is
Right
it
now,
aware
we are
it
doing
exists?
that only.
Okay, good. So if ignorance exists, and according to you,
Yes.
the only existence is Brahman now ignorance?
No, Brahman is not ignorance. It does
Okay.
not have
I'm
any
sorry, I can't
attributes.
continue with this. You keep contradicting yourself. Let me bring another Hindu in, but you can stay in the background and maybe watch. Who is this guy who said he can explain?
Hi.
You said you can explain Advaita.
Yes. So the general.
So before you explain it, tell us about yourself. Do you believe in God?
Depends what you mean by God.
What do you understand by the term God?
Well, when people say God, they're usually referring to the
What do you
Abrahamic
understand by it?
conception.
When you come across it, what do you understand by it?
I don't have a particular conception of God. I'm happy to
So
use different definitions.
So if you have never read on the term God in a dictionary, in philosophy, anywhere?
So God is often seen as a creator or the uncaused causer of the universe, that sort of thing. There are various other things you can associate with God.
Good enough. Do you believe in that?
Not a creator is in the Abrahamic conception. The way I think,
based on your definition, okay, because you use the term creator, use the term first cause. There are many ways. For example, the necessary being. Okay, do you understand this term?
Sure.
Good. Do you believe in a necessary being?
Yes.
Okay, and do you consider that as God?
You can call it God.
What do you call it?
I call it Brahman or Ishvara, depending on what level we're talking about.
All right. So, Gon, tell us about Advaita Vedanta from your perspective.
So, as you've been saying, the only thing that exists is Brahman. But due to Maya, we see Brahman as having shapes and forms. These shapes and forms are illusory, through Maya. And it depends on which level you're talking about, whether this stuff is real to you. So the ultimate reality is Brahman. It doesn't mean that we don't exist exactly. It just means the identifiers we create, the shapes and forms, labels, they are false.
So do they exist? Does Maya exist?
Everything exists, but the shapes and forms that we give it are false.
So what is real in the Maya?
The only thing that's ultimately real is is Brahman. May I give you some analogies?
No. Is Brahman Maya?
Maya is the lens in which we see is the lens in which we see Brahman through.
Yeah, but would you define the Brahman as the Maya?
Brahman is the vastness, existence. Existence.
I didn't ask you what Brahman is. I'm asking, relative to the term Maya, would you consider Brahman to be Maya?
I don't know how to answer that. Like we see.
You use the term illusory. How would you define that term?
Sorry, what was the term? Illusory.
Illusion. How would you define it?
Things are not as they seem, like a mirage. Like the sand, the atmosphere that we're looking at, it all exists, but how we're seeing it is false.
Right. So does it exist?
Yes, but
so
not,
you're saying
not
a
the way
mirage
in which
actually
it's-
exists, yeah?
Sorry?
Does a mirage actually exist in reality?
I mean, a mirage is occurring, but what we're viewing is distorted.
No, look, you can see a unicorn if you want it, but we are discussing with being rooted in reality. Just because you saw in your dream an illusion, a perception of a unicorn, does it really exist in the real world?
The shapes and forms that we see are not real.
That's your perception.
That's your perception, yes.
Exactly. But the question here is it real?
Well, it really depends on what you mean by real. Ultimately, there's
Don't
the mirage
go
is just sand.
I mean, you want me to define every term I use in my sentences?
Well,
Like Jordan
what's
Peterson?
important is that
Really?
we're on the
You
same
want to be
page.
like JP? So you use the term illusion, you use the term illusory. To you, are these illusions real? Or you're just imagining them? Which one is it?
You're imagining that you could say the shapes and
Okay,
forms.
so when you imagine something, does it always mean it's real?
The shapes and forms we see are not ultimately real.
The shapes and forms are?
Not ultimately real.
Okay, so if you imagine, let's say, something that one of your family member does, is that shape and form real?
None of us are ultimately real, at least not in the way we see.
Finally, none of us are real.
Not ultimately real.
Ultimately real. Because when you say ultimately real, that is exactly what I meant by real.
Okay.
Because in daily language, we don't say ultimately real. Do your parents exist? You'll say ultimately they don't exist. That's what you're saying indirectly.
Yes, ultimately they don't exist, yes.
Okay, so the only thing that exists is what?
Brahman.
Brahman, okay. Does your perception exist?
My perception, like what I'm perceiving, or my ability to perceive?
Yeah, your illusions, your perceptions, do they exist? Your Maya, does it exist? And when I use the term exist, I mean ultimately does it exist?
I mean, it's not ultimately real.
Okay, so the only thing that exists is the Brahman, right? According to you.
Yeah, but everything is made up of Brahman.
Okay, so who's speaking to me now?
Well, at the level in which people speak, it's Daniel at that level.
Daniel? But Daniel doesn't exist. How is he speaking to me ultimately?
Because speech is not happening at the ultimate level.
No, but ultimate reality shows that you are speaking to me. That's why you're responding to me.
No, that's not.
No?
This is not happening at the ultimate reality.
So what is happening at the ultimate reality? Nothing.
Nothing's happening.
Yes. So
Yeah.
everything is for you just an illusion. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay, which is contradictory in nature.
How
Because
so?
if illusion exists, because you actually believe illusion exists, otherwise
Not
you wouldn't perceive it.
Not ultimately.
What do you mean ultimately?
At the
Can I
highest level.
intervene?
Yeah, go on, brother.
Okay. Okay. Can you define real?
So something that is absolutely non-contingent. So it's something
Okay.
that is just always there without, having to relate to anything else.
Okay, so you're talking about necessary being real.
Yes, that's the only thing that is necessary.
Okay, so you're not defining reality as being part or something. Reality is not for you that which exists, but that which exists independently.
Yes.
Okay, so something can exist dependently, but that wouldn't be real for you.
Not ultimately real.
No. See, if your definition of real is that which exists independently or necessarily, then that which exists contingently is not real for you.
I have a different. That's my definition for ultimately real. Real can mean different things in different contexts.
No, I'm asking you, when you're saying something is real ultimately, or something is real not ultimately, then you must be using the same definition for the word real. I'm asking you, what does that definition is? What is that definition?
The general definition of real, something that is meaningful, I suppose. I don't know. It's not
Meaningful?
No, that's that's extremely vague.
Yeah, I think real is quite vague.
Yeah. So, can we get to a concrete definition so we can have a fruitful discussion? Or even, I'm not asking for a complete definition. I'm just give me something concrete so we can have actually discussion. Because if you're saying that something that is meaningful, for me, anything can be meaningful, or for you, something completely different can be meaningful. You won't get to any discussion. What do you mean by meaningful then, or what do you mean by real? Give me something concrete. Normally, we would say that which exists is real. That's it. That's where we stop.
Okay,
Do
but
you agree with that
do the
definition?
same thing again. We could talk about what exists. I mean, I was being accused of being like Jordan Peterson before. It seems to me you are.
No.
I don't see
It's
why
fine.
we're being
Like,
No,
getting
I
bogged
think
down
this
with
is very fundamental, the term you're using, real, because you seem to say that the term real, earlier you said if it's a perception, it's not something that is existing. Then you use the term real, and I use the term real several times as well.
No,
I think it's
it
only
all
fair
exists.
that you are asked what that term is that you're using.
Yeah, so it all exists, but what is ultimately real is not going to be the same as what is,
Okay,
say,
so then
relatively
you
real
need
or
to tweak
presumably
your
real.
definition of the term real then, because you're talking cross purposes now. On
Mhm.
one hand, you're saying ultimately real, ultimately existing. Okay, to me, they are just semantics.
See, if you're saying that God or Brahman exists is ultimately real, and we are not, or we are limitedly real, then you and I, we don't really disagree. But that's not what Advaita Vedanta says, though. What Advaita Vedanta says that what is ultimately real is real. Besides that, all is illusory.
Yeah, so can I give you an analogy that Swami Savapriyananda makes?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay,
Go ahead.
so think of like Harry Potter. From our perspective, knowing that Harry Potter is a novel, we don't regard the characters in it as ultimately real. But for someone who is engrossed in the story, these characters are very real to them. But they know very well that at the ultimate level, these characters are not real at that level. So it really depends on at which level you're speaking.
Did you actually
but see-
meet a Harry Potter fan who says he's real, not fiction?
So what was that?
You know, I live in England. I know many
Mhm.
Harry Potter fans here, both young and old. In fact, at King's Cross Station here, they have this kind of an illusion of where you can have a magic go through a wall, and they pretend to go there. But ask them in reality, none of them say it's real. Just that they are big fans. I mean, this is the worst analogy you could bring up, honestly.
Okay, let me
I don't,
just
you
make
guys are
this
getting
quick for you.
you guys are
Let-
too like hyper focused on the word real. I don't think it really
No,
matters.
it's not
yeah,
hyper focus. It's what
that's
you're
kind of the
using.
point. That's kind of
The
the
reason
point.
you don't want to define it is because you can move around with it,
Yeah.
move the goalpost. You can't
No,
do
no,
that.
I'm
That's
not
the
moving any
reason you have to
goalposts.
be rooted in the language that we are employing in order to describe your ideology.
All that you have
Okay.
to understand is that there are
Okay.
different levels of reality.
Let me show you why we want to qualify a single definition, because you will get into contradiction. Like if I ask you like 5-6 questions, you come into a mathematical contradiction. Let me give you a quick example of that. Okay, how many things exist?
Ultimately, just Brahman.
Okay, so one thing exists.
Ultimately, yes.
Okay, ultimately one thing exists, right? Okay. Do I exist?
We all exist.
I'm asking you, do I exist?
Yes, but not ultimately. Ultimately, like you as an individual doesn't exist.
Okay, so ultimately only one thing exists. Non-ultimately, I exist. Okay, now let me ask you this: is Brahman equal to I? Am I and
Well,
Brahman identical?
not you as like an individual, but we're all Brahman, so
Yes,
we're all equal
I'm
to
asking
Brahman.
you as an individual. Am I as an individual identical to Brahman?
Well, a jiva or an individual is not the same as everything.
Perfect. So there is something that is real about me that makes me different from Brahman.
No, not
Right?
at the ultimate level. No.
Okay, then if in the ultimate level there is nothing that makes me different from Brahman, then I'm not different from Brahman as an individual.
As an individual, you don't exist at the ultimate level. These concepts don't make sense at the ultimate level.
This is the exact point that I'm making. Either as an individual, I am identical to Brahman. Either that is true, or either as an individual, I am not identical to Brahman. Right? There's only one answer to that. And
Yeah,
Advaita Vedanta would say, no, you're not identical to Brahman. Right?
at the ultimate level, you are, because there's nothing but Brahman. Below that,
As an individual, even
concepts.
as an individual, no, you need to understand. This is not Advaita Vedanta. When I put the category of individual, it is impossible for me as an individual to be identical to Brahman,
If you're
because
not
I will
talking
be an
about,
individual.
yeah, if you're not talking about the ultimate level, then yes, you're different
No.
concepts.
Individuality can never become or never come into the ultimate reality. For example, can change be identical to Brahman?
The concept of change doesn't make sense at that level.
No, can change as a thing that exists, right? Because you're saying it exists at whatever level. Can it be identical to Brahman?
The two concepts cannot be identical at the level that we're interacting.
No,
I
they
just want to
cannot be
ask
identical
quickly.
at any level. For example,
I wanted to ask a question about the levels you're talking about. You keep using the term ultimate whenever Brahman is concerned. You use the term exist and you say ultimate exists. You use the term real and ultimate real. If only the ultimate level exists, then why even talk about the other level? Because they don't exist. What's the point?
Well, they matter to us because we don't think of ourselves as the ultimate Brahman. We think of ourselves as individuals.
Exactly. You don't exist. So why even talk about something that doesn't exist? What's the point?
Because that's our world. That's how we're
Exactly. The
experiencing
only way
things.
you can make sense is through Dvaita, not through non-duality. So you're saying, you're literally just admitted that the only way you can make sense of the world is through non-duality. Sorry, through duality, not non-duality. That's the reason the other guy also came earlier. He started talking about two levels.
Yeah, the way that we generally interact with the world is very dualistic, for sure.
Thank you. That's the only way it makes sense to you, right?
You haven't proven it. You haven't proven
I don't
anything.
need to prove anything, because you're using, what you're doing is you're just playing with words, semantics. You preface. Let me finish and then I'll let you talk. Okay? You prefix it with the term ultimate. That means what you're doing is you're not comparing like to like categories. You're comparing two different categories now. One that doesn't exist and one that does exist. But you're trying to deceive people by using the same language and the same term, the term real and the term exist. Using the same term confuses people, but in reality, it doesn't make sense to you. Can you make sense of anything without your senses? The 5 senses you have, or the 6, whatever you consider. Can you make sense of anything without that?
Okay, so first of all, I actually don't care about the words that are used. I just care about
you
the
do care.
concept.
That's why you use them. And in language, you have to use the words.
I'm trying to convey something, but if other words work for you, I'm happy to use different words. The actual words.
What works for you? What is your best, to the best of your ability, what you're able to explain to us? It seems contradicting itself, because in reality, you don't actually believe this other level, which is covered in Maya, or I don't know, somehow veiled by Maya, exists. Am I right?
I do. What do you mean? I don't. You're saying I don't believe in it? Of course I do.
No, you don't believe it exists. Do you believe it exists?
The world that we're interacting in, is that what you're asking?
The world that you are in, that is basically veiled by Maya, Does it exist in reality?
Not ultimately.
There you go. You use the term ultimately again. You see what I mean?
Because I don't know how else to convey it.
Because all you're doing is you're just switching words. You prefix everything that relates to Brahman as ultimate.
Yes, because
but the
Brahman
question is
the ultimate reality.
okay, let me ask you something. Let's change it a bit. Define non-existence.
Define non-existence.
Because we define existence and real. Let's define the opposite of that. What is non-existence to you?
Something that isn't there, I guess.
Okay. So that means it is not Brahman, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So something that does not exist, something that is not real, is not Brahman.
No, well, everything it depends on which level you're talking about.
You see what I mean? Because you have
because
to define these terms. It's very important.
You're dismissing the level thing, which is vital.
You know why you use the term?
I want to ask one thing.
Because if you put ultimately non-existent, then that is what is not Brahman, right?
Well, everything is Brahman. I don't know.
No, listen to what I just said. Ultimately non-existent.
Yeah, well, you can't say ultimately you can't say.
I'm playing the same game now. I'm using the term superlative for the non-existent. So ultimately, which does not exist, is not Brahman, because everything that exists, according to you, is Brahman. So the opposite of that is not Brahman, right?
I don't know. I think we're just getting bogged down with semantics. I really don't think this
No. That is the game you were playing. Now we have turned it on its head. Now I'm using the other extreme. One is ultimate existence. I'm using the other extreme, ultimate non-existent. Which one is Brahman now? Tell me.
Everything is Brahman. I don't
even the ultimate non-existent.
Well, I don't know what that means. The ultimate non-existent.
Okay, what does ultimate existent mean?
It's just how things are without Maya.
Exactly.
Without
so ultimate existent is without Maya. Okay. Then the question is, does the ultimate non-existent exist?
I don't know what that means. The ultimate non-existence
means it doesn't exist. It's nothing. Does nothing exist for you? Absolute nothingness. Does it exist?
But I have no problem saying all this stuff exists. Maya exists, I exist, you exist. It's just the way that we perceive
just answer
them
the question.
Not accurate.
Does absolute nothingness exist for you?
I don't know what that means.
Means the absence of everything.
The absence of everything. No, that would be a contradiction.
I'm giving you very precise definitions. I don't know which part you don't understand.
I don't think you're giving me all the whole.
Brother Hakim, you finally made it.
I'm sorry, really delayed.
It's okay, it's all right.
Oh dear.
No problem.
Anyway.
Okay, I want to, Brother Hashim, I want to ask him a question.
No, wait. Before you ask him, I want you to explain to me if absolute nothingness exists or not. Because I've given you the definition as the absence of everything.
Well, nothingness and existence would conflict. There'd be a contradiction.
Absolutely.
Agreed.
Absolutely, I agree. So does it exist? Does absolute nothingness exist?
No, because that makes no sense.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Right.
Are you absolute existence, or are you absolute non-existence? Means nothing.
We're all absolute existence.
Okay, so then we are all Brahman, right?
Yes.
Okay. Then why do we have this? Oh, the other question I had is, does Maya exist? Does illusion exist?
It all exists, but it's just false in the way we see it.
No. Wait. If everything is Brahman, then is Maya also Brahman? Is Brahman equal to Maya?
Yes. Maya is the way we perceive Brahman. Maya.
No. Does it exist? I didn't ask about your perception, because perception can just be imaginary.
Yeah, everything exists.
Imaginary things not necessarily exist.
They exist in a way.
Say again?
They do exist. Like the example
imagination doesn't exist in reality. Because when we talk, remember earlier you defined existence as something real.
Yeah, but
not something perceived. There's a big difference. That's why you have to be rooted in your reality. And if you are not in touch with your reality, then it'll be like a schizophrenic, you can imagine anything.
yeah, I don't
Yeah.
think saying
So
existence.
one example maybe to clarify is a perfect circle, for example. It's an ideal that does not exist in reality. One can try and say, oh, it exists in the mind or exists in some abstract space, but now you're what such a person would be using a conflation where there's two different ideas use the same word exists, and that's something that would need to deconflict.
Yeah, so as like what we think of as real, like the world external from our mind, you would not find an absolute, like a perfect circle or a unicorn or things like that.
Right, so they don't exist.
Not in that way, but they still exist. They exist as concepts.
Right, so this is exactly the thing. So then there's two very different notions of exist. One which means something actually exists, and the other which isn't really existence, it's something else.
It depends on your ontology.
Well, yeah, unless you commit to something like Platonism, right?
That's one way, yeah.
Okay, but sorry, are you Advaita?
Yes, I'm an Advaita.
Okay, but if you commit to something like Platonism, then you necessarily have duality.
Yeah, no, I do not believe in like this Platonic realm that somehow is separate from everything else.
Okay, so that or something like it is the only way you can really say there are these two different types of existence in reality and existence in abstract space, because then you're saying it abstractly exists. So these are two different realms, they are distinct. There's two different types of existence. So if you're not resolving it that way, how can you possibly use the word exists to refer to these abstract things?
So wait, would you deny that concepts are there at all, or what?
No, I mean, I don't suffer from non-duality, so for me there's no issue.
Okay, well, how would you describe a concept if it doesn't exist?
I would say it exists in an abstract sense or an abstract realm. I don't commit to the Platonic form of it. I think of them as being separate things in reality. That
numbers are a good example.
Yeah, so yeah, numbers, which Pythagoreans used to view as divine, for example. Now, whether you hold to whether one were to hold to materialism and say they exist as patterns in the brain, or if they or in the mind more generally, not saying that all thoughts happen in the brain, that could be said. That's fine, but again, that's separate things. That's duality or plurality.
Well, they exist. These things do exist in the mind. So
here's the issue: if the mind doesn't really exist, then you can't use existence, right? If the mind is just maya, then you can't say it exists. Do you see the problem?
Just to give you a bit of a background, Hakim, if I remember correctly, is it Daniel? Yeah, Daniel said only the non-contingent exists. Correct me if I'm wrong, Daniel, if I'm misrepresenting.
No, I think the best way to understand it is that there are different, you could say different levels of reality. If you're talking about the ultimate level, so say you've got a whole lot of pieces of jewelry that are made out of gold. At the ultimate level, all you have is gold. But the way we perceive it and feel it is that they have different shapes and forms, but they're all really the same thing. They're all the same material.
No, but shapes and form of the same object means it exists, right? You're talking about an existing entity or an object here. Regardless of the shape of a gold jewelry, it still exists, even if it's not pure gold. Let's say, I think most of our jewelry is not pure gold. So otherwise, it won't be variable, isn't it?
Right.
So
and to clarify,
we still call it gold jewelry, right? But
yeah.
when you say ultimately, it means it has some other mixture. But even that mixture exists.
Yeah,
Right,
but the point of the
and that
analogy...
example makes really clear, right? If I have a gold ingot, there is something that exists there, and if it's then refashioned into a gold bracelet or a gold necklace, the gold ingot no longer exists. Now what exists is a gold bracelet or a gold necklace. You see?
Yeah, it changes shape basically. Yeah.
Yeah, sure, but I mean, it's an analogy. I'm not trying to use it to describe exactly what Advaita is, because then it wouldn't be an analogy anymore. I'd just be describing.
Well, no, I understand, but we need to work with load-bearing analogies. You know what that means?
Load-bearing, yeah.
So normally, philosopher says an analogy is sort of you can have an analogy to just throw something out there, basically, but it doesn't really have a good role in like a philosophical discussion. Normally, it needs to be what's called load-bearing, which means that you can look at that analogy and it functions the same way as the thing you're analogizing, and that's why we can analyze it as a proxy for analyzing the other thing.
Yeah, sure. So the purpose of this analogy is just to point out that there are different levels, different ways of perceiving the same thing. It depends on what you're talking about. If you're referring to the substratum of the jewelry, then you can see that it's all of the same type. It's all the same thing. It's just gold. And that's the whole purpose of the analogy. It doesn't do anything, doesn't serve any further purpose.
So for that analogy to work, then are you saying that Brahman is material?
No, Brahman is you could say a substance, but not material. There are no materials at that level.
So it's substance.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, how are you
substance.
differentiating substance from material?
Well, material is a physical thing. Substance doesn't have to be physical. It's just like a thing that you're talking about. I'm not exactly sure what the... Yeah.
So here's what's interesting is because, physical, the thing we're normally talking about as real or existing, that there's kind of an inversion going on. Because, when you say something physical or something really exists, that's what we're normally talking about reality. But when you say, substance is sort of non-physical, although you see it as underlying, what you've really described functionally is an abstract concept.
Yeah.
It's what it feels like is that you've taken the real and called it an abstraction and said this isn't, this is just ideas, perceptions that we get, and then you've taken the abstraction of this higher level underlying thing and called that real.
So substance could potentially be physical. The thing is with Advaita Vedanta is it's a form of idealism, like Platonism, like Hegelism. They're different forms, or subjective idealism. There are a whole lot of different types of idealism. Advaita Vedanta is one type of idealism.
Okay. So you said, hang on a minute, so substance could be physical?
In a very broad sense, but in Advaita Vedanta, what we're talking about is something you could say more abstract than that.
So when is substance physical and when is it non-physical?
Well, just when we're talking about physical things, you can talk about it as something that's somehow static.
But that again, now that sort of seems to be very clear duality or plurality.
Yeah, at the level that we interact with, there is lots of duality, but at the ultimate level, there is none.
No, do you see what I mean? When you say substance, can be physical or can be non-physical, then there's these two different types of substance, right? So they're not the same thing.
No, I'm just talking about these concepts in a general philosophical way, not specifically.
Okay, so I want to ask a few things. So you're saying that according to Advaita Vedanta, according to your understanding, there is a substance that is non-material, which would be the Brahman, and then there is material substance. Is that what you're trying to say?
I mean, not at the ultimate level. There's just Brahman. There's nothing else.
Okay, sure, perfect. So there is ultimate reality, and what would be the other reality?
The reality is we perceive it, the world of names and forms that we perceive.
Okay,
through
so there is an ultimate reality, and then there is perceived reality. Okay, fine.
Yes.
So how is that not two different realities? How is that not duality?
because the way we describe things is going to be very dualistic, because we're talking and we're thinking in a dualistic way. So it has
You
to
need
be
to understand something. You need to understand something. If you're saying that there are two different kinds of realities, right? And there needs to be fundamentally something that differentiates one reality from the other. How is that not duality?
because
Then
at the ultimate
I want you to understand something. What is the difference between what you are representing and what Dvaita Vedanta would represent? They would say that there is one ultimate reality, and there is a perceived reality, and hence there are two different realities. That is duality.
No, so Dvaita talks about there being two, like these are equally real things. We and Brahman are equally real, which is not what Advaita Vedanta is saying. These concepts, we can't actually, at the ultimate level, these concepts are absolutely meaningless. To even talk about
Perfect.
Brahman is
Okay,
meaningless.
perfect. Okay, perfect. So let's leave Dvaita Vedanta aside. Okay, what about quantified non-duality of Ramayana? What about that? What is the difference between Shankaracharya and
Vishishta
Ramayana then?
Advaita. Ramanuja's Vishishta Advaita.
Sorry,
Quantified
Ramanuja's.
non-duality.
The difference between Vishishta Advaita and Advaita Vedanta is that we are all parts of Brahman, but there is no like ultimate reality behind it. It's just that we are parts of something greater, Brahman or Ishvara.
Okay.
And sorry, is that the one you hold to, or that's the other one?
No, that's Vishishta Advaita.
That's the other one.
That's the middle part. So they got three. One is non-duality.
Right, perfect.
Yeah.
So
qualified.
what you are saying, how is that functionally different from that? Because see, what you're saying is that you are real in the realm of perceptional reality, and you are real, and the ultimate reality is real in the ultimate sense, right? You are also real, the ultimate reality is also real, but real in different sense, right? And in the ultimate sense, you are also Brahman. How is that any way functionally different from quantified non-duality?
Because in qualified non-duality, it's absolutely real, ultimately real, that we are individuals, that everything is separate but part of a greater whole, or distinct but part of a greater whole, I should say.
Okay.
Right.
Sorry, just
in the Vishishta Advaita, doesn't God have attributes? Whereas in the non-duality, the Advaita Vedanta, they don't believe God is personal, nor do they believe it has a form or attributes. Am I right?
So according to Advaita, at the ultimate level, you have Naguna Brahman, which has no attributes, but due to Maya, the way that reality is perceived, you have Saguna Brahman or Ishvara, which you can say has attributes, because then you're talking about the universe as it is, as we perceive it.
So which one really exists, the personal or the impersonal God?
At the ultimate level, the impersonal.
According to your philosophy, but according to the qualified Advaita Vedanta, for them, that is a real God with attributes.
Yes.
So how do you imagine the same scholars, sorry, not the same scholars, the Hindu scholars, reading the same books, the Upanishads, the Brahma Sutras, the Bhagavad Gita, they come to like contradictory conclusions on the most fundamental aspect of God and existence?
There are different ways that you can understand "Thou art that," which is a very well-known saying in the Upanishads, and just in the Bhagavad Gita. Like, there are different ways you can interpret stuff. I mean, there are different ways to interpret things even in the Quran.
Yeah, of course. But whether it's Shia or Sunni, they will say Allah is one, and they will, in terms of his attributes and everything, they're consistent. For us, that is the fundamental of our faith, of God and existence. But for you, which is the fundamental of your faith, God and existence, you come to completely contradictory, but not you personally, but your scholars come to an absolute contradictory conclusions derived from the same books. That is what baffles me.
Yeah, because they're not that explicit.
So you're saying who actually brought this or who revealed these books, the Vedas or the Upanishads? Is it man-made or is it from God?
Well, they're written by the rishis. Some believe they are divinely inspired. I don't think so, because I'm a naturalist. I don't
Do they
believe in
exist?
supernatural.
Do the rishis absolutely exist?
Well, there were people who wrote the books.
Yeah, do they exist?
Not at the ultimate level, just like everything else.
Okay, so do the Vedas exist?
Yeah, it's the same answer for everything.
Does it absolutely exist
Hang
or
on.
not?
I'm really confused. You just said you're a naturalist?
Yeah, I don't believe in the supernatural, or at least I think that is highly unlikely.
Isn't Brahman supernatural?
Yeah.
No, I don't. Well, I don't see Brahman as. It's just the underlying substance of everything.
Okay, I really want to know, what is
So
Brahman
basically,
other than he
Spinoza
doesn't have a
Is-
form
is
and he doesn't have
Brahman-
a
Is
attributes?
Brahman the necessary being?
Yes, the necessary being. Yes.
So how do you have a necessary being that changes form?
No, at the
No,
ultimate
they
or
believe,
fundamental level, there is no change of form.
Yeah, it doesn't have a form or attributes. So it's nirguna and nirakar, according to them.
Saguna, niguna and saguna.
Sorry?
Right, but and I understand that perspective exists, but I didn't think he was holding to it because he's talking about him being substance and us all being made of that substance. So if there's no change of form going on, then how do we have distinct forms without there being anything separate that exists in order to perceive those differences?
Well, through Maya, we perceive differences, but they're not really there at the ultimate level. Neither is Maya at the ultimate level.
That's the thing, you have to refer to the we, and if the we is not distinct, and the we is not something that has form, that's the problem.
It's not personal. The we is not personal.
Yeah, at the ultimate level, like what my words are would be absolutely meaningless. These concepts, words are meaningless.
So at the ultimate level, does knowledge exist?
No, nothing exists. It's formless.
Knowledge doesn't exist. No vidya.
Well, it exists as in it's not like it doesn't have the shapes and forms or the identifiers.
Well, knowledge doesn't have shapes and forms anyway.
Sorry, is this a logical, or rather, is this idea intended to be logically consistent?
Sure.
Okay.
Not so far.
Well, I mean,
Not sure what the problem is.
It's true, not so far, because
well,
every time
because
you try
think
to
about it.
use-
Let me just be really precise about this. Try and be really precise about this problem. In order to express any kind of logical position, you are using propositions and inferences. You're using, we can, symbolically, A implies B, things like that, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But whatever concepts we put down as propositions, or whatever A follows B we have, breaks down by the time we get to this fundamental level. And so it can't apply to it. And that's why I was questioning whether it's intended to be logically valid, because logic itself, according to what you've said, has to break down. And that may be the barrier we've got to try and access it with logic. In which case, how can it be viewed as being a logical position?
Well, at the ultimate level, it has, as was mentioned before by Hashim, there are no attributes, so you can't really describe it accurately in any way, because whatever you're saying is going to be ultimately meaningless. But
right, so therefore logic doesn't apply, right?
Well, I don't think you can prove this logically, if that's what you mean.
Well, and quite apart from proof yet, I can get into interesting Gödelian bounds and all that sort of stuff. Quite apart from proof.
Do the rules of logic apply? I think that's what you're asking.
It doesn't even apply. Yeah, I mean, even if the rules were to apply, they couldn't be used, because you can't have A implies B where A and B are distinct things. So you can't have anything other than the identity. Right?
Not even identity, I think.
Well,
yeah,
I mean, the maximum you could have of the three laws of classical logic, for example, is identity. And that's the absolute maximum. But even then, to have identity, you're still having an attribute. And if you're
You
not
mean
allowed that,
existence? What are you talking about?
Yeah.
When you say
yeah,
They'll
and if you're not
argue
even
that,
allowed, if you're not even allowed identity, then you have.
so it's
You know,
just
so if you're not allowed
existence.
an attribute, then you can't have identity. So then you have nothing. So this is why I'm saying, like, if logic, you know, literally breaks down is inapplicable, is inadmissible, then I would. That's why I was querying: is it supposed to be a logical system, like
yeah,
logically
they,
valid?
they will argue this. They will say that logic would work in the realm of Maya or illusion, and logic would break down at ultimate reality.
Which is fine. That's something that one could argue, but then this system isn't logical, right? Because one of the key elements of it is out of scope. You see what I mean?
Yeah, I have discussed with
and that element that's out of scope is a thing that things refer to and things come from it, but it's out of scope of application of logic. So everything connected to it is also out of scope of logic. The only logic you can have is things that never touch it.
Yeah, I think Daniel should agree to the fact that the fundamental reality is not bound or does not have to work according to logic. I think Advaita Vedanta shouldn't have an issue with outright saying that, yeah, logic doesn't apply to this, and hence we don't prove it by logic.
If logic breaks,
let me just say, there's a few things. So let's not just sort of put everything in a logic basket. There's whether or not you can prove something with logic, or whether or not logic should be able to prove something. There's different levels and types of logic, but then there's whether or not any kind of logic, even in principle, could even be in scope of this concept.
So I can't, there's no way for me to show it logically. It's just my way and many others' way of being able to make sense of things. But the only way you can truly, like, I would say, realize this is through meditation. I can't prove to you that this is more real or more true than, say, Islam is.
So you said something really interesting there. This is the way you make sense of things. But again, for me, it sounds like the way of unmaking sense of things, right? And I mean that in the nicest possible way. It's just because it becomes a everything goes back to it and everything comes from it, but it's not logical or logically accessible, and so it can't make sense of things or be used to make sense of things. Or rather, if anyone tries to, then they necessarily introduce a logical contradiction because logic doesn't apply to it and also can't come from it.
So, I mean, if you're talking about logical positivism, then I can't. It's outside the scope of that.
No, it's not logical positivism. Just any kind of logical. This is why I was asking if it's supposed to be a logical belief or not, because maybe we're going down the completely wrong rabbit hole trying to analyze it logically.
Yeah, because if you don't employ logic, anything goes, right? Whether it makes sense or not, everything goes.
Well, and it raises the question of what makes sense means, especially in a logical or rational sense.
Okay, so I think this is a way to resolve David Chalmers' hard problem of consciousness, for instance. If we start with the idea that everything is consciousness at the substratum, and that the material things are just made out of consciousness, like say how the characters and objects are just consciousness in a dream. They're not separate from the dream or dreaminess. You might think you're different characters. That, you know, I can conceive of that. I'm not really using logic to come to that conclusion, but that's a way that I can conceptualize things or understand things, a way to put everything together.
Is that panpsychism?
Well, not exactly. It's
pretty close.
Sounded like that.
Well, panpsychism is more the idea that everything has some sort of rudimentary consciousness. In Advaita Vedanta, the idea is that the whole universe, or the multiverse, or whatever it is, the substratum of all that is consciousness or awareness.
Yeah, so
more like collective
there is
consciousness.
consciousness in everything.
Yeah, but in panpsychism, which encapsulates a few different theories, the general idea is that the physical world is very real, but in every physical thing, you have like a small amount of consciousness. So that's different from the
every
idea of
matter
collective
is
consciousness.
conscious to some extent here.
Yeah, but the thing is, the consciousness in the things like you and I would be illusory, so not actually real. because it's Maya.
That's what I
Yeah,
was trying to
that's why I'm
debate
saying this
earlier.
is not panpsychism, though.
You know, I
No, I
before
mean,
you came-
yes, under panpsychism, this consciousness is real, but I'm talking about under your philosophy, our consciousness isn't actually real.
Yeah, it's an illusion.
The underlying awareness is all that's ultimately real. So that's what illuminates our thoughts. Like, our thoughts are subtle objects, and they're only meaningful to us because of this awareness consciousness. Like Alan Watts said, we are the universe experiencing itself.
Right,
So,
and so if this underlying consciousness, so if we move from the substrate to underlying consciousness, it's similar to what I raised before. If this consciousness was not necessary and was divisible, I could get that. But if this consciousness is necessary and indivisible, then that seems to be a contradiction against this idea that there is one or other portion engaged in perceiving.
what was that? One or other what perceiving?
Portion of it engaged in perceiving, because remember, every time we go down to this level of, oh well, we perceive, I perceive and you perceive and so on, then there we have separable entities or separate entities, and then we say, oh, but the separation is only an Maya or an illusion. But these are the things that there is nothing without them. So in a sense, they have to exist. If, let's put it another way, you can't get to the point of talking about the perception or anything else like that unless there is something doing the perceiving.
Yeah, the question is, who is that? Who is perceiving?
Yeah.
Is it
There is
Brahman or
only-
is it something else?
There is only one subject, so one perceiver, and that is Brahman, that illuminates everything. That is Brahman as well. But yeah, when we're talking about things like what is Brahman, these sort of concepts, we're doing this in the world of names and forms. So we're doing it in a very dualistic way.
No, but when you said there's only one perceiver, so who is perceiving the Maya?
Brahman.
So Brahman is subject to illusion.
Yes, but at the ultimate level, there is no illusion.
Okay, I want to make this
Wait.
short.
If there's no illusion, why is Brahman perceiving it?
So what was that?
If there is no illusion, if there is no Maya, why is Brahman perceiving it?
No, at the ultimate level, there is no Maya, there's no distinctions, but at our level, there is Maya.
Okay, so when you say ultimate level, does the second level where you perceive Maya, does that level even exist in reality?
Not ultimately. I'm really not sure how else to say
You know,
it.
this is what I
No, but it's not. Look, Daniel, it's not a matter really of us not getting it. It's a matter of trying to express it in some way that's rationally legitimate. And this is why it comes back to a question of, is that possible in your worldview? And because you said it's yes, that's why we're trying to find it. Because the thing is, I understand the concept of different levels of perception and reality and all that kind of stuff. We use this stuff in physics all the time, for example. So I get that, but I get that in a sense that is not non-dual. When you have non-dual, when in order to explain or say or talk about anything or put together really any sentences about that, you have to about this stuff. You have to start with there's different levels. And that again is a distinction. And then you say, oh, well, that distinction isn't real. Well, if it isn't real, then you can't really appeal to it as being, the reality is there's different levels because they don't really exist. So what you must be familiar from speaking, you're educated in this, that there's a principle of explosion in logic, right? From falsehood, anything follows. So what we appear to be seeing is symptomatic of there being a contradiction, and from that, everything follows. And one of the contradictions you start with is, well, there is a different level, but there isn't. And another one of the contradictions to start with is there is a, me or we that's perceiving, but we're not real, and so on. Like there's just a number of different contradictions that are jumping off points in order to sort of say this stuff, but they're all contradictions. But that's kind of the point, because nothing's real except this ultimate level. So do you see what I mean? It seems to be almost like an entirely anti-logical system.
I don't know. To me, it seemed clear that just at our level, or at the level that we perceive things, we can talk about it, but we're like characters in a story, in a movie or a book.
And that would be fine if you didn't hold to non-dualism. All of my objections and the things I said would disintegrate if you were accepting plurality or dualism.
So just say Harry Potter says to another character in the book that we're actually in a novel, we're not real. Would there anything, like at the ultimate level, yeah, we're in a book, we're not real. Would there be anything wrong with him saying that?
So in the novel, he says, by the way, guys, we're in a novel, we're not real. Okay.
Yeah, he says we're not ultimately real.
So in a dualistic or pluralistic world, absolutely fine, because you're talking about a different world, a different realm, right? Exactly analogous to when I spoke about Platonism. But in a non-dual world, no, that's nuts.
Yeah, well, the way he perceives Harry Potter and his friends perceive it, it's a dualistic world, but he understands that at the ultimate level, it's not. And as I said, it is idealism, so it does have parallels.
This is the thing. If the ultimate level and the levels below are distinct, then you can't have non-dualism. If they're not distinct, yeah, then that's fine. Did you see what I mean? You have to appeal to this concept of there being different levels in order to make progress. But as soon as you've done that, non-dualism is false. And to appeal to it and say, oh, but it's only perception, doesn't save you, because you're saying this is how it works, and so it has to in some sense be real.
Well, in some sense, sure, it's real, but ultimately it's not.
No, but this is
so this ultimately escape isn't helping. Ultimately is just the word that says we skip back to this other system now.
Might be a connection issue. Sure.
You see what I mean? If ultimately there isn't that second level, right?
Oh,
but that second level, appears to be in some way or other. Well, fine, but if it's only appearances, then it's not actual. And then you can't bootstrap the existence of things that are having these different perceptions.
Yeah, I think it's like the example of a mirage. A mirage is a perception. It's not real. Okay, so basically for you, would you say on some level the mirage exists? Or is it unreal? Which one would you say, Daniel?
I would say that the mirage as we see it is not ultimately real, but the sand and the sky behind it are there. The things like we're looking at.
The sand is not called the mirage. The mirage is not the sand.
Yeah, so the mirage as we see it is not ultimately real.
Exactly. So you see, this is what perception is. Perception can be unreal, but you can still perceive it, just like the mirage. The sand is irrelevant here, because mirage can happen elsewhere, not just on sand. It can happen on the sea. Yeah. And these things, we need to be rooted in what is real and what is not real. But you see, every time you try to prefix whatever is relative to Brahman as ultimate, using the superlative, doesn't change the fact that
Daniel,
you have to still distinguish between the real and the unreal.
We just keep going in circles. See, let me tell you what's going on here. What is basically happening is when you're representing a non-dualistic philosophy and you're raising questions and showing issues in the non-dualistic philosophy, you are trying to answer it in a very dualistic sense when you're saying that something is ultimately real and not real. And when you're pointing it out that this is still, in a sense, dualism, or then you should either affirm dualism or you should be very clear about what you mean by this. Then you end up saying that we don't understand. That is our point. Like, yeah, we don't understand because there is fundamentally inconsistency, because you don't hold to a necessary logical implication from those fundamental ideas. Like, let me ask you this. Does the ultimate, quote unquote, ultimate reality, does it have to abide by the laws of logic?
Well, ultimately, there are no rules.
Okay, perfect. Then what is stopping it from not existing?
What is stopping me from not existing? Does there something have to be stopping me to not exist?
Well, yeah, because you said it's a necessary being, right? And so if it's a necessary being, then it can't stop existing logically. But if there's no logic, no rules, like there has to be some rules in order for it to be a necessary being.
You want direct conclusions without logic.
You cannot have your cake and eat it at the same time. Either the logic does apply to the necessary being, and hence it is the case that it is existing, and it is the case that it is not existing, or either logic does not apply to it, then we don't know if it is not existing.
We can't describe it accurately in our words or with our concepts. There's no way to do that because we are talking about something that is formless. Also, I just want to point out.
So if we can't,
sorry, just quickly. Brother Dabwa was saying that I was saying that you guys don't understand. I just want to point out I'm not trying to put the blame on you guys. Maybe I'm not being clear enough. So I'm not trying to do that.
No, that's fine. I think, again, it depends on our epistemology and methods as well. There's certain baseline, that we hold to in terms of, ability to analyze and look for contradictions. For us, truth stands clear from contradictions, and truth is free from contradictions, and that's very important to us, right? So that could limit us from ever being able to accept or this concept, even if we could understand it. But we haven't even got to that stage yet, right? Because we're still at the stage where, on the one hand, we're trying to talk about this rationally with like you are using logic, say, if this and that, or this is because of this and so on, like this follows or this makes sense, you're saying, in fact, use it to make sense of things. Yet again, when we get to this so-called ultimate level, logic doesn't apply and can't apply, because if it could, we'd be stuck in dualism.
Yeah. So I'm not sure what the problem is with that.
Well, so the one of the things has to give. We either have to say the centerpiece is not amenable to logic and logical analysis, and therefore everything that is supposed to be logically connected with that centerpiece also likewise suffers.
Right? Well, I can't make a logical argument to, as I said, to show that Brahman is the case.
No, I wasn't asking for that, and it's not even about showing as the case. It's just about even being able to talk about Brahman while using logic, and not just Brahman himself, but anything that follows from or connects to it in any way.
Yeah, so a common or a popular way of pointing towards it is to say neti neti, not this, not that. So anything you can think of, anything in particular, is not Brahman. So you use things like that.
Which I really like, because once you go through everything, if you were to continue that forever, or continue that for as long as, forever, not this, not that, not the other, not, yes, you end up with precisely nothing. Exactly. And that's the point. And that's the thing that we at least agree doesn't exist.
And that is what doesn't have attributes and shape.
Yes, and again, so this goes exactly to what I said before, where it seems to be inverting, taking the thing that's not true and saying that's the base reality, and inverting reality and abstract and so on. Yeah, but everything that describes it describes nothing rather than everything. Well, but there is a very interesting mathematical duality between everything and nothing. So it's basically like a trick that always works as long as you buy into the trick. You see what I mean?
Well, just I do want to ask you about the trick, but first, I mean, I guess you could define it, you could describe it as nothing if you're thinking of like everything has to have attributes to be a thing. I don't think thing is even the right word, but nothing or something, these words, I don't know if they even really apply to Brahman.
Okay.
No, but nothing cannot apply to reality.
Well, yeah.
Something will apply. Something will apply. If it exists, something will apply. You see, in Islam also, we say Allah, we don't know what He looks like. We don't know things that He hasn't revealed to us. So there's a very clear understanding of what Allah is. Allah says in the Quran, "Laysa kamithlihi shay," which means there is nothing like Him. So anything that you can perceive, anything that you have seen, anything that you've experienced, Allah is unlike any of that. However, Allah does tell us, He does reveal to us about His attributes. Yes. For example, Allah didn't just leave us in this world unattended, without guidance. So He's able to communicate to us through His prophets and through His message, through His revelations, like the Quran, the Injil, the Torah, so on. And that is exactly what makes sense in a real world. That everything that you have learned so far in your life, Daniel, you wouldn't call that nothing, would you? That is something. That is vidya. That is knowledge. Earlier, when I asked you, does knowledge let? You said ultimately no. So if the Brahman is unable to communicate with you, then what is the point of the Brahman? What can he even move a leaf if he wants to? But
Brahman
for you, the leaf doesn't exist, right?
Brahman
So
is not a being. Brahman is not a particular object. It's just Brahman.
Yeah. So why do we need Brahman then? Why do we need such an existence which doesn't exist in reality? Because everything that you talked about Brahman, niti, it comes, like Brother Islam Hakim said, you will boil down to one aspect, and that is nothing. Why do we need Brahman at all?
I don't think the words nothing or something apply. It's just a way of thinking about the substrate.
It does apply because...
okay, even if we don't use the word, I mean, we could say empty set, we could say, whatever, but this is the thing, is it doesn't have anything that sort of stops it from collapsing into nothing. There's no attribute. So when you say not this, not that, it's not like cutting away all the things that it could be misperceived as to leave something underneath. There's an indefiniteness to it where it gets to nothing. This is the trick I was talking about, where if you say not nothing, again, logically, not nothing equals everything. And lo and behold, Brahman is everything. Yet from the other direction, Brahman is nothing. And for me, the clearest explanation for all of this is that there is a contradiction. And then that's why it's nothing and everything. And that's just it. It's just a contradiction, which for us is a sign of falsehood.
Because truth is free from contradiction.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So, Daniel, if I were to ask you, what is the purpose of your existence? What would you say? Ultimately, what's your purpose?
Sorry, just before that one, I would like to see what Daniel thinks of that apparent contradiction. And then purpose is a great next question. I just wanted to hear what he thought of that.
Fair enough.
Yeah, well, I'm not, as I said, I'm not so sure if these things apply, but contradictions are one way that is used in Advaita to point to Brahman, which is ultimately undescribable.
Okay, I would concur. Contradictions would point to Brahman, but for me, that would mean that he's false.
Yeah, because truth is free from contradiction. Another axiom which is very important.
Yeah, but these axioms you hold to, like the three basic principles of logic, like you don't know that these things are ultimately true. These are working assumptions that we use.
No, that's not the case. It's not the case.
That's what they call axioms.
Well, no, it's different from that. So there are many different kinds of logics. So, for example, one of them, the law of the excluded middle, I often reject, and I think there's good reasons to. And in constructive logic, you do reject it. They're not universally applicable. One of the reasons we can have confidence in them in a certain scope is the Quran literally gives them to us, or at least affirms them. Such as the truth free from contradiction and so on. But again, they're in specific scopes, which is about things that can be absolutely true, which is things that we can be told by direct revelation from God. There are other sort of things or layers of reality, to use something more akin to your thought, where we use different logics because some things we are unknown to us. There's known true, false, and unknown, because some things are known only to Allah. So at our level, there's this huge bunch of unknown stuff, which means you need at least a 3-valued logic, which would be something like a clean logic. So there's different logics for different purposes, and they apply because of the context that they work in. The context implies what logic works. So it's not the case that it's like a working assumption, or that it's something this is a useful model, we don't know the edges of it or anything like that. It's just
you're going to run into trouble with your epistemology, because you're not going to be able to justify everything. So you say that this comes from that you know these things because they're in the Quran, and then you're going to have to justify how you know that the Quran is true, and then justify that. And you're not.
Oh no, but I mean, there's you got to be careful the difference between justification and proof. So I mean, there's justifications for taking the axiom of the Shahada. There's a wide gamut of them, and this is just like in physics. You justify taking the laws of thermodynamics, but then you take those laws and then you run with them and you get the resulting theory. And similarly, you know, Islam, you can. Various different people have totally different justifications. There are many of them for taking Shahada, but once you take the Shahada, that axiom then says that the one God exists and affirms that Muhammad is a messenger, and the message, one of the identifiers of Muhammad is again the Quran. So the Quran then comes in logically as a consequence of that axiom. And then the Quran contains the essentially epistemology and ontology and all that kind of stuff. So it's not circular. It starts from a clear rooted axiom and everything follows from that.
Yeah, well, I didn't say it was necessarily circular. I mean, it can be dogmatic.
Well, that's why I say there's no problem grounding, right? We're not running into the how do you justify that regress.
Okay, sure. Like if you said the Shahada, therefore obviously you believe in Muhammad, you believe in the previous prophets, etc. Given that, then you can just say, you know, I had these axioms, sure. But okay, I don't know that.
Oh, yeah, this one axiom. So you take the axiom of Shahada, then the rest follows from that, including then these laws and so on and so forth, and then it works and it's consistent. But that's the the end of the regress, that justification problem you're talking about.
Sure, and I do the same thing you could say with Brahman. Like this is my grounding assumption, like you're doing with Muhammad and his companions when you take the Shahada.
But here's the difference though, because again, as we established, this grounding assumption has serious problems which are rooted in contradictions, and I think you said before about contradictions leading to Brahman, and this is exactly it. If you accept a contradiction, then and if you accept a contradiction and you are using the logic of, you know, if this then that, this kind of stuff, the basic laws of logic, if you are applying them, which you have been, and you're using them, then, you know, from falsehood everything follows. And so in that sense, I would sort of agree that you can take it as a grounding. I would just say it's literally the definition of false grounding. And if we were talking about this in set theory, then you would just say null implies P, and P can be any proposition. Yeah, great. You can take the empty set or non-existence or contradiction, the set of things that contradict, whichever way you describe it, and you can derive anything you like. Absolutely. This is very known logical facts since the ancient Greeks. Makes perfect sense. So you can use it as your grounding in that sense, but you're literally grounding in falsehood from the logical or scientific perspective.
Yeah, you're saying it's an explosion. But
I mean, all of that fits, right? You see at least why I think that all fits very neatly and explains a lot of this conversation and the sort of the phenomenon of this non-duality.
I'm not saying that you can show, as I keep saying, I'm not saying you can show this logically. I wasn't saying that at all. You know, I'm just checking. Did you understand what I was trying to get at? I think so, okay. But I'm not entirely sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I get it. So the question on purpose: what is the purpose of the ultimate existence?
There is no, at the ultimate level, there's no purpose.
Do you have a purpose?
To reach enlightenment and help others reach enlightenment if they want.
And what is enlightenment to you?
Sure, what was that?
What is enlightenment to you?
Fully realizing that I am Brahman.
Okay. So does enlightenment apply to Brahman?
Not at the ultimate level.
How many levels really are there that really exist?
At the ultimate level, there are no levels.
I didn't say the ultimate level. In all possible existences, how many levels are there?
Well, we can perceive as many levels as we like.
Not perceive.
So there's one level that actually exists, and the other ones.
I'm talking about the real level, right, which exists, not perceived levels.
Yeah, at the ultimate level, there is nothing. There are no levels.
Is there anything besides the ultimate level that really exists?
I don't know what you mean by really exists.
It's
At the
very
ultimate
clear.
level, there's nothing.
You're saying ultimate level. Besides that ultimate level, does any other level exist?
Not ultimately.
Really exist.
Ultimately, there are no levels.
Hold on. So why are you talking about levels all this time? Throughout this discussion, you mentioned two levels. One is the ultimate level. The other is the level that is covered in Maya.
That's
so
a way
you're
to
saying now
conceptualize
no
it.
levels are there.
That's a way to conceptualize it, because
that's exactly what I'm saying. See, why you know why you keep doing this? Because the only way you can speak logically and rationally for anyone to understand is through duality.
Yes.
Your non-duality collapses, even the language collapses, and every time we have noticed this. That's the reason you have to prefix it with ultimate every time. But when I ask you if there's anything besides that, you keep saying no, it doesn't exist. Only the ultimate level exists. Why do you keep talking about things that don't exist? Makes no sense.
Because this is the way to best convey it from me to you, when we're acting in as if these shapes and forms are real. This is the way to conceive it at this.
No, this is the way
level.
to make.
But that's
sense
conveying a truth through a falsehood. Because if it were true that these things are not real, that duality is not real, then you are relying on things that are in fact false in order to try and communicate truth. And again, we're back to this explosion problem.
Your premise is on a false, non-existent level, and that is the reason you have to build this non-existent false level in order to make sense and to talk rationally. Otherwise, it'll be just we're talking about nothing, basically. Nothing that doesn't exist. Absolute nothingness, which doesn't. The ultimate non-existent.
Can I make this maybe really simple? Have you heard of the liar's paradox?
Yes.
Okay, so do you not see how any attempt that you make, any at all, using these language artifacts where A is distinct from B, makes you subject to the same liar's paradox problem?
Yeah, as I said, there is no way I can accurately talk about Brahman. I can try to convey the way I feel about it, but you would have to reach this conclusion on your own. Or this
okay. So, and this goes back to the thing about the logic or the rationality element being out of scope, because it's ultimately this feeling based thing, right? And you appreciate what I'm saying about the liar's paradox, because you're essentially forced to use things that you believe are not actually true, and speak in those terms in order to try and convey what you're trying to convey is true. And again, that's just like this statement: I'm a liar, such and such. And you can't figure out, what he's going, because again, ultimately a contradiction has been introduced. So it all comes back to this same thing, right? And so even if I were to go right to the nub of it, right to the heart of it, where we spoke about Brahma being the perceiver and also the one who perceives, even at that case, then, well, you'd have to say, well, perceiver and perceives isn't real. But then perceiver is equal to perceives. The thing that perceives is equal to the perceiver, but a perceiver and a perceived has to in some way be distinct, because they're functionally different roles. They have to at least have that distinction, but they can't have that distinction. There's no distinctions, no attributes. So again, it's a cycle of contradictions, even all the way up to that root, and whatever level you choose down from that. So it's one of those things where we have to just essentially, it seems, say, look, rational, logical stuff needs to be set aside for not just the concept of Brahma itself, but for everything else that is connected to it in any logical way.
Well, as I said, I can't show it logically. These are
no,
just
but I'm not talking about showing. We've done this a few times where I try and make very, very clear I'm absolutely not asking for it to be shown logically, and I think that would be crazy, and that makes no sense to ask or mention or speak about, and it's completely not what I'm saying. So it should never circle back to saying, oh well, I can't show it logically, because that's not the point. The point is any use of logic whatsoever to describe anything that is Maya, that is perception, that is me, that is you, or anything that is supposed to be grounded in or come from or go back to this Brahman concept cannot use logic, any of it, and it cannot in any way be connected. So it can't even serve as a grounding with logic. You have to entirely remove logical thought and only have feeling, and that's the only way this works. In which case, the whole exercise of communicating and trying to make it sound rational, reasonable is only going to result in a cycle of different contradictions, right?
So all I'm trying to show is that there is a coherence to it, not ultimately, but at the level that we interact with, the level that we conceptualize things, there is a coherence to all this.
What does coherent mean for you?
Like all the parts work together. That
so for me, we've shown quite clearly that the parts don't work together, at least in the sense of contradictions. And again, we've both noted on both sides that contradictions are inherent, right? So for me, that's a sign of incoherence, or that's usually the benchmark of incoherence. Like usually when we say coherently fit together, we mean without contradiction. So I struggle to understand what you mean by coherent in that sense.
It isn't clear to me that there is a contradiction, really.
But we've just established many of these contradictions and why, but also you yourself said that contradictions point to Brahman.
I'm just saying the contradictions are an aid to help you kind of clear your mind of everything. It doesn't mean these contradictions are actually saying something explicit.
But the only way you avoid or escape contradictions is to go back and say, at the ultimate level, there is just this one thing. And again, this is completely what we'd expect if, remember what we said about contradictions and falsehood and the empty set, right? That if when in normal logic, if we were sitting down at a whiteboard doing this in straightforward logic, what we'd be identifying is the empty set, the nothing, the set of things that don't exist, but then just claiming at the last move, just doing a flick of the wrist and saying, not nothing, it's everything. And that again appears to be the root contradiction, which is why there's all these other contradictions. So there's two hypotheses essentially as to why this system exists, either because it is an exquisite system of contradictions that are all ultimately rooted in a base contradiction, or it's because it's ultimately not a logical concept that can be used logically, or that can be a logical or rational grounding. And that's why when you try to apply logic, you just end up with a load of contradictions.
Well, you're saying the set is nothing. I don't know exactly why you feel that way. I mean, it doesn't have any attributes at the ultimate level, but I don't see why that makes the set nothing.
Well, for a number of reasons. I mean, one of them is you went through the not this, not that. And as I said, if you do that indefinitely with no stop, there's no attributes to stop you, then you end up with the empty set. You end up with nothing, literally. And then I pointed out, and I just finished that. So you end up, that's one of the nothings, and nothing is everything. And so that's why I arrived at that one.
Yeah.
But the other thing is to say again, when you say pure consciousness or pure substance, these are attributes, but it doesn't have any attributes. So again, we end up with, at least in terms of logically expressible or usable concepts, the empty set. There are none. And this again comes back to when we're talking about logical concepts that can be used or apply at that ultimate level that really exists. Again, the set is empty. So in that very clear sense.
Well, because you're using the law of excluded middle.
No, that's without the law of excluded middle.
Daniel, I think there is a miscommunication here. I think you're not understanding what we mean by attribution. So affirming anything meaningful would be us attributing something to it. For example, existence. If you're saying that the Brahman exists, we are attributing, in a sense, something meaningful to existence. For example, you're saying that Maya, or the sensory perception or whatever, exists, right? This is something meaningful that you are attributing to the Maya level. When you're saying that you're not attributing anything to the Brahman, the thing that you're attributing to Maya, which is this existence, whatever level of quote unquote existence this is, you have to negate that to the ultimate reality. And that just ends up being nothing. It means it has no existence, no nothing. That is by definition nothing, or the empty set.
I don't see. Yeah, you could say it's both nothing and something and everything, I guess. But
Yeah, that is the point. That's a contradiction, and we are saying that if it is a contradiction, then there is no way that we will believe in that. And I'm saying there is no way that anyone should believe in that, because truth is not a contradiction.
yeah, but I don't think of it that way. I don't think of it as either something or nothing. But I mean, look, it seems like we're going around in circles. Maybe I'm not up to the task, I'm afraid.
Yeah,
And it
that's
looks
the
like
nature of contradiction. You just keep going on in
I don't
circles.
feel that I am contradicting myself, but look, it looks like Gordon's been wanting to speak for a while, so maybe we should give him a shot.
Yeah,
I
but
think it's left.
yeah, I think it's good.
One more question. Do you believe existence is the state of a thing or a being? Is that an attribute that's predicated to the being?
I wouldn't call existence an attribute. Well, if you're talking about existence in that, like, there's an individual there. I know, to me it seems funny to say that existence is an attribute.
Why?
Why?
Because only once something exists, then can you start talking about attributes.
But when you said something exists, you use the term something.
Yeah.
So you're talking about existence, which is a state of that something.
Yeah. And you can have
Whether
things
it
that don't
exists or not.
exist that have attributes as well. You know, I can make up something that doesn't exist and give it attributes.
So what was that? There can be attributes for what?
For non-real things.
Yeah, so it comes down to what we mean by existing. I think the best way to understand this sort of existence, when I'm talking about Brahman, is just that it's the underlying substratum of everything.
No, we are talking about, by existence, we mean real, something that's real, not
You keep
imaginary,
saying real, but
imaginary.
Even where you say
unreal.
is the underlying substratum, it's just smuggling in existence, right?
well, it depends what you mean by that. But everything that exists has this the substratum.
Or somehow derives from
But
this substratum.
I can say the same thing. Everything that exists has an attribute.
Yeah, they have attributes once they exist, but there's no. That doesn't mean that existence itself is an attribute.
No, I'm saying existence is the state of the being or the object.
Yeah, so when we're saying existence in regard to Brahman, we're not talking about a state or an attribute or anything
Why
like that.
not?
We're talking.
If it exists, then that is a state.
Even simpler, having been identified as a necessary existence, again, you've already necessarily given it an attribute right there, necessary as one.
Yeah, that's a way to understand it, but it doesn't actually have any attributes ultimately. Existence here is not a predicate; it is existence itself. So it's more like a noun rather than a qualifier of any sort.
Yeah, but if you look around, even in your real absolute world or reality, when you use the term exists, does the question what exists not come to your mind?
Like which things exist or what?
Yeah, because whenever you're talking about existence, you're always talking about the object or the entity existing. But in your case, you got like Brother I.Hakim uses, you got basically nothing or a null point. That's exactly what you're talking about, that exists. But it's contradictory because nothingness doesn't exist. The null set, which I think we've talked about several times now, is what you're saying exists, but that's contradictory because null set implies nothingness, and nothingness is a concept which is basically just used, like I said, in maths and in language. But in reality, in absolute real term, absolute nothingness doesn't exist.
Yeah, in the world of shapes and forms, yeah, we can talk about
Okay.
some things existing and other things not existing.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. When you're
Again,
using
we've had
shapes
to
and
appeal to a
forms
separate
and
world. So,
attributes, the only thing that doesn't have a shape, a form, or an attribute is this null set. Nothing.
Just
Well,
out of interest,
it
Anima,
is
what do you
existence
mean
itself.
nothingness, absolute nothingness can exist in a different set of worlds? Do
No,
you
he's
mind
not saying that. He's not
No,
saying
there
that.
aren't actually different worlds. It's just when I say world of shapes and forms, it means through this lens of Maya. That's all it means. It doesn't mean there is actually a separate world. And when we're talking about existence itself, we can't say, which is what Brahman is basically, or how we think of it. We can't say existence exists. That would be redundant.
Yeah, but that's basically what you're saying. Existence is the ultimate existence.
No,
So
there is
when
nothing
we
but
talk about
existence.
existence, we always talk about an object or a being or an entity, but you're saying just existence that has no attributes, that has no form. But what you're really talking about in a roundabout way is about nothing.
I'm not talking about. No,
That's exactly what we have
everything.
come down to, because that's the reason you end up with a lot of contradictions every time you try to explain. And by the way, you're not unique to this. Everyone who tries to explain Advaita Vedanta, they come to this contradictory language, terminology, and then they'll say that, "Oh, I'm not able to explain it to
it's
you."
not an artifact of an individual person, though. It's
Yeah.
it's structurally embedded in the fabric of this concept. Because again, whenever we talk about, whenever we use words, even, right, in order to use words, they work in and are defined in this realm of apparent duality or multiplicity, plurality. And therefore you're stuck in this liar's paradox situation I raised before, where you're starting from something you don't believe is actually true, right, or actually logically the case. And so again, it's just stuck in liar's paradox. So the way to resolve, so there's only fundamentally two possible ways to resolve it. One is to say there's no logic involved, not just in describing Brahman at the ultimate level, but in anything that's connected to Brahman. Just don't use logic. Or to say we have to give up non-duality. That they're the only two possible, even in principle, ways to deal with the situation.
I'm not using logic to infer this.
No, I'm not saying you are, and yeah, that wouldn't make sense.
What are you using to infer, if it's not logic? Is it a text, a scripture?
No, it's not to infer. He's talking about to describe or to explain, which are different to infer.
Yeah.
Or to make apparently coherent.
I know you may have described and talked about all of these things. Sorry for being late in this discussion, but I just want to understand something, if I may. So, is Brahman not nothing and not something, or is it in between these two? What do you describe Brahman as? Because you are able to describe it. So when you describe something,
I'm not really able to describe it.
Sorry?
I'm not really able to describe it. I'm just trying to point at this thing that is ineffable.
When you say this thing, I want you to clarify one thing. Is Brahman a thing? Is it no thing? Or is it in between?
It's existence itself.
No, that's not what I asked you. Because we understand by thing and no thing. Yeah.
It's not a particular thing.
If it's not a particular thing, but it's a thing, isn't it?
I don't know. It depends what you mean by thing. I would just
I would like you to tell me what is no thing. You may have discussed this already, but I want to just come to this understanding from yourself, if I may. What is no thing?
It's nothing in particular. It's just
what is no thing? What is no thing? I'm not asking for a general specifics or particular. When we say absolute nothingness, what is it?
I didn't say absolute nothingness.
So if it's not absolute nothingness, then it is something?
Nothing in particular.
You're using the same words to describe it again. I mean, that's not how you adding any value in words or in meaning. So when we say something, we know it's not nothing. Because something has some things within it that can be described, whether with some kind of attributes, some description of size, shape, form, quantity, quality, many things which we describe as attributes. You're saying Brahman has no attributes. Am I right?
Yes, that's what I'm
So what is it? So what is it? Because it cannot be it. It cannot be is, because if you're not able to say what it is, then it's nothing they can talk about it. If you can't talk about something at all, then it's just simply nothing. The moment you start talking about it, then it's something.
Yeah. So I'm not accurately. It's often described as consciousness. Was it consciousness, bliss? So I'm forgetting the third thing.
Isn't consciousness an attribute?
Existence, consciousness. Yeah, please, I'm getting to that. It's often described as existence, consciousness, bliss. However,
how can you describe something if it's
okay?
Not?
I'm trying to. I'm getting to that. This is not like an accurate way to describe it, because there
how can you describe it? My problem is you can't describe it if it doesn't have any attributes. One second, I want to clarify something. You can't start describing something or saying some people or some scholars or some rishis, they have described. The moment you describe something, it already is a description of some kind of attributes of a thing. So
yes,
you can't start with a describing something with a description. You should simply just pause and not say anything, because it's not describable. If it's describable, then it means it has something to describe.
Okay, so it is not. It is indescribable. These are just words we use to point to it, but you have to feel it. It's not something that can be accurately described.
Right, and this goes back exactly to that. And I wasn't sure if you understood why it's the case, but a choice has to be made. Either it is coherent, in which case you have to give up non-duality, or it is not coherent and you can have your non-duality, but it can't be coherent in any way where language is part of that. So I'm not saying anything about emotionally coherent. I'm sure someone can have the experience or associate their experience with existence, but when you're talking about it being a coherent system of thought, right, that is fundamentally incommensurable with non-duality, and we've just established exactly why, right?
Yeah, so in this dualistic world that we're operating in, to me, it seems like coherent, as in I don't really see any contradictions, but ultimately there is nothing you can really say about Brahman.
Sorry, are you saying in all of the contradictions we've gone through, quite clear ones, you don't see any of them? You don't really? None of them?
No, because
I'm surprised you call it coherent.
And bear in mind, no, there's a very important distinction here between seeing the contradictions and then saying, but never mind, because ultimate level, it doesn't apply anyway, versus just not being able to see that there are contradictions in this duality world.
Okay, so someone was saying that something versus nothing, that's a contradiction. I'm not saying these are accurate ways to describe Brahman. These are just kind of ways to point to it. So since this isn't actually a way to really describe Brahman, I don't see this as a contradiction. Like, I'm not actually saying
exactly, but this is the thing. This is why I'm saying, coherence. So you're talking about this system or set of concepts, and saying it's some coherent framework. But if it was coherent framework, it wouldn't be full of contradictions. And when you say you don't see contradictions, you don't really mean you don't see the contradictions. You say, yes, there are bounds. You've recognized a bunch of them. And then you say, but that would be expected because they're not really good enough to describe this thing. And that's exactly the point. You're either in a world of duality, in which case you can use these different words with attributes and things like that, or you're in a world of non-duality and you can't have your cake and eat it, right? That's the ultimate problem. That's why I keep saying you have to give up one or the other. If it's non-duality, you can only experience it. You can't talk about it in a coherent way. So you have to throw away coherence. Or if there is duality, then you can have coherence. But I
think we're talking again and again.
I just want to respond.
Gentleman here, Danimal, is sort of somehow, not accepting that there's a contradiction. Does Brahman know itself?
Okay, just hold on one second. So
No. It's important for me to understand your
yeah,
perspective
but
here.
I was just
Does
addressed.
Brahman know itself?
I was just addressed. Can I respond to what Islam said to me?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm not saying that these contradictions are true or any part of them is really true. As I said, it's just a way to hint at it. There's no real way to describe non-duality. We're describing it, we're trying to point to it in a dualistic world. So it's just the best we can do to hint to this, you could say, intuition or whatever.
That's fine. I completely understand that. And the consequence of that is that coherence is lost. And that's fine.
Hold on. When you say intuition, does that mean all these books, the Upanishads, all of this don't describe the Brahman?
Not accurately, no.
Because Advaita Vedanta is based on Upanishads. The very source doesn't even describe Brahman. And that's why I'm saying, does it even exist?
It doesn't describe it explicitly. But that
So where did you
mean
get it from then? If not the Vedas, not the Upanishads, not the Bhagavad Gita, where did you get this concept from?
This is based on the exegesis that is done by people like Shankara.
No, but when you say exegesis, that has to be rooted in something. You can't have a commentary about something that is not even talked about.
No, it's not explicit. Like there are things that are not explicit in the Quran, but you derive things through exegesis.
Yeah, but no, hold on. We have the Hadith as well, not just the Quran.
Yes.
So our commentaries are based on both the Quran and the Hadith. The commentaries would not talk about Allah, which He hasn't revealed to us. It wouldn't talk about the life of the Prophet ﷺ, which is not revealed to us from him. So it doesn't really, it's not analogous to what you're saying in the Islamic literature. What I'm saying is that if the core source of your knowledge about the Brahman is not the Vedas, not the Upanishads, not the Bhagavad Gita, in fact, none of the Hindu scriptures, it is only concept that they basically just kind of speculated about.
Well, it doesn't just come from their exegesis. You actually do have to feel it as well.
But you see, when you say exegesis of what?
Of the Bhagavad Gita and the
Which
Upanishads.
part in Bhagavad Gita is an exegesis of the Brahman?
What is the Brahman exegesis of? Yeah.
The last third of the Bhagavad Gita is basically that.
You mean Krishna?
Well, Krishna is speaking in the entire Bhagavad Gita.
Yeah, I know. So when you say exegesis of what, when I asked you that, what are you referring to, Krishna or someone else?
Well, it's what Krishna is saying in the
Because
book.
Krishna is not the Brahman, is he?
He is, according to Advaita Vedanta.
He's a personal God. He has attributes.
But he's in Maya too.
Yeah, he's in Maya. He is.
Oh, wait a minute. So gods are subject to Maya as well.
He's a manifestation of Ishvara, of Brahman with attributes.
Is he subject to Maya?
Everything is part of Maya.
You're saying this supreme God, Krishna, to many Hindus, he is himself subject to Maya.
Well, he can see through Maya, like he can see through, but
well, if he can see through Maya, then he's not subject to Maya, is he?
Well,
you can't have your cake and eat it. I'm sorry. You need to pick a side. Is he subject to Maya? And if he's subject to Maya, which means he's not enlightened, he hasn't reached moksha. Why call him a god then?
I'm not trying to have my cake and eat it too. I'm just
you seem to be. It seems like
no.
On one hand, you're saying
understand
you
what
can
you're
see
saying.
through Maya. On the other hand, you want him to experience Maya as well. So you really are contradicting the
what I
position
meant. What I meant is him as an individual, as a particular being. That's only true because of Maya. But he can see part through Maya. He realizes that Maya is just this veil.
Okay, does Krishna exist?
Just like everything else. Look,
I really want to know, because you see, we are now going down to the root point here, because if your ultimate goal is moksha and liberation, the question now stands: did these gods achieve that moksha and liberation objective, the ultimate objective, or not?
Well, first of all, I mean, I don't believe these gods are true in any way. Like, I don't believe they're historical.
So they don't exist for you.
But even those people,
And I want a clear answer from you, not ambiguous.
Yeah.
Do these gods like Ram and Krishna, the avatars or whatever you want to call them, do they exist in reality?
By reality, you mean this transactional world, or you mean the ultimate level?
You said there's only one level.
Well, I keep saying this over and over.
I know, that's why you keep contradicting yourself. If there's only one level, then why even ask the question?
In the ultimate level, an ultimate level.
Yeah, at the ultimate level, there are no, these specifics are meaningless.
No, but that's why I'm saying, look, what is the point of this objective to achieve moksha? What is the point? If at the ultimate level, everyone is the same, or everything is just one.
Yeah, at the ultimate
level, there shouldn't be any effort to reach moksha, because ultimately Brahman doesn't require moksha, does he?
At the ultimate level, there is no liberation or moksha or nirvana.
Exactly my point.
These things are meaningless. Yeah, but for me, living in a dualistic frame of mind, I would like to escape that, because you see the calmness, the tranquility, etc.
I like it when you said in this dualistic frame of mind. You know why you use that? Because that is the only coherent way you can explain anything. So you have to rely on duality. All this Advaita Vedanta is nonsense, because the only way
it's
to make real
specifically
sense
the
is
stuck in the liars paradox. Yeah,
absolutely.
And this is the thing. The ultimate objective actually implies no longer existing, right? Because when you're one with Brahman, then you're completely indistinct. You no longer exist. So it's even the idea that you obtain peace or you escape is actually false. You just simply cease to exist.
Yeah, when an enlightened person is asked if they've reached enlightenment, they will say no, because there was never a person to reach enlightenment in the first place.
Yes, so they never reach enlightenment. So again, it's one of these things. The only way to reach consistency is to find that at the bottom of it there's a big nothing burger, like literally nothing, as in you end up eliminating the things with meaning, or to say we've got to accept contradictions and call those truths, or again just literally eliminate the concept of non-duality, and then all of these problems sort of basically start going away.
Okay,
Daniel,
may I now have the answer to the question I asked, if I may? I've been patiently waiting. So does Brahman know itself?
Well, at the ultimate level, there is no knowing, but through Maya, you can say that Brahman does know, sure.
Through Maya. So you're talking about your perception, but Mansur asked you from the point of view of Brahman.
Exactly.
Yeah, so from Niguna Brahman's perspective, there is no knowing, only through Saguna Brahman's perspective.
So he's not self-aware.
There is no awareness at the ultimate level.
How do you define consciousness?
Awareness.
Because you said he's only consciousness. How would you define consciousness then?
So consciousness, awareness, subjective experience, qualia. Yeah, and as I said, this is not an accurate way to describe Brahman.
No, wait.
Brahman aware and it's Brahman conscious.
Consciousness is awareness, then Brahman should be self-aware, right?
No, because he's not conscious. Like, this is just a way to point to it. This is not what Brahman is at the ultimate level. There is nothing you can say about Brahman.
Okay, so then we come down to he's nothing.
So let's let me, because you've all talked about it. Because I came late, that's what I'm saying. I want to know from your perspective. It's quite interesting. So in the ultimate level, Brahman is not aware of itself.
Yeah, because that would be meaningless to say.
Why would it be meaningless?
Because Brahman has no attributes, so Brahman can't know stuff.
So at the ultimate level, nothing can happen. No action can proceed, right?
Right.
So from ultimate level, can any level happen afterwards? Can any level emerge from ultimate level?
Nothing really emerges.
So ultimately, nothing will emerge. So ultimate level means what? It's just absolute nothingness. It's just nothing, right?
Well, nothing in particular.
What do you mean in particular?
Like, there are no objects or events or anything like that.
Is there anything other than those?
Well, it's just isness. That's a way
what
to
is
think
that
of it.
Is? And what's its property?
There are no properties. There are no attributes.
No, you just said there is something. So if there is something, there must be a property.
You can only talk about properties through Maya, and then you're not talking about the ultimate level.
You're going back in circles again. So if there is something other than this particular thing, I mean, what is you negated something, but you've affirmed something. So what you've affirmed must be something, right?
It's existence itself. So it's not anything in particular.
So that existence itself, from this existence itself, which has no properties, nothing can proceed. No action can proceed. Is that right?
At the ultimate level, yes, nothing proceeds.
Yeah. So that means if this is the reality, then there cannot be any other level of, including the level of Maya, because Maya itself comes from this ultimate level, but it cannot come from the ultimate level, because ultimate level, it cannot do anything. No action can proceed.
Ultimately, there's no Maya.
So there is no Maya then?
Not ultimately.
No. When you say ultimate, look, if Maya comes from something, as you described now, but it cannot come from the ultimate level. So you're contradicting again and again and again. I mean, you don't realize it. I mean, why are you not really critically thinking? That's one of the things I notice in Eastern philosophy. They do not use critical thinking. I'm not saying just use logic. I'm not asking you to be rational. I'm simply saying use critical thinking. And there's ways of using critical thinking, even without using paralogical system that you use. Because you use a system called paralogic in a way.
Paraconsistent logic.
So in a way, you don't have a problem with incoherence, contradictions, because all of that is possible in this world. But in your everyday reality, you use logic, you use rationality, and that's the way the problem is. This is something that you feel the contradiction within yourself, but you live it. This is the cognitive dissonance that all Eastern people, when I say Eastern philosophical ideas that people adhere to, suffer from. In reality, they have all of these things. They have desires, they have suffering, they want to alleviate themselves, they have moksha and so on. But what they believe is ultimately there is nothing. It's just is. And then you have this is, but there are things which you believe, you feel, you understand. So how do you actually live your life like this? I mean, you really have to suffer this cognitive dissonance in such a way that you just simply say, you know what, I accept it as a blind.
Or when you live your life, you just completely ignore this so-called ultimate reality and only appeal to it in this particular philosophy. Yeah.
Yes, when I'm living my day-to-day life, I do not appeal to this philosophy. It's like my example before. Harry Potter can tell the characters in the book that we're just living we're not real. This is just a story. It's being superimposed on us by the reader, by their imagination, by their comprehension. And Harry Potter could still do the things he needs to do. He could defeat Voldemort. That could all still happen while he acknowledges that ultimately I am just a character in the book and I'm not actually coming from the physical book reading.
Then I want to get to the one point that you used. You used the word isness, right? You said that there's only one isness, right?
Yes.
Okay. So let's forget the words ultimate reality and perceptional reality. Let's keep those words aside. Let's just use the word isness, right? Right? How many isness are there?
I don't know how to say that without appealing to ultimate and perceived, or I don't know how to describe it.
No, because for you, the way that you use isness is for ultimate reality. I don't want to use the word ultimate or perception. I just want to use the word isness. How many isness are there?
If you're using isness for the ultimate reality, then there's just one.
Okay. So let's just use the word isness, right? So isness is that which is, right? That is for you. You're saying that's the ultimate reality. So the Maya, are those is not?
You can answer that. There is a doctor in the house called Gordon. He's saying Mansur looks constipated. I mean, this is the reality of how we have individuals starting when we start to dismantle, unpack the system of incoherence in this philosophical system, they feel very much threatened. And now the only way to bring this into the issue is like, oh, you look constipated. So my analysis of your belief system, Gordon, let's bring Gordon in, and then we'll get Daniel out in a moment. Gordon, why did you think in what I said that makes you think I look constipated?
It was just a joke. Don't take it otherwise.
No,
I also said a lot of things.
Serious
You just
discussion.
picked
We don't
that.
find it
This
funny,
discussion
Gordon.
is not a joke. You're not here to
Yeah, I'm
joke
sorry.
about religion.
Yeah,
So
I
your
really
statement is not actually
apologize.
of a joke.
But I really will say that Daniel is really holding his own, and he's
No,
really
that's what I
making
asked
good
you.
points.
You said
Just because
I
I'm
look
getting some time,
constipated,
that's
right?
why I wanted
Constipated.
to. Yeah, I'm sorry.
So
Yeah,
is this hang on, you're
don't be
talking over
offended
me.
by it.
I'll let you speak.
Don't be offended. I'm really sorry.
Do you think when we unpack this incoherence in your philosophies, that makes you so threatened that instead of rationally justifying your system of belief, which is incoherent, the only way you can do that is by saying, do this ad hominems, and then when confronted for an answer, you say it's a joke. You're having a serious discussion, and now you're saying it's matter of a joke. So
I
let's
don't
come back
have
to you
so
then.
much
Let's come
knowledge
back to
as
you,
you
Gordon.
guys
What's your
actually.
understanding?
Really,
Gordon.
I'm just supporting Daniel, and I just said it as a joke. I'm really sorry if you're
Gordon,
offended
unlike
by
you,
it.
Daniel was
Don't take it
extremely
otherwise.
respectful. Okay, so
Yeah.
you
I'm sorry.
mocking somebody else is not supporting Daniel. So don't make excuses.
Yeah.
I hope your
Should we let
apology was
Daniel?
sincere.
Is it Daniel or Daniel? Sorry.
His name is Daniel. Yeah.
Daniel. Okay, Daniel.
Well, my actual name is Daniel.
Daniel.
Yeah, my bad. Yeah, I
that's okay.
apologize for it. It was a
So Gordon, you're the
mistake
opposite
that
of
I did.
Daniel. He was extremely respectful.
Should we let Daniel go? Because he's been here for a while and he's
I just want to point something out. I mean, Gordon has been waiting for a while to speak, so maybe Gordon was just frustrated that he hadn't had a chance to speak.
Yeah, so that's why we gave him a chance. So we'll speak to Daniel. Sorry, Gordon.
Sorry, before Daniel goes, I think Brother Dawa had a question for him. So maybe just finish that and then he can go.
Then fine.
Yeah. I was saying that if you're saying that Brahman is isness, then would whatever is not Brahma be is not?
There is no real is not at the ultimate level. There's no is or is not.
I don't want to use the word real. I don't want you to use the word ultimate. Just use the word isness. Okay?
Yeah, there is only isness. You can't say that there is no.
Okay,
not.
perfect. There is only isness. Right? Fine. You want to say that? Then whatever is not Brahman is not.
I don't know. I don't see how that makes sense. How you can talk about something that is not Brahman or is not.
No, you're saying the opposite of what Brahman is. Doesn't exist.
But there's no opposite though.
Well, if it doesn't exist,
are you saying the opposite doesn't exist, or are you saying it's incoherent to even attempt to apply the logical negation operator?
Yes, the latter. It's meaningless to say it.
Well, I mean that fits with what I said, which is, at this so-called ultimate level, again, logic, even its most fundamentally, not even the system of logic, three laws, even the idea of saying not, none of it applies. And the thing I really, really want an understood take-home point is that's not isolated, and it cannot be isolated to Brahma. Everything that Brahma becomes a grounding for, or everywhere where it's used in your life or your decisions or you're thinking about stuff, there is no application of logic, rationality, any of that stuff, because it's going to lead to contradictions because it doesn't apply to this core root. And I'm not talking about logically justifying its existence, or I'm not talking about comprehensive understanding of it or anything like that. I'm just saying, if this concept is in any way involved in any kind of logical system, then it breaks it. And that's just maybe that's why people say you just have to experience it. But the thing that's sort of disingenuous, and I don't mean intendedly, but the thing that doesn't work is trying to make it seem coherent, because again, we just keep identifying a lot of contradictions and then saying, oh well, those contradictions are only because it doesn't actually apply to the ultimate reality. And that's why ultimate reality has been the consistent escape clause.
Yeah, that is why I removed the whole idea of and the terminology of ultimate reality. Because if you're just saying that ultimate reality is that which is and it is isness in itself, then let's just stick to the terminology of isness. So when we are talking about Maya, then is it correct for us to say that it is that which is not?
No, because Maya is part of this isness. And I really don't think I'm making any contradictions, because I'm not making...
This is a contradiction. See, if you're saying that Maya is a part of that which is, then that is duality.
Yeah.
But Daniel, how can you say you're not making
When-
contradictions when you've previously said that contradictions point towards them? You've also said that using dual language is necessary but is contradictory to what actually is, and so on. Like, if you can't see why these are contradictions, I really don't know how to help you. I mean, it's not, and that's not even a matter of opinion. They just are. Now, there's a difference between being able to recognize they are contradictions and then saying, but I've got an excuse for it, which is what's been happening in this conversation, versus saying, oh no, there's no contradictions. That's just not legitimate.
Yeah, because I'm not making truth claims about Brahman. If I were, then yeah, I would be making contradictions.
We have making truth claims. He has no attributes as a truth claim, as an example.
Yeah,
that's a way to think of it, to perceive it. But there's no, you can't even say that about.
Okay, but then we're back to the liar's paradox and the whole exercise of trying to make it seem like it's coherent or present it as if it is coherent or as if there is such a thing as a coherent view of it is futile. There can't be.
Within a dualistic sort of mindset, you can have a coherent sort of picture of it, but it's not actually pointing to, or so not point. It's not actually describing this truth.
Okay, so
but we haven't discovered a coherent picture yet. We haven't even got close. Nothing even close to coherence emerged yet.
Even if we assume that we get a coherent image in a dualistic framework, that will just be a false representation. Why does it even matter?
Exactly. If it's coherent, then it's false. Yeah.
Yeah, it is false. It's not at the ultimate level.
Okay, then what are you doing here? Like, what are you trying to do here then?
The best you can do is just say things that point to it. You can't actually describe it accurately.
How can it point towards it when nothing represents it?
Because you can
nothing logically implies it. If nothing logically in the dualistic framework implies to the non-dual, then how can you give a coherent pointer to it, which you're trying to do? It doesn't work.
Yeah, it's futile.
It's almost auto gaslighting by example, you know.
Again, okay, anyway, I think we have critically analyzed this.
Well, may I say one last thing?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
So I think obviously pretty clear, at least to me, a clear distinction between the Abrahamic religions and the Dharmic ones is the Dharmic ones, they want you to actually experience it and realize it for yourself. Scripture is part of it, but it doesn't really have the same place as it does with the Abrahamic religions.
I'm sorry, but
what makes you say that? I think that's I certainly don't identify with that.
You know, the Bhagavad Gita says exactly the opposite of what you just implied.
Wow, yeah.
It says,
non-dualistic
follow that. It's in Bhagavad Gita, this is 16:23. It says, unless you follow the injunctions of the scriptures, you'll have neither happiness nor moksha.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, while that's true, but even just quickly, this idea of understanding Allah, for example, we're given a framework of names and attributes, but you don't just sit there and do them academically. Like you have to actually invoke them and feel what it's like and how they're relevant to you. And similar with all the various injunctions of the actions, your intentions have to be clear. You have to experience what it's like to give charity. You can't just think about it or affirm that it's a good thing to do. And with your prayers, with the salah, you need to be present and focused and all this, and you need to experience that and so on and so forth. So experience is a very deep and important part of the whole thing.
What I meant is that in Dharmic religions, you're supposed to meditate to come to a truth. And what it says in the Bhagavad Gita makes sense because you don't go against the scriptures. The scriptures, though, are more of a guide, while in Islam, this is how I've heard a few people doing dawah describe it. It's the manual that was given to you by God. That's
it's
well, I mean, it's literally actually called the Hadi, al-Hadi, which is one of the names of Allah as the guide, and the Quran is referred to as the guide.
The very first at the beginning of
it's
in Surah Al-Baqarah, it says Alif Lam Mim Dhalika al-Kitabu La Rayba Fihi Hudan lil Muttaqin. So Allah says that this is a book which is there's no doubt that it is
no doubt,
and then it is Huda. It means it's a guidance for the God conscious, the ones who are God fearing, the ones who are righteous, for them. Because the thing is, look, one thing I found quite mind-boggling is that your gurus and your rishis seem to have written these books, but because of the incoherence, there exists a lot of contradictions. And because of the contradictions, your scholars have come to conclusions which are fundamentally contradictory. Like one set of scholars says Advaita, non-duality, another set says qualified non-duality, and the third says like duality. And that is what is the difference between the Hindu scriptures, the Arabic scriptures, and the Quran. The Quran is clear, and it is simple to understand. And that is the reason today the fastest growing religion is not the dharmic faiths, it's Islamic. Even in the West.
Let's just really carefully clarify something as well. It is not the case that all truths are, and the only things that are truths are directly derivable from Quran. Again, it's a criteria. You can't if you have an idea, if you sit and meditate and think about things, which is something we're told to do in the Quran. We're literally told to consider and ponder, all the things we see in reality and all this kind of stuff. So if you do that and you then think something, we do check and make sure it does not contradict Quran and does not contradict Hadith. But then we also have the humility to say, well, that makes it pretty plausible, but we don't actually know for sure, and so we can't arrive at ultimate truths on our own because we're limited beings. That would be inconsistent to think you can. Ultimate truth could only come from a viable source, and that can only be the one who holds and knows it, which can only be that necessary being that we refer to as Allah, right? So that whole thing of the sort of suggestion that we're somehow disenfranchised from truth and thinking for ourselves and all that kind of stuff, and everything has to derive from scripture, isn't quite true. But scripture is a critical safety net and guide. That is true. So we don't have. Does that make sense? Is that clearer?
Yeah, but I don't see how you can say it's at the same level. Like, you can't ponder whether God exists or not. You can end up in eternal hellfire for that. So it's really not the same. I mean, Sufism, I think,
where did you get that from, by the way? Your first statement that you can't ponder and you're going to hellfire if you ponder about.
No, he's saying specifically can't ponder whether or not God exists.
God is describing throughout to ponder about this existence of God, existence of reality. So this is I don't understand how can you get this fundamentally basic concepts wrong about Islam.
Well,
why does God want us to ponder about the alternation of the night and day, the creation of the heavens and the earth? For what?
Okay,
to know the ultimate truth.
Asking whether God exists or not, from what I've got from Muslims, and I do have Muslim friends, they have, at least some of them have pointed out that you can end up in eternal hellfire just for doing that.
Oh yeah, it's very dangerous. It's a very slippery slope. It's a very dangerous route. It's certainly not recommended.
I think the word is not ponder.
No, I think
the word you're looking for is
Quran. Islam encourages people to ponder, to reflect about our own creation, about the creation around us, so that we come to the realization that there is an ultimate truth, and that ultimate truth is our creator, our Lord, our sustainer. And then what our creator, Lord, sustainer is to know him. And how do we know him? You can speculate about him, but speculation has a limit, as Brother I.Hakim said. Revelation, direct knowledge from, direct guidance and direct information from this ultimate truth tells us what this truth is. So there is nothing, absolutely nothing in Islamic teaching that you can't ponder to know God and so on. It's rather the opposite. So I don't know the people you've spoken to.
There's a distinction in what he's raising. It's not about knowing God. He's talking about
I think the word he was looking for is do not speculate about God, not ponder. The
But
term is
also,
speculate. It's like in Hinduism, when they speculate about God, that's why they end up with different statues of
but
gods,
his
half
yes,
animal, half human, or a
his
woman or
specific
a man.
question.
Just 1 second, Islam Hakim.
Okay.
And this speculation is what leads to like 33 crore gods, So this is
Yeah.
what I think the word you're looking for is speculation about God. So we only say about Allah what He has revealed to us, but that doesn't mean that someone cannot ponder. For example, Allah says in Surah Al-Fussilat, look at the signs within you and beyond the horizon. What is Allah telling you? These signs to connect you back to God about His existence.
Okay, if
So
you
throughout
prefer
the
the word
Quran, Moses is
speculate,
correct.
fine.
He's told us to look at the signs, and these
Okay, sure.
signs are exactly what Allah is trying to direct us to Himself.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. But if you want to use the word speculation for whether God exists or not, fine. I really don't mind. I don't want to
No,
get
but
bogged down.
Daniel, do you understand the difference between before you are Muslim, before you affirm God's existence, right? This is where it would be appropriate to consider whether or not he exists. But after you've affirmed he exists, it's no longer appropriate to continue. Do you see why after that it would then be a bad idea? It would be counter to the goal to start to speculate whether or not he exists. Do you see that distinction, the before and after?
Then it makes no sense of your affirmation. If you affirm that God is real and then you're questioning, is God real? Then you have really not affirmed his reality.
Yeah, so then you're going back to the before stage,
Yeah.
right? And so this is why you will hear from people, yeah, it's certainly not encouraged. Like no one's going to tell you if you're a nice doing well in your prayers and you're focused and you're believing in Allah and everything's good and you've got good iman and stuff. No one's going to tell you, hey, what's a really good thing for you to do next? Just consider that God doesn't exist. Try and make that work.
I think
that's not a productive, like as in if you're trying to, like we pray every day, guide us to a straight path, do what's best, like that in no way would be a productive decision to make. But that's
sure.
do you see
what
I mean?
I think you're watering things down because now maybe this is more of a Salafi thing. I'm not entirely sure. I don't think there's actually a consensus on this.
You mean
there are
Sufi?
No,
You're
Salafi.
mistaken simply.
Oh. Sorry? No, I was talking about Sufism before. Now I'm talking about Salafi. I'm saying maybe this is just a Salafi thing because I know there's
no, it's not a Salafi thing. So you're just simply mistaken.
He might be about to say something else though.
If you wait to hear what I have to say, then maybe you'll know whether it is or it's not. So I know there is not a consensus on this, and I don't know if it's a particular Salafi thing or not. Possibly it is, but there is a fairly common belief that if people have heard about Islam, they've heard about Muhammad, the Quran, and they die without affirming this belief, they risk going to eternal hellfire. Now, in the end, it is up to Allah whether they go to eternal hellfire or not, so it's possible to give them another test after they've died. But this is a common belief among many that if you die without accepting that God exists, you can end up in eternal hellfire. So it isn't something you can really speculate on and be safe.
Well, the thing is, just quickly clarify the difference between heard and understood. If it's been clear to you, there's a difference between being a kafir, who's someone who says, I see and I understand that. I understand what it is and I reject it.
If they deliberately reject it, then yes, you're right.
Yeah, so there's a difference, so with the classic sort of archetype of the kafir, right, is Iblis himself, right? So Iblis literally knew God, right? He literally knew Allah. And then he tried to cover up the truth about him and tried to deceive and mislead. That's a kafir. That's different from somebody who sees something, may or may not get it to some degree, and that does not affirm it or assent to it.
Yeah, but Iblis's disbelief is something different. He doesn't disbelieve in the existence of the ultimate reality, the creator. He knows and believes that, because it's not about belief, he knows it clearly, but he is arrogant not to be submissive to this creator.
Disobedient.
Yeah,
that's
be obedient. So that's his disobedience and not absolute and perfect submission.
I want to ask Daniel.
Yeah.
Why do you think that Advaita Vedanta is better as a philosophical system than the Islamic one?
I don't think it's better. It's just that monotheism seems very counterintuitive to me. I don't see, if I'm using abductive reasoning, I don't see that there's more evidence that the Abrahamic God exists than non-exists. But if you're starting with different priors, then maybe you'd come to the conclusion that it is more likely that Allah exists. But yeah, I'm not saying this is superior in any way. This is how I make sense of the world, and I do see actually benefits to Islam, because I think for people who need a lot of prescriptions, I think Islam is very good for that. And if you're comparing Islam to the other Abrahamic religions, I think it makes a very a much clearer. It has a much clearer. More overt sort of monotheism, even more so than Judaism, I would argue.
It's interesting
you
what you
believe
said
that-
about. Hang on, just one thing I really want to pick up on, because this is the first good hint I've had of an underlying epistemology here. You spoke about abductive reasoning and effectively an application of Occam's razor.
Logic, yeah.
Well, it was more kind of yeah, kind of. I was thinking more like Bayesian analysis, but sure.
Okay, cool. Even more my
That's
language.
quite
Good.
ironic. You would look at Islam through the lens of logic and reasoning, but you wouldn't do the same for your own ideology.
No, I'm not.
Isn't that
I'm
contradictory?
How am I using any more reason when I'm? Oh,
you
you mean
did.
when I'm
You
talking
said
about whether
you said reasoning, deductive. What was the word you used?
Abductive reasoning.
Abductive reasoning. Yeah, that is logic, and basically that's what you're using to critically analyze Islam. And I'm not telling you not to do. That's a good way of doing your research. But you wouldn't employ the same standard for your own faith.
Oh no, I do. Like if we're
No,
talking about,
you literally threw logic out the window.
When we're talking about, say, reincarnation, or whether this stuff was the Vedas were divinely inspired, to be certain of these things, I would need more evidence, because I don't think the evidence is.
No, but do you believe in reincarnation yourself?
I mean, I think it's plausible. It's quite plausible, but I'm certainly not convinced by it, because there is some evidence collected in the University of Virginia, but I don't think it's conclusive.
Well, what's the alternative for you? What do you think will happen after you die?
It's possible that this perceived stream of consciousness just ends there. There is nothing that's really carried on.
Okay, so is this a belief in Advaita Vedanta, or is just your personal belief?
Well, it's not exactly a belief. I'm just saying these are possibilities. The Advaitic belief.
I know, but is it part of the Advaita Vedanta philosophy, or is just your own personal subjective understanding of what will happen to you after you die?
These possibilities are my own subjective understanding.
Okay, so nothing to do with Advaita Vedanta philosophy.
No. I mean, if that were the case, by that definition, that would mean everyone who dies obtains moksha. So that would be problematic, right?
Yeah, your objective wouldn't be achieved if you died without attaining moksha.
No, that actually, because moksha is supposed to be the reunification with the ultimate reality. That's when
he said that was his. When I asked him what is
you see what I mean, that's when you cease to exist. And so if when you die you cease to exist, actually when you die you end up equivalent to the state of moksha. So that means everyone gets moksha by dying.
Well, it depends what you mean by moksha. So in Advaita Vedanta, moksha is just this realization that you are one with Brahman, which can happen during your life. You can be a I forget what it's called, like a jiva mukti or something.
But what happens if it doesn't happen during your life? Then what?
Well, if there is no reincarnation, then that's it. You don't get another chance later on.
So you're saying majority of the Hindus, I would say 99% of them haven't attained moksha, right?
The ones that are living here.
99% haven't attained moksha.
Yeah.
Yeah. So 99% of the Hindus would just cease to exist.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but I'm not saying it is.
Okay, but you're saying Advaita philosophy doesn't actually teach about this at all?
Advaita Vedanta talks about reincarnation. I'm just not entirely convinced of that aspect.
So you're going against even the Advaita philosophy?
Well, not the core part. That part I'm just unsure about.
You're going against it.
Well,
so ultimately, you're following your desires, which is exactly what Krishna says.
No, this has nothing to do with desires. This is to do with my.
No, I'll tell you why it's desires.
It's coming up with
it's not the injunction of the scriptures. Just 1 second, Islam. According to Bhagavad Gita, chapter 16, verse 23, it says, anyone who does not follow the injunctions of the scriptures and acts upon their own desires, then they will not attain moksha. Okay, now, you tell me if what you're following is the injunction of the scriptures or even the scholars, if I have to include that, or you're following your own whims and desires, basically, your own speculation.
No, it's not. Okay, that verse is not saying that if you don't follow the scriptures, then you are following your desires.
It does. It does. Have you read it? Shall I bring it up on the screen?
You just said it, and I can tell from the words you said. I mean, I
can tell you haven't read the Bhagavad Gita from what you just said.
Even if I have, but just so I haven't read it, I can hear what you're saying right now.
And then we'll see who's right, whether it talks about following your desires or not.
I'm not denying what you just said. I'm saying based on what you just said.
Actually, you did. You said it's not written like that. You just did, my friend. Let me bring it up. Okay, so you're saying you're following the injunctions of the scriptures or your desires? Which one are you doing?
No, I'm saying it's not saying you're either following the scriptures or you're following the desires. That isn't what you just said.
It is, and I'll bring it up on the screen right now for you if you want.
I'm not denying what you said. I'm not saying you were
wrong.
Are
literally. You literally are denying.
You're misunderstanding what you just said.
Okay, I'll tell you what. Let's bring it on the screen and we'll see who's right, you or me.
I don't see what difference that'll make.
We do, because you're saying it's not written about the desires. Here it is.
No, but I'm not denying what you just said. I'm saying what you said. I'm not saying it's not true or not accurate.
Okay, here it is. He who discards the injunctions of the scriptures and acts upon impulse of desire attains neither perfection nor happiness nor the supreme goal, which is moksha. Yeah, and this is Bhagavad Gita, chapter 16, verse 23, exactly as I said.
Yeah, and
you can even read the commentary if you want.
Okay, did you hear when I said I'm not denying what you're saying?
Yeah, but what you said after that?
Yeah, so we didn't need to read this out.
No, what did you say after that?
I said it's not saying that if you deny scripture, then you're following the desires.
No. If you deny desire, deny the scripture and follow the desire. You said that is not written in there. But anyway, let's not
Yeah. So Swami Vivekananda said that the Buddha had his conclusions were basically the conclusions of the Vedas, and of course in Buddhism they don't follow the Vedas. That's what makes them a separate religion.
Buddhists don't believe in God. They don't even follow the caste system, unlike the Hindus, which is written in Upanishads. Are you aware of that?
The caste system, as we generally think about it, is
caste system is based on what?
So it does mention caste, but not in the way that we generally think.
What does caste system mean to you? What do you understand by that system?
So the caste system, as we think of it today, is where people are born.
Actually, I'm talking about the Upanishads.
Yeah.
According to the Upanishads, what is a caste system? What is it based on?
So the caste system in there is like different jobs, different aptitudes.
Absolutely wrong. Like Absolutely wrong. What does the term caste mean in Sanskrit? Sorry, Jati. What is the word for caste in Sanskrit?
Varna.
No, jati.
Jati, sorry.
I got that one right.
And what does what does jati mean?
I don't know.
It means birth. So your caste is determined at birth based on your karma in the previous existence. But for you, since you don't believe in reincarnation, you don't follow the injunctions of the scriptures again. And by the way, this you can check it out in Upanishad, Chandogya Upanishad, book number 5, chapter 10, verse 7. If you want, I can bring it on the screen.
Okay, I didn't deny that it has to do with birth, because I did say aptitude and your job and stuff. That all is going to have to do with
birth and vocation are two different things. So at birth, you don't have a job. Yeah?
No, but
your jati is determined there, according to the Upanishad, based on your previous karma. So you will be born as a Brahmin, a Kshatriya, or a Vaishya if you did good karma in your previous life. But if you did bad karma, guess what will happen to you?
You end up in a lower caste.
Not only that, not lower caste, outcast. So you'll be born as a dog, a pig, or a chandala. You know who are the chandala?
Who are the chandalas?
The untouchables.
No, I've heard the term Dalit. I haven't heard that. Yeah. So as I was saying,
I said you haven't read your scriptures, and this is, by the way, quite common among the Hindus. And that's the reason I was really baffled that the description of Brahman is not in any of the books they basically seem to hold as the primary scriptures, like the Vedas.
Please, you're going over several things.
The Bhagavad Gita.
So I do think all that is connected to birth and previous births, if they exist, because everything is cause and effect. That is what karma is.
But you don't believe in it, Daniel. That's a problem. You said you don't believe in reincarnation.
I said I'm not entirely sure, and I don't really see.
No, you said you don't believe in it.
No, I said it's no.
You said they will cease to exist, if I remember correctly.
No. I'm certain I said that it was plausible. I strongly recollect that, and I wouldn't say otherwise.
Okay, so you're saying you're not sure.
Yes.
Is that Maya, by the way, reincarnation?
It only happens through the veil of Maya. Yeah.
Okay. So look, if you're not certain about the existence of the necessary being, you're not sure about what it is or who it is, or
no, because you can't say anything about it ultimately.
No, but that's why I'm saying even your concept of that entity is speculation, not from the scriptures.
No, it is from the scriptures.
Where in the scriptures does it describe the Brahman?
I don't know exactly how it's derived from the scriptures.
Bro, this is your fundamental belief, and you don't know where it is in the scriptures.
No, I didn't just read these books and then I'm like, oh yeah, what they're saying.
Yeah, but Shankara did. Adi Shankara did, right? He studied the books.
Yeah.
Why did he point it out where in the Vedas or the Upanishads or the Bhagavad Gita it mentions this?
So you do actually have to feel this and experience it. I was experiencing this and feeling this.
But how do you know this experience or this Maya is real? It's not, according to you, it's not real. So your experiences based on your senses are also an illusion for you. Yes, they could just be as speculatory as what Brother Islam Hakim mentions about the liar's paradox.
I'm not
all of this could be a lie.
I'm not talking about anything at the any truths about the ultimate level. This is the way that I'm able to conceptualize it. And I had these thoughts and feelings decades before I had ever encountered this stuff. And
when you say you encountered, what does that mean? Did you experience the Brahman?
I've been experiencing this feeling that we're all one, and if you rip us apart, like say an onion, there's nothing really left. All there is that, say, there's layers of onion. So,
but everything you explained today for like more than an hour contradicts all of that. The oneness you couldn't explain. The only thing you could explain is from your duality perspective, not the non-duality perspective. So everything you're saying about experience, look like if you did experience that, then unless you're telling me you attain moksha, which is not really possible because you're not sure about so many things. So if you were fully aware of this, from the outside the veil of Maya, then you could have easily explained to us. But the fact that you couldn't implies you haven't attained moksha.
I never said I have attained moksha. Just because I feel this doesn't mean I've come to this full realization.
So when you say feel, then what does that even mean? I don't understand.
Is your feeling real?
Not ultimately. I don't know why I have to
Exactly. Nothing's real. So let's move on to the next guest.
It's fine. Look, Daniel was
Advaita Vedanta.
I give him that. It's just that I only hope that you would have an open mind to read the Quran and maybe look into that as well. You got a critical mind, but it's just like you seem to be stopping it for some reason to explain.
I would very strongly encourage to look at the abductive principle and really consider for yourself what are your criteria for the best or most probable explanation. Because whether you take the Bayesian route, which I like, or whether you take the best route according to some heuristic analysis of theories or whatever it is, I cannot see any way that what we've discussed could be abductively on a par with or even close to the coherence and clarity and functional simplicity and usefulness and everything of the Islamic perspective. So next time, if we get to talk again, I would really like to do a bit more of a dive into how do we have metrics for these probabilities and best, and under what metrics or system is this Advaita Vedanta better, or at least even sort of viable compared to the Islamic view. That would be fascinating.
I would love to go into that, but if you like, we can do that another time.
Yeah, not now. I was saying think for next time, because again, just briefly, but for us, this dualistic or pluralistic, worlds, and things like this, we're happy to affirm that it's real, but we also believe that God, is also there and ultimately real. That's a necessary being, and so on. So when we use language and logic things, we don't have this Laius paradox foundation. We don't have all these kind of problems we kept circling around. We do have a clear axiomatic framework, so on and so forth. So under the normal sort of understanding of abductive reasoning and my normal experience of it, and when I studied physics and maths and stuff like that, I just can't fathom how what you've been describing would count as abductively best. That's why my ears really pricked up when you mentioned that. So have a think. And
I didn't say it was abductively best. I didn't say it was abductively better than Islam.
No, abductively, not objectively, abductively.
Yeah, abductively. Yeah.
You did say abductively. This was your.
No. I wasn't comparing Advaita Vedanta to Islam when I used the word abductive. I was using that for just the idea of there being a monotheistic God versus there not being one. Anyway, guys, I've had a great time, and I really appreciate you having me on. I'll put my my Discord username in the side chat. So if you guys want to continue this conversation some other time, I'd really love it.
All right, cool.
Yeah, sure. Or we can see you here next time. I don't use Discord, to be honest. So anyway, thanks for your time, Daniel. Really appreciate you. You having a meaningful and I would say respectful dialogue. And we hope other Hindus see this and learn from it as well.
I have been reading the Quran, by the way, but I'm only a few chapters through.
Yeah, maybe you can discuss that next time.
Sure.
All right. Take care, Daniel. Bye-bye.
Right, take care.
Right.
Brother
Samad, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Alhamdulillah.
How are you doing? Are you all right?
Well, alhamdulillah. How are you?
Yes, very good. Thank you. Yeah, today is an interesting topic on non-duality. Very philosophical, so I'm pretty sure a lot of people might not be
quite heavy, I must say. I've been listening for a while now, but
yeah,
so
interesting.
It's really amazing how a human being could come to a level where nothing means everything to them, and they still argue for it. It's interesting.
I've been there, but alhamdulillah, I came out.
Alhamdulillah.
Because it's one of the things that's worth highlighting. Again, I wish I'd mentioned it when the chap was here. Is look at Descartes, and his questioning everything and the reality of everything, and what he came down to. Because a lot of what this chap was saying reminds me of this famous thought experiment he did. Where he imagined a demon that was able to manipulate all of his senses, everything, even manipulate his logic and his thoughts, so that he could make a triangle appear to have 5 sides, and all of geometry was gone, like everything. And that's where you get this famous cogito ergo sum, or I'm thinking therefore I am from, was the bottom of that whole question. Everything, nothing is real, and actually, really, what that whole framework of Advaita Vedanta is live in this world where nothing is real, so there's remarkable parallels that's worth going through.
True. Interesting. Let's take the next caller. Don't know if he's a Muslim. Oh, he says he's a Muslim. Okay.
Hi, assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
I was here last time too.
Okay, interesting. Today our topic is on Hinduism. Is that what you want to discuss?
No, if that's okay.
Yeah.
No, we can't discuss. I mean, we'll come back next week, inshallah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Let's speak to the topic.
No problem. Take care. Right, Ashish.
Yeah, hello.
Hi there.
Hi. My
Where
voice is
calling
coming.
from, Ashish?
I'm from India.
Okay, you're a Hindu?
Yeah.
Okay. So the topic today is on Advaita Vedanta. You want to speak about that?
Means I can tell what underlying meaning is. Means by Brahman we can understand from what is appearance it is coming.
Sorry, your
That
audio
is
is not
only
very
a thing.
clear. Do you want to make sure you connect your mic
Hello,
properly?
it's coming. It is coming.
Very bad
Now?
connection. We
It's
cannot
a
hear
very bad
properly.
connection, yeah.
Hello. Now it is coming.
No. Why don't you leave and then
Hello.
rejoin? Leave,
Hello.
Ashish.
Now. Hello.
No. Leave and rejoin. It might fix it. Don't worry, we'll take you in.
Okay.
There's room in the back studio. So if there are any other Hindus who would like to join to discuss this topic, you guys are more than welcome. Inshallah. Otherwise, we might have to close early today. Because this is one of those topics not everybody likes to take on. But I saw a lot of Hindus discussing in the private chat, sorry, in the public chat, the live chat.
It's a topic everyone likes to use. I think one of the issues they're going to have is that none of them will do a better job than Daniel. I think that's going to be very, very difficult.
Yeah, I think there was another chap last time. I forgot his name, who did quite a good job as well. Anyway, Ashish, yeah, let's see if your audio is clear now.
Hello. Voice is coming now. It is coming.
No, it is coming, but it's not clear. We can hear you, but it's not very clear.
Are you on the International Space Station?
I'm in my college here. No, I'm outside my college, in college hostel upstairs.
Okay. You using the mobile phone?
Yeah.
You don't? Do you have a Wi-Fi where you're in college?
What do you think?
Do you have Wi-Fi?
Yeah. By Wi-Fi only I'm going to.
Okay, so maybe your Wi-Fi is really terrible. Try your mobile data if you got enough data.
Now, no, means it is juggling. Yeah, it is not clear very properly. I was.
Okay, even though the audio is really broken, let's see if we can make sense of it. So, what is the point you wanted to make?
No. What you are talking that non-duality. Yeah, duality. What do you believe? Duality exists.
Oh, we are not Hindus. We are Muslims, so we believe.
Yeah, we believe in a
Allah
plurality.
is distinct from.
What do you understand by duality? Means that consciousness and the material bodies are different.
No, we are saying the creator, God Almighty, and the creation are separate and distinct. They are not one.
No, then your consciousness and the material body, these are different. They're both come from same substances.
Our consciousness.
I'm not sure. It's not the same substance. Again, God is not the God. It's not substance. He is what he is, and the things he creates.
He is then what I'm asking is your consciousness and your material body, that surroundings, these are different.
Sorry, brother.
Okay.
Look, honestly, fix your mic. Wait,
Yeah,
fix your mic and come, because I'm getting a headache just listening to you. I think it's your microphone, not the connection. Check, maybe get a better microphone. Are you using headphones? What are you using?
I'm talking by phone directly only now.
Okay, but it looks like
maybe try headphones or something.
You can try by this much. It is you can listen if you are responding also.
No, sorry, I can't listen with that kind of audio. So
to
fix it and then come back.
answer what I think he heard, I think part of the problem here is this word consciousness doesn't have a direct counterpart. We would prefer to say the soul. The soul's not material in the sense that the body is material. Like so again, that's another example of duality or plurality. They're different. The body is different from the soul, and that might be what he was pointing out with consciousness. But again, our souls are created things. They're not manifestations or parts of God or anything like that. So maybe that's something to clarify to him.
That's right. Right, Akali, you're next. You need
Akali?
to unmute yourself.
If you are talking, you are muted.
Yeah, we can't hear you. You need to unmute yourself.
Does he know there's an unmute button? Probably he needs to locate that.
All right, let me put him in the back studio. This guy Sujal is back. Let's see what he wants. Yeah, Sujal, you're back. You need to unmute yourself. So are there any Hindus who want to join us besides these guys with broken microphones, no audio, all those things?
Sujal, hello.
Don't tell me I don't read
Sujal, do you read me?
Yeah, we can't hear you, Sujal. Yeah, no sound. I'm sorry. All right, why don't you, exit and come back? So it looks like none of these guys are able to, for some reason, connect. So if you think you're having audio issues, what you need to do is just exit the studio and rejoin. That way it fixes it many times. Okay.
If that doesn't work, get someone to read Ayatul Kursi.
Maybe they got to the level where they could verify the nothingness.
It's quite strange, all of them having audio issues. I mean,
well, maybe that's it. Maybe Daniel was so clear to everyone else and not to us that actually they all attained moksha and disappeared while they were waiting. And that last guy just was almost gone.
I wanted to hear from Brother Dawa. I think he had to leave because probably it was quite late in Pakistan, isn't it? All right, Akali, let's see if your audio is working now.
My challenging. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you good.
Yes, we hear you.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum. Are you Muslim, Akali?
For about an hour.
Are you a Muslim?
Unclear. No. I'm just saying that out of respect.
Okay, no problem. Okay. So today the topic is Advaita Vedanta. You know much about it?
I've studied it from a Sikh perspective. But
okay, so are you a Hindu?
No.
You're not a Hindu. What are you then?
No, I'm a Sikh.
You're a Sikh. Okay. The Sikhs have, they do believe in a form of oneness.
Of course.
So what do you mean you studied it? You believe it?
Well, yeah, there was a lot of Sikh philosophers that...
Yeah, I agree that label Advaita Vedanta is not for the Sikhs, but you have a very similar concept of oneness, don't you? Like you believe the Guru and the Vaheguru are one.
No, that's not the prescribed.
Okay, so explain to me the oneness from the Sikhism. Let's see how different it is to Advaita Vedanta philosophy.
It's very, very similar. It's very similar. Sikhism is essentially.
Okay, so when it's similar, then why do you say the Guru and the Vaheguru are one? Why did you deny that?
What do you mean by that question?
Well, you denied it, so you must have understood it, right?
I don't. Sorry. Can you say that again?
Okay, so when you say oneness, are you and the Vaheguru, are they one, or you believe in a duality? Which one is it?
We don't believe in duality.
Okay, so you and Vaheguru are one then?
No, because we rely on the creator for sustainability, right?
Well, that is duality.
Yeah,
so
but we don't.
What do you mean you don't believe in duality?
Should we take a step back and just ask, can you just tell us maybe 30-second summary, how is your system similar and how is it different from the Advaita Vedanta that we normally discuss?
I don't think I can give you an explanation in 30 seconds. I think Sikhism is takes the core principles from all these texts and puts them in a nice, easy package to digest. Sanatana Dharma, as our brother there was talking, goes all the way from like the Upanishads all the way to the Gita and beyond.
Sorry, maybe my question wasn't clear. I wasn't asking to sort of give me a 30-second summary of Sikhism. That's a pretty tall order. I was just thinking specifically about this concept or topic of duality and non-duality, and whether or not the ultimate existence that underlies everything, has attributes or not, and is real and not real. The sort of the stuff that we went around a lot in the discussion with the previous caller.
Of course, but it's very difficult to put in 30 seconds. I think.
Okay.
How do I summarize this? It's very difficult because it's not. These aren't the arguments that are had.
So Is it?
within the spheres. 1 minute, sorry. Let me finish what I was
Yeah,
going to say.
Alright.
I'll tell you what.
Eastern philosophies.
Can you maybe describe it from your scriptures, if possible?
Yes, but you would not get it because the lens that you're using to decipher Eastern philosophy.
Why don't you try us, man? You don't know the lens we are using.
No, I was just listening to how you were talking about AV and how you were trying to decipher it. The lens that you're using.
He didn't have it for Daniel. It is not in the scripture, but you're saying it is in your scripture. That's the difference.
1 moment. Can we respectfully not speak over each other? I think
I wasn't speaking over you. I was asking you.
So when I'm trying to respond and give a point of view, if you could respectfully listen and then respond, that would probably lead to a more constructive conversation. If you are going to take the conversation down a different route, I will never be able to make my point.
I did not take it to a different route, with all due respect. All I did was, if you can explain it from your scripture and you retorted that we will not understand it. So I really don't like this, this kind of conversation where you're saying, already making an assumption about us. This gaslighting it's not respectful.
Well,
so if you want respect, by the way, respect is earned, not demanded. But the thing is, we respected Daniel throughout the discussion. I don't see why we can't do the same for you. So there's no need for gaslighting that we will not understand.
No, what I was referring to. May I speak uninterrupted?
Yeah, you go ahead. Yeah, just be respectful. That's all. What
I was referring to was when someone tries to respond and give you their point of view or their answer, you speaking over them.
No, hold on. I thought you were going to respond instead of going another cycle. We already discussed this. Let's move on. So can you answer Islam Hakim's question? Hello? Are you there, Kali? All right, that's fine. I'll put him in the back studio until he connects. Yeah, Sujal, go ahead, man. I hope your audio's working. Your mic's working now.
Sujal, are you there? Hey.
It's working finally. Go ahead.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah. What is it you wanted to discuss? Because you already came at the beginning, I believe. What is it you wanted to discuss now?
Mic, I think, off.
No, we can hear you. Can you not hear us?
Yes, we hear you. No, your mic was on. Maybe
he's saying no sound, so he can't hear us. That means.
Or maybe his speakers are off.
Yeah, check your speakers because we can hear you. You need to unmute yourself.
I'll type it in the channel.
Yeah, I think we should type it because he's not able to hear us.
Yeah, let's just hit that.
Yeah, just rejoin. Just unmute your mic.
Well, maybe just check your speakers aren't off or something silly like that, or volume down.
Oh, we can hear him now.
But I can't hear you. I
okay,
think it's muted.
I'll tell you what. Let me type it in the private chat. Rejoin.
I unmuted my mic, but I think it's a problem.
Are you on the phone?
No, I literally can't hear you.
Okay, just rejoin.
Check your volume.
Just rejoin. That's fine. Looks like Akali is back, so let me take him in.
Hello.
Yeah, Akali, can you hear us now?
Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, we can hear you now. For some reason, Hashim asked if you were able to respond to the question, and it went silent, so we couldn't hear you.
I had an incoming call. Sorry, I'm on my mobile. Respectfully, guys, when someone was trying to speak, I feel like Hashim asks a question and that derails the thought.
Bro, just move on.
I can't operate like that.
Kali,
so am I able to speak uninterrupted? Or?
Yeah, you can speak. I mean, no need to keep going around in circles about that thing. I've already moved on. I hope you can do the same. So if you can answer Islam Hakim's question, hopefully this conversation.
I can't hear him, unfortunately.
You can't hear me?
I can hear yourself, but I can't hear Hashim.
Oh, he can't
so
hear
I'm
you,
just
Hashim.
asking the question. That's fine.
Okay. So
can we have a conversation?
Do I need to ask you again, or can you remember the question?
Please, just for the listeners, could you ask the question again, and then I will respond.
Okay, so within the scope of the questions of duality and non-duality, and this question of whether or not this ultimate reality has no attributes and this sort of stuff, can you explain how in what sense you align with it, and in what sense you are not aligned with it?
I think Sikhism or Sikhi is non-dualistic to the core, and it reaffirms the things that are spoken about in the previous texts because of corruption, people misinterpreting them for their own beliefs or their own agendas, right? And I think that is the bottom line of Sikhi. We are non-dualistic. It literally says it in the Moor mantra.
Oh, so, that's a good one. It says it where?
In the Moor mantra. So it says Ek Onkar. That's the first thing, and it literally talks about how 1 + 1 = 1. That is the equation. And it starts with that equation because that is the core principle of Sikhi.
And sorry, what's the reference for this?
That's the first part of the Sikh scripture. The first Sikh.
So you're literally, this is the very top of the very first verse.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
So if you just pull up Google, if you just type in Moor mantra, and it's Ek Onkar, and it literally it's translated in English as there is one God, because the missionaries took Sikhism and they tried to translate it and make it, and they were viewing it through a Christian lens, right? So a lot of the English literature that's available has these types of transliterations. But if you was to go back and speak to the scholars back home, or even in the UK now and America, the ones that are actually studying this day in, day out, they can tell you the actual meanings, but it can take hours and hours to describe.
Sorry, just to clarify, when this 1 + 1 = 1, is this something that's sort of literal word-for-word translation, or is that sort of scholarly interpretation, or sort of?
It's a mix of all those things, because prior to colonization, India had many schools of thought, and the Ek Onkar was like a conversational style, just like you know, and people would debate the nature of God. And the Sikh gurus, especially Guru Nanak, would go and have conversations with people that were trying to find God or experience God, or were telling other people the nature of God, when Guru Nanak's message essentially was, you cannot describe the indescribable. And the Moor mantra talks about the attributes of God, right?
Right. So kind of making notes. Cannot describe indescribable. I guess what I'm trying to ask is, so this sentence, if we were to translate it word for word linguistically, how close is it to this 1 + 1 = 1? Or just tell me what it means as a 1-to-1 linguistic translation.
It's a very deep question, but I'm going to try my very best to sort of give you an indication as what it means. So Ik is the first letter, the first number, 1, and Ong is the first sound within the alphabet of Gurmukhi, of Braj Bhasha, and then Onkar is the first sort of vowel, let's just say, or the first sort of
so you got first
sound.
letter, first sound, first vowel.
Essentially, to say that is quite. It's really hard to put into, again, this lens. This is what I was trying to say to Hashim, that the lens that is viewed under, which is the Western lens, the sort of Christian lens, it doesn't fit in that square. You have to really go into the old way of thinking, the Sanatan Dharmic way of thinking.
Dude, we're very familiar with that. We gather all the time in Islam, a Semitic language, entirely different.
Yeah. So you guys appreciate that. It's really difficult.
I mean, in many ways, actually, an Indo-European language such as your scriptures are in, and is actually closer to English than Arabic is. So we totally get those issues.
But that's why the Guru had to create his own language, right? Because people would misconstrue, and that's why debate is encouraged. And that's why Japaji Sahib, the first prayer within Sikhi, is a conversation between sadhus and the Guru. And they're talking about how they dedicate their lives to God through ritual and tradition. And he says that, the first line, Soche Soche na hovi, just Sochi Lakabad, which means you could think about God until, for a million eons, you're never going to fathom God. Even, you can do a ritual where you don't speak to try to, like inner purification, and trying to find God that way, which is what a lot of the old traditions did, where you go into a cave or you go on top of a mountain and sit there in solace. You cannot find God in that way. You must interact with the creation as well as do your meditation. You must serve the creation, as well as talk, right? So
where is the oneness?
It's really difficult for me to talk to you about on this level. And I think from listening to your conversations with other guests, I don't think there's going to be a constructive conversation here, because I think we're falling down on putting.
So why are you here then in the first place? If you don't think there's going to be constructive conversation?
This was going to be my question.
With all due respect, I thought it was going to be if I was able to speak openly and talk about the parallels.
Well, I just gave you quite a long time to speak. I mean, I don't know. We've managed constructive conversations with people from such a diverse range of backgrounds and beliefs. I don't know. Try it, but the first stage for me, the first stage we were going through is to try and understand the perspective. See what you can put across. I mean, if it's fundamentally inexpressible in language, in English language or anything like that, okay, but then there's not a lot we can do, and then it sort of begs the question: what's the point sort of talking about it to start with? I would have assumed that we can make some progress. We've spoken to Sikhs before who we were able to. So up to you, buddy.
Sikhism essentially, or Sikhi basically says there's one reality, and many people have different names for it. And the Sikh perspective of Islam is that's Allah, which is why we use the word Allah in our scripture. Hindus have many different names. They say Ram and Brahma and many different other names as well. And what Sikhism does is it essentially says that they all speak of the same thing, but the people and their interpretations and the dissemination of that information is what people argue about. Okay. But in reality, it's all the same thing.
So this one, if I may, this Brahman, is this one identical to the Brahman concept, or there's a distinction? Like, is this...
When you said the Brahman concept, what are you referring to? Sorry.
The one that we were talking about with Daniel previously, if you heard that, or the typical idea of this thing that is somehow the necessary existence, but it's somehow consciousness or substance, or the grounding for all reality, yet has no attributes and no form and so on and so forth. It's that thing.
That to us, I mean, that's their interpretation. But if you look at the AV, it literally says that it asks the reader the question: is there more than one reality? And it essentially tries to affirm that there isn't. That there isn't. Makes you think. Okay. Yeah, and that's my understanding of it, and that's what the Sikh philosophers have basically said.
So I'm curious. The thing you said about there's one reality, and you use the word Allah to refer to that. Are you familiar with how we see Allah in relation to the creation?
I'm not as familiar as you guys are, but I've studied many years ago. I studied Islam and Christianity.
Okay.
So I'm not going to be able to quote verses like you guys. I'm not.
No, that's fine. I was really only asking that just to sort of gauge if it made sense to ask the next question, which was basically because you were talking about there being this one reality, which sounded a lot like the Brahman kind of conversation we were having before, but then for me, like, calling that Allah or using that word would be like entirely antithetical, because the idea in that philosophy that we were just discussing, or the normal like Advaita Vedanta thing, like we are all somehow parts or manifestations of him, and that for us is like it's a complete anathema. So for us, like, he's completely distinct, and he's real, and he created us, and we're real. So there's no sort of like, you know, Maya perception thing, and actually we don't really exist, and we somehow live in him or be in his brain or anything like that. Like for us, like that distinction is critical. And that's why I was really confused when you were saying about there's one reality and you call it Allah, because then it seems to be a totally different use of that word.
The
Actually, it's
Sikh
even
philosopher
different.
that I
Just
studied,
one
and I might
second.
get this a little bit wrong, but I'm going to tell you what I thought, and then I'll give you an example.
Yeah, Akali, before you do that,
AV
just one
talks about
second.
how Brahma
You can't hear you, Hashim. If you just drop me things to ask him, I'll try and ask him.
Yeah,
Tell him
talks
to
of Brahma
leave and
or
come
Brahman
back, because we need to have a
being
meaningful discussion.
the only reality, and the multiple forms are dependent upon them. So you can't have those multiple different expressions without the creator, the Lord.
Yeah.
Okay.
And from what I understand I think Islam says a very similar thing. So the Sikh scholars have stated that Islam and
you believe in
Advaita is
panentheism,
basically,
Akali.
it says exactly the same sort of thing, whereas Islam is more black and white, and it's unapologetically this is the reality of God.
I think we agree with some of those things, but there's some nuances to talk about here. And is it possible to, Hashim can't
just ask him to rejoin.
speak.
We'll take him in.
Can you see if you can pop out and pop back in and pick up the?
I did.
Do it once
just for
more.
some reason, I couldn't hear any of you earlier, but you weren't speaking, and I think the
Brother
other.
Samad, can you speak and see if he can hear you?
Yeah, can you hear me, Akali?
If he's talking, I can't hear them.
Yeah,
so just
rejoin.
But what I will do, because I have to leave very shortly, I'm just going to give you an insight of what I.
Akali, rejoin. Just rejoin. Rejoin.
Yeah,
rejoin. No. Rejoin. Just go out and come back again.
Yeah. Oh, we got someone else who's well, give him a sec
I'm just
to try
trying
and
to rejoin so he doesn't feel that we kicked him out.
Yeah.
Right, so we got Divya. Divya, can you hear us? You need to unmute yourself. For some reason.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we hear you.
I'm not sure if you guys remember me. We spoke a while ago.
Yeah, it was a while back, actually. How are you doing? You right?
So again, I'm doing good. How about you all?
Yeah, very well, thank you.
So
today our discussion
I've
is
got
about
a question.
our discussion today is
to-
about Advaita Vedanta. You know, about the non-dual.
I have no idea about what that is, and I'm not here to talk about that. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I keep doing this, but then I find
let us know what you want to talk about. If it's somewhere within the topic, then we'll make an exception.
So before that, I have one of my friends with me. I would like for him to join in this so that he'll be able to explain my question in a better way. Of course, I'll give you a context of what it is, but then I think Ashraf Ali will be in the queue. If you guys could include him as well, it would be great.
So what exactly is the topic about? What do you want to discuss?
We were discussing about heaven and hell, and I had a lot of questions around that, and he directed me to you guys. So yes.
Okay. So you can speak English. You can speak to us directly. Do you need Ashraf Ali to join?
Yes, actually.
Okay, no problem. Go ahead. We'll make an exception here because I think you have come before and you asked some good questions. And looks like Akali's having a trouble with his audio still.
Ashraf Ali, can you hear us? Can you speak?
Assalamu alaikum. You can hear me? All right. So Divya always reached out to me with a lot of questions, right? So this evening we had she had a question of a logical question. There were two parts to it. The first one I'll just quickly explain. So she is like, Islam is a religion which has a lot of logical and makes sense. But as a Muslim, how do you believe in heaven and hell? So that means, is that a separate realm, or is it a separate something, that kind of? So I was like, I didn't have the clear answer. That was the first thing. The second question then that shifted to the theory of evolution. So I showed few videos of you guys, again, I am not an expert in science and all those things. So these two parts, she wanted to know about, not bringing religion to it, but at the same time, logically she wanted an answer that, how logically both of these fit. So yeah.
Okay. I don't understand the logical problem with the existence of heaven and hell, or is there more to that question?
Yeah. So
Okay.
the thing, yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry, go ahead,
Go on,
Divya.
Divya. You speak for yourself for as much as you can, and he can jump in.
No, the
what you
exact
think.
way I put was so I've heard, like, there is a strong belief that heaven and hell exist. Like, if I do good deeds, I go to heaven. If I don't do much good deeds, then there is definitely hell for me and stuff, right? So for me, I was like, I believe, and so far what I have heard about Islam, like whatever me and Ashraf speak, I believe that the religion teaches a lot of things which make sense, which has lot of logics behind it. It just doesn't, like, just state few things which might not make sense. Like, that is the whole reason you guys have these live streams for, right?
Yeah,
So
say it unapologetically. Don't worry, we have heard it all before. So don't worry about
no, I mean, that's
walking
coming
on
from my
eggshells.
heart. So
Just say it as sincerely as you can.
that's like, this is that no, I'm not this is not like my version of something. This is exactly how
No, that's
I
fine.
have
I
it
mean,
in my mind,
just
right?
tell us
So
what you
that's
want.
exactly what I was asking, like, how logically, how do you think that
So
heaven and hell exist? Where does it exist?
okay. So first thing I'd really like to clarify, and it actually is logically important, is we do not get into heaven or hell really because of our deeds. We can only get into heaven by Allah's mercy, by the mercy of the God. So our deeds can affect our level in heaven or our level in hell, but we can never do enough deeds to have earned heaven, to have earned Jannah. The prize is
Use the term paradise.
or
Heaven is
paradise if you prefer that. Yeah. So we can never do enough deeds to earn paradise. Paradise is so much bigger and better than we could ever do worth of deeds. So do you understand that bit first of all?
Okay.
Okay, great. Now, in terms of sort of questions of where it exists or how it exists, I would say that logically, they're not really very good questions. And the reason I'd say that is we have very limited information about them, and they're usually descriptive. It's more about what it is, what it's like to be there. It is real, it's a real realm, just like what we say, dunya, this life, is a real realm. We're in it, and we would be really in there. It's not figurative, it's not like an analogy. It's real places. So that stuff we can talk about logically, but
That is
it
exactly
wouldn't.
what I was asking Ashraf. Like, is
I
it a
thought that might
different
be.
realm that exists?
Yes. Yeah, it's a real existent place. Now, there are some interesting finer points of philosophy regarding, your perception and all this kind of stuff. But these are real places. Some people will really be in hell, and that place is distinct from, separate from, and not in contact with paradise, which is the other place that people could be. Which makes a lot of sense, right? Because if they were connected, then you would get corruption in paradise, and then it couldn't be paradise.
So, as to your question about where does paradise exist, we believe that there are 7 heavens, and with regards to the paradise, there can be even like 100 or more levels. So the seventh heaven is where paradise is. This is in some of the, books of the Islamic literature, and we need to, like I said, I think Brother Islam Hakim was trying to say it's like a different realm, different from the world.
Yeah.
The world is obviously going to end. Everything that you see around, including the universe, which is like the lowest of the heavens, it's going to end one day. And after that, there's going to be a day of resurrection, and all the dead will be resurrected back to life. We call this the day of judgment as well. And this is when Allah will decide who is going to go to hell, who's going to go to heaven, and we'll be entering paradise based on the mercy of Allah, not based on our deeds. Okay.
Yeah.
And
there's just one other thing to clarify. I usually do, because most people don't know, and I forgot to say it, is that you may have the idea that going into hell or heaven is a one-time eternal thing, but if you go into heaven, you stay in heaven. But some people who go into hell will come out of hell and be placed in heaven afterwards, but some people will stay in hell forever. That's a really important distinction, very different from the Christian idea.
Yeah, and also some people think is sorry, just 1 second, Sarma. Some people think that this is only where the souls are, but you see, when we are resurrected, Allah is going to give us a different body to the one that we have now, obviously. So it's going to be a physical place, and the rewards are also real. So is the punishment in the Jahannam, in the hellfire. So both of these are not something which are just like in some philosophies. I think they believe it's going to be a state of your mind or something like that. These are real, tangible, and Allah is going to give us a different body. In fact, this is mentioned many times in the Quran with regards to what the punishments will be, what the rewards will be in Jannah, in Jahannam and in Jannah as well.
I think it was really important to distinguish or dissect the question, because when she was asking where heaven is or where paradise is, whether she was referring in terms of direction, in which direction it is, or in which realm.
So I explained these. Sorry, I explained these parts to her, like the logic behind how you reach to the paradise, but I got like I didn't have the answer for and she said that logically, where does it exist?
Yeah, but where in which terms? What is the question really?
So
like
logically,
where, in which realm, in this universe or outside the universe?
Yes,
or
yes,
is she
yes,
asking
correct.
in which direction? Is it up or down?
No. The
right
first one, the one which earlier you said. Yeah.
In which realm? I think the brothers already answered her. It's seventh heaven, and these heavens and the earths, as the Quran states, would be wiped out and recreated.
Yeah.
In an entirely new fashion, because this is what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in Surah Ibrahim, for example, last page, that the earth and the heavens would be wiped out and then they will be recreated. And then another verse, in another chapter, he says, كَمَا بَدَأْنَا أَوَّلَ خَلْقٍ نُعِيدُ, as the same way we started the first creation, we would restart. So heavens and earth would disappear and they would be brought back. Whereas when it comes to paradise and hell, these were already created and they would persist, or will persist, should I say.
Okay,
So
hope that answers your
does
question.
all these things, so it exists now, like it's a parallel, so in a layman's term, it's a parallel universe.
We don't say parallel universe
now.
because we don't
It's a
even
different
know what the
realm.
term is.
If you want,
It's a different
as
realm,
best, just say different realm.
Yeah,
but
let's
because this is from
does
the
it
ghaib.
exist
This
now?
Allah says this is from the ghaib. This is from the unseen world. So maybe use that terminology. It's better, I guess.
Yes.
Let me bring
regarding
you.
Sorry, go on, Samad. But go on.
Yes, I just wanted to bring another example just to make it more interesting. Yeah. So when we say the seven heavens, for example, are they within the universe or are they outside the universe as we know it? What do you think? What's your understanding of that? We believe that as Muslims that there are seven heavens.
That's exactly my question, actually. This is where I am trying to wrap my mind around.
I'll allow the brothers
that's,
to. The brothers maybe should tackle that question as well.
No, come on. This is the linguistic flavor you're going to bring as well as the verses. Go on, go for it.
No, astaghfirullah. No, it's not that. But I just.
It's beautiful. Yeah, go on.
Yeah. No, I mean, you know, it's the samawat are an existence, right, which we call heavens, but we don't actually have a straightforward, unambiguous statement in the Quran which proves that they are within this universe as we know it. So when we say, for example, what I mean by the universe is, you know, the galaxies we see around us.
Yeah, that is, you know, all of this you see are below the lowest heaven.
Lowest heaven, exactly.
So the lowest heaven, you can say, is the roof of our universe, roughly.
Okay. So
yeah, I mean, it's
if
a
I
little bit.
understand correctly, I understand. So see, I understand that probably it exists somewhere. You guys believe that it exists somewhere, right? So it's like you will not know until you are dead.
No, we do know.
Even then, we might not. You know,
we
might
have
not know where it
what
is.
was revealed to us.
Yeah. We'll know if we're there or not, but we won't necessarily know where it is compared to the earth.
I think she means that you will not see it until you die.
You will not experience it. You mean? Yes.
Yeah. In fact,
you'll
not even
experience
after death. This is after the day of judgment. So when we die, we go to another place, another realm called the barzakh. This is the intermediate place between this world and the other, and the Jannah and time of the day of judgment. Before the time of the day of judgment, we remain in this intermediary place.
This is all something like, okay, only if the death can speak, you will have proof of this exists. Or it is the belief system
what
until
it is,
then, right?
What it is, sister, is so everyone who dies goes in their grave, right? And we call that the barzakh, right, that you're in, which is also a word for kind of the boundary layer. So it's kind of like the boundary between being in this life and the next life. And what happens is we all basically build up on that boundary as people go into their graves. There's more and more people sort of on that boundary.
My question is like, I understand there is a journey, you guys. So all these things are beliefs, right? Like there is no said proof, or there is
I see.
My mind is going like where only if a dead person can speak, they can explain like, hey, this actually exists.
Trust me, even then you won't believe it.
Yeah.
Even then you won't believe it.
The thing is, Divya, actually,
don't believe in Allah.
Actually, if a dead person could speak, could come back from the barzakh, then they would have to be disproving it or a liar, because that's something that we won't have until the resurrection. So this is what I just wanted to finish explaining. As we all build up in the graves.
Allah makes an exception.
Yeah, of course, except as Allah wills differently. But
because the Prophet ﷺ saw both the Jannah and the Jahannam on during the Miraj. So there are exceptions to the rule, of course.
Oh no! What I was saying is nobody's coming back from the grave. We go
unless Allah wills it.
Okay. I mean, yes. Okay. Unless Allah wills. So we go into our graves, but the next time we come out of them, except as Allah wills, is in the day of resurrection. That's kind of what I was getting to. There's this day of resurrection. So everyone accumulates in this boundary, and then there's a day of resurrection, and that's when we're all resurrected. And then this is where we then sort of see the truth of things and each other's stories and good deeds and bad deeds. And that's then when the judgment comes, and after that we go into heaven, into paradise or the hellfire. So you see, it's not like as someone dies, they then go, and then someone else dies and they get sorted in. It's all one big event that happens at once that's called Judgment Day.
But when it comes to barzakh, I might just highlight another point, which is basically barzakh is a dwelling place even for people who go to sleep, because when your soul is basically loosely connected to your body during sleep. Yeah. And this is what we're told. We're told in the Quran that Allah Subhanahu wa Taala takes the souls.
The lesser death.
يتوفى الأنفس يتوفى الأنفس حين موتها والتي لم تمت في نومها during their sleep. And by inference, for people who, because there are many people who actually have vivid dreams. They have actual dreams, dreams that do come literally true, either beforehand or they tell them about something that they didn't witness directly. And I know many people who had these experiences, but that's not a proof in and by itself, because it all falls down to your, like the reliability of your witness, the reliability of your mental state, even if you're having these experiences personally. So it all falls down to how you define an evidence, I think. Because the bigger evidence, which we call proof in the Islamic paradigm, is actually the Quran and the Sunnah of the Prophet ﷺ, and that is undeniable. That is undeniably true. Now, I might tell you, many people who had dreams about the future and whatnot. I know personally somebody who was quite close to me, two of them, who had dreams literally coming true either the same day or within like a few years time. That is not proof or evidence to anybody, right? Even though it becomes real, it might be an evidence to somebody who is actually a believer, a Muslim, or somebody who entrusts these people or think that they're reliable, right? But that's not evidence.
So, Divya, the question is, what are you doing to attain paradise?
Honestly, I'm not doing anything.
You should do something about it, should you not?
I'm just existing in my own world, not meaning harm to anyone or anything. Just minding my own business. That's what I'm doing.
How
So,
important
Hashim,
is truth to you, to your decisions of what you do in your day-to-day life and how you live your life, your strategy for your life? How important is
Sorry. Come
truth?
again. I missed the first part.
Oh, for you in your
Mhm.
life and your strategy, how to live a good life and things like this, how important is truth to you?
First of all, the strategy, whatever you mentioned, I don't think I think through that much. I'm just like an exist. I just go with the flow. So
so
I don't
I
strategize life
yeah.
as you
So normally
guys
what
define.
so we have conversations, she has some questions, so she'll ask me, and probably I just try to explain, but sometimes as I'm not that knowledgeable, so I try to convince her to bring every Thursday to your chat, so that
Well,
she gets the clear answer.
which is great, and that's very good. I think the reason I was asking this question really is, first of all, because truth is very, very important to me, and for me, the fact that she has these questions and are interested seemed to me it's not just for the experience, it's that she
Yep.
has some interest in whether it's true or not. And in particular, she's asking the question about, so logically, how does this work? How does this fit together? So I'm sort of trying to ask, is truth seeking what's going on here? Is the real question she has, is this true or not? Is the Quran truly from God? Does God truly exist? And did he give us a Quran? And is Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam really his prophet? Now, if those are the central questions, I think those are very, very good questions. And
So these questions she has asked me, right? I have test, but sometimes why she brought me in, because she doesn't ask the question. She has all the questions to me, but when it comes to asking the questions, so this evening we were just talking about the evolution, right? So that's what I was trying to explain her. She was like, don't bring in religion. I actually didn't bring religion in explaining the evolution. I just told that it's just a theory. Its theory is different than a law. So, but she was still not convinced. I was like, okay, why don't you talk to and we'll go to voice this evening, and
I think
you can ask the question.
we actually did a really good section just last week on evolution. There's quite a lot of detail in there about the things that work and the things that don't work and so on. But I think it is the question what the Islamic paradigm is and how it's consistent with the evidences, and if that is the question, great. But
No. She was like, the question she had was that, with logic, prove me that, don't bring religion into it. Just prove me that evolution is not true. So I
proof that
did tell her
evolution
that
is...
there are...
Oh, okay. Well, you have to be clear what evolution, what you mean. If you mean
Darwin's
Like
evolution,
theory.
how human beings
yeah. So you're
Darwin's
talking
theory,
about
got into
just
you're
his
talking
model.
about
existence.
human beings all the way from the last from the first common ancestor, from abiogenesis. There's a whole number of ways of going about it, depending on how well you understand the science already. Are you like a biology major or something, or
No,
I
no.
just want to know what
No.
level to pitch it. Okay, so broadly speaking, then I won't go into too much detail, but we can get the detail if you need. Broadly speaking, there's a very, very low probability, like really impossible probability, that all the right ingredients came together in the right kind of concentrations at the right time to make the first viable, self-replicating, reproducing cell. And so the idea that this thing first, sort of the beginning point, already has its first problem. That's usually called abiogenesis. You can look at the work by Dr. James Tour, a Christian, but a very renowned physical chemist on that question. You can also look at our brother Sabur Ahmed on that one. And then after this, we have the question of speciation, which is, okay, how would you go from one thing to then many different types of things, and eventually all the stuff in the world? It needs a growth in the complexity of the data in the genome, the growth of data that really is extraordinarily difficult to account for, and for which there is no evidence, really, no direct or no strong evidence for.
Let me just add to that point, brother.
Just quickly, for it happening within the 2 billion time slot we have. People say, they will often say, 2 billion years, as if it's long enough for anything to happen. But in terms of the size of numbers we're talking about, actually, it's a very, very short time, and it's very difficult to see how. And when I say see, I don't mean for me to believe. I mean, very difficult to find any kind of system of mechanisms that would give rise to what we have in a reasonable way. Sorry, go on, brother Samad.
No, it's actually just to the point of the information being inherited from one generation to the other, and it's not only about that. It's not about the complexity of the information within whatever module or model you would like to believe in, whether it's like pre-RNA, RNA, pre-module of a like a trinucleotide, not trinucleotide, a primordial form of genetic information. Because one of the theories out there is that maybe it wasn't even an RNA, not like a pentad of a structure, like the nuclear ring. Maybe it was just like a three line structure, basically, just to make it simpler, right? But it all falls down to, it's not only about the information being transferred, it's actually the information being representative of something out there at the same time. So basically you have the house being built, right? Just out of mere coincidence, sorry. But at the same time, you're writing down the blueprints of that house brick for brick. That's what the first cell would have had to have. If that makes any sense. If that's not, even a sentence, I don't
Yes.
know. But in order for the first cell to be actually fully functional, right, you would have, like, imagine a house being built arbitrarily just due to, I don't know, some austere environmental condition around it, bricks being, pulled. Okay, we could basically just, explain this with chemistry, electricity, and temperature. Fine. But at the same time, not only the bricks have to come together, you would have to have somebody, or not somebody, you'd have to have the blueprints of the house being written and fully, to the highest degree of accuracy, representative of all these different, infrastructure inside the house. The electrical plan, the concrete plan, the piping of the water plan, and so on and so forth, the sewage. Imagine that to something that's quite friable as a cell.
That's
right?
actually too simple as an analogy. A slightly better tweak would be, it's not a house, it's a factory, and it's a factory that makes factories.
Yep, exactly.
So somehow there's you drop a bunch of pins and sticks somewhere, and you drop a bunch of rocks and boulders somewhere enough times over, and then at the same time the sticks arrange into a complete blueprint of a factory, and the boulders and rocks all form a fully functioning factory, and the sticks describe the factory that just so happened to form. And they work together. This is the DNA and the cell in this.
Or RNA in our model,
or
just
the
to make
RNA.
it simpler for non-creationists. So it's not only that. The fact of the matter is, if you have one model surviving due to a certain set of circumstances around it, say, for example, the factory being built, right, the bricks coming together, and so on, and all the infrastructure, this set of circumstances would allow probably for the factory to be built, but not for the information to be preserved.
Mm-hmm.
And why is that? Because you have to have a certain degree of a certain value of a pH, which is basically the acidity inside the cell. That probably would work for the proteins and for the like the lipids to form the cell itself, but they wouldn't allow for the RNA to be preserved. Right? And then you extend that even further to when we discuss the like the salt concentration, even the kind of elements you would need to have around you just for this arbitrary kind of event taking place. So basically, it's just like saying, I hear this example quite a lot, and I think it's very simplistic, but it's right to the point. It's like anybody saying that they dig down the earth. Say, for example, I don't know, they go down for 1 kilometer, they come across an iPhone 15 or 16 or whatever that is, and they say, well, it's a mere coincidence. It's just, the earth just putting these minerals due to some natural event. That's basically what it falls down to, but literally in a much more complicated sense.
It's worth also adding.
I want to know what Divya thinks so far.
Okay.
I am processing whatever you guys have told me.
Okay. Was it an acceptable level of detail for you? Was it acceptable level of detail for you, or too detailed, or not enough?
It's like probably I should have taken notes for me to understand.
Well, alhamdulillah, it's recorded, so you can go back.
Yeah,
And watch
probably I'll
again,
go back
and then
I'll
look up
watch
what we're
again.
saying. It's really worth noting, not just explaining the problems with evolution as normally understood, but something else that's very difficult, or that not difficult, but that needs explaining, is why do so many biologists consider it to be so conclusively proved that it's a fact? How does that work? How can it be that it has so many problems, yet so many people think it's a fact? And this comes down to what is accepted as an explanation in science, in the sciences. Because God is just simply not permitted anywhere in any paper. They are only allowed to write down explanations that don't contain that. And so what they've come up with essentially is really the bit that's not provable. It's not even falsifiable. It's just essentially saying some things survive, and we're gonna say they're better because they're better at surviving. It's very circular. Like, you're never going to get that disproved, but it's also, you know, exactly the same as we would believe, you know, under God created it, right? God makes things, and he keeps making things, you know, and he keeps the better things and all that kind of stuff. Like, there's nothing really differentiates the two ideas here. Now, one thing that the naturalists think they have is, oh, well, you know, this gene in like this early chimpanzee, for example, this, you know, ape, one of the ape family, is the same as you know, or most of this gene, a big section of it is also in this supposed later thing, or sometimes shown to be later thing. And so they say it must have been inheritance, because in their mind there has to be some mechanism that they can follow, a naturalistic mechanism that doesn't need any external thing. Now, if God designs these things and makes these things, actually we would expect him to be very efficient. We would expect him to reuse systems. That makes perfect sense. If humans use genetics, but fish use something completely different, and plants use something completely different, and, you know, if all the living things and birds like had completely, totally different systems with no similarities, that would be extremely inefficient. That would be a pretty bad design. And then people would say, oh, doesn't look like there was a designer here. It looks like this was not designed. And so actually it makes a lot of sense that it's an extremely efficient system, and that it makes sense that you don't see too many, you know, variations. There are one interesting example is birds. Birds have social systems now, and a degree of self-awareness. It used to be believed that birds didn't have real social brains at all. They didn't have the same parts of the brain that humans have and use for their social interactions. And then later they found, oh yes, obviously birds are social, but they just implement it with a different parts of their brain. Same story for self-awareness. So there are different bits of DNA, if you like, that encode for different structures that can sometimes have the same, you know, behaviors or the same outputs and results, and sometimes the same genetic structure leads to different outputs and results, and so, you know, it's not as straightforward as it's often told, but for this to be, you know, a nice, neat mechanism that you know, is used to create such a diverse range of things, fits perfectly with our view, even though, you know, we don't believe that evolution, what's called speciates, you know, Allah created these things, separate things, fine, and he used similar methods. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing in any of the scientific evidence whatsoever that contradicts that or could contradict it. But the one thing we have is this abductive principle, which scientists are supposed to use, you know, abduction to the best explanation, and specifically to the most probable explanation. Well, I mean, they can't even calculate the probabilities that you sort of guess, where you try and estimate, would be ridiculously small, that this sequence of events would happen, leading to the wide variety of species we have. But they can't actually honestly even calculate what the probability would be. So when they're running around saying, oh, this is the most likely, they have no logical foundation for that, other than they cannot see it being another way. They cannot fathom, and they're not allowed to write about God being involved in any way. It's not a level playing field. But we do understand the science reasonably well, and there's no problem, no contradiction with the actual observed evidence, and the elements of the theory in normal natural selection that you read about in textbooks are not all proved, or not. They're not necessary. A lot of it's just the philosophical glue that naturalists need. Does that make sense?
Sort of, yes. Like,
Okay. Well, hopefully after reading back in some notes and with help from Ashraf,
yeah,
it can make
probably
more
I might
sense.
come back with
Yeah.
questions.
But also, if you can look at last week's discussion, we went into this in lots and lots of detail. Do look at Sabur Ahmed's stuff on evolution. It's very good. But honestly, the best questions are the ones I spoke about just before we got into the evolution. You know, because if Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam really was a prophet from God, then that means God really exists, and it means the Quran is really, really important for you. You see what I mean?
Just to make one clarification there, when we say that the evolution, I think your brother Islam has made it quite clear that we have to understand what kind of paradigm we're discussing, or in which framework. What are we referring to by evolution? So if we're referring to evolution, by interspecies, some sort of like evolvement of living creatures, that would be very problematic to prove with undeniable evidence, right? Because we have no interconnecting links. These are missing, first of all. Second of all, we're not saying that creatures do not adapt to their environment. That's not what we're saying. We're not saying that like human beings would not probably develop some sort of a feature that would make them more fit to, say, for example, live up in the north, or live around the equator, and so on and so forth. We say simply that if these changes do take place on a creation, or like a species level, then that's just what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wanted, or how he wished things to be, right? But we definitely categorically say that we didn't come from monkeys, because it's a very ridiculous, simplistic way of understanding genetics to start with. Genetics doesn't work that way, even initially. And the other thing is, if you're looking at Brother Sabur's content, which is really educational, I would recommend anybody who's interested in genetics to look at it.
Take a screenshot of Brother Sabur's YouTube channel.
Look for his episodes on orphan genes.
Okay.
This is a key element, actually, in understanding that interspecies evolvement in that sense does make not even a shred of scientific, intellectual, how do you say, way or approach.
Yeah, and actually, one of the clearest ways, okay, this is an oversimplification because there are details, but basically the definition of two different species is that in general, they cannot mate with each other at all, and if they do, their offspring is not itself viable. If they can mate and produce a viable offspring, they're regarded as the same species. Like that's basically the definition. So actually, from even just basic logic of the basic definitions, the idea of interspecies evolution is already quite silly. The idea of there being tons of different missing links in it, looking to us like that there's a big jump, but actually there isn't, and there's continuous evolution everywhere. This actually flies in the face of the evidence we have, and also there just simply isn't time in the short 2 billion years where the Earth has been cool enough for anything to be alive to have developed that process. There were lots of jumps. There are things, people can say, viruses carried large chunks of DNA around and so on, But ultimately, a lot of this can come down to this is how Allah does things, but you've got to be really, really careful. And the scientists, a lot of them, do make it difficult to distinguish between the actual evidence. So what has actually been observed? What have we actually found? Because those things, we call them ayat. They're signs. We don't refute those, but there's distinguish between the evidence and the theory through which the evidence is interpreted. And that's actually quite difficult to do, because most observations are what's called theory laden. And that's a really important concept to look up, where when you make an observation, you have some theory in mind that you're interpreting the observation through. And so
That's exactly what Ashraf told me. It's a theory.
Well,
yeah, so maybe I've put the email for Brother Hakim in the private chat. Maybe you can take it up with him when you guys
Yes.
he'll
That's
be
what
glad
I was gonna say.
to it in detail. But yeah, thanks for your time, guys. I know we had to go away from the actual topic, but there are some people waiting in the back studio.
Yes.
I just
I get it,
if you are gonna email me, sister, please at least CC in Brother Ashraf. I just have a thing
Sure.
where I
Yeah,
avoid
of course.
private communications.
So
with
it's
him.
Ashraf who's going to email you anyway.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, because
Yes.
she's going to ask me questions and I'll be puzzled. So I'll just.
Oh, okay, that's
reach out
even
to you.
better. Jazakallah.
He needs a
Thanks,
chat
guys.
email.
Yeah, of course I need.
Yeah, thanks for your time, guys, and hopefully I'll see you again
Thank
soon.
you so much for your time.
Thank
I
you.
know I keep doing this. I keep deviating from the topic every time, probably.
I'll tell you what,
next
we have
time let's
alternate-
make the topic. Let's make the topic about was Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam really a prophet? Is the Quran really from God? Let's make that the topic next time.
Yeah, this topic I tried to explain and she said something really weird. Probably I'll say that next time. It was very funny. So,
Okay.
But we have already spoken in a lot of things.
Yeah,
But
we
yeah, I would
have
not like to
spoken
take
about
much
this.
time now. There are the guys
Yes,
waiting.
no,
So
not now.
Okay,
we'll definitely see you.
Maybe we'll have a different approach. We'll try.
Inshallah,
I think
yes.
it'll be interesting. But for me, this is
Yes.
the most profound, deep, life-changing question.
Inshallah. All right, guys, you take care. And
Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Pleasure. Bye. Yeah, Allah grant Hidayah.
Ameen, inshallah.
Ameen.
Okay, Sujal, I hope you fix your mic, and Ashish.
Yes, this time I'm getting the sound.
Yay! And I can hear you.
Hello,
We've got
voice is
both
coming now.
ways audio.
Voice is coming now.
Yeah, what about Ashish? Has he fixed his?
Your voice is coming. My voice is coming. Sorry.
Oh, we can. Is that
You're
you?
speaking from underground water somewhere.
Yeah.
And my voice is like that only. That it is coming now.
We can hear you, but not as well as Sujal.
It's not clear here. All right,
I think he needs to
one
rejoin. I think he needs to rejoin.
one at a time. That's fine. Okay. Yeah, Ashish, try rejoining. Hopefully, he'll fix it. But I would rather take you guys one at a time. Okay, Sujal, go ahead.
So we will be talking about the original topic or just that evolution.
Yeah, the original topic. Yeah.
Because I find very interesting in that.
Which one?
Original, that Advaita Vedanta or evolution.
No, Advaita Vedanta.
Yeah.
So, do you believe in?
Okay, wait a minute.
Do you believe in a non-duality, or do you believe in duality?
He just said, "Wait a minute."
He's been waiting so long in the back studio, pestering us to take him in. When we take him in, he goes
He's
on a
not
break.
joined yet.
Who's that?
Don't
Sujal?
worry about him.
No, you will be speaking by
I'm
yourself.
taking you
now.
guys separately. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who's that?
Because we're not taking the duality model. We're taking the Advaita model. That's why you're going to be speaking alone.
Yes. Although there's an echo.
Yeah. Can you please close that tab which has YouTube open? Right, guys.
So we're talking about the original topic or evolution. Just
The
one
original
question.
topic. Yeah.
We're talking about the Advaita Vedanta philosophy. Yep. Yep, go
Okay.
speak.
Sujal,
Okay,
come
okay,
on, man.
okay.
Hurry up.
So from what I have learned, in Islam, God and individual are different, right?
Yes.
And it's called like dualism. And in our Hinduism, the philosophy Advaita Vedanta, God and individual are considered the same, I mean whatever, but same being or entity, right?
Yeah,
I
it's
think it's
one.
like non-dualism property. Okay.
So what is it you wanted to discuss with us?
And it's listed that except the Supreme One,
Bro,
it
you're
is
reading from
termed as
somewhere. Just say
Brahma
it in your
or
own
Param
words.
Brahma,
Sujal,
except that all others are Maya.
he's reading from somewhere else. I can tell.
Yeah, he
The
was
sound again
reading an
gone. Yeah.
excerpt from something, right? Was that a holy scripture or?
No, it's probably just ChatGPT or Google or somewhere.
I think the sound is already gone again.
Okay.
Oh,
Good night.
we can
I
hear
can't
you.
believe this, honestly. Okay, Ashish, last chance. If your audio doesn't work, you're out as well.
Now it came. Hello.
Hey, it's working now.
That's
It
quite
worked
good.
now. That's it. This is what you need to do, Hashim.
Alhamdulillah. All right.
Okay.
Go for it.
Okay. Now we can. I can say that what we were talking last time, that is consciousness and the material body same or different.
Okay.
Was that your question?
I was saying no. What do you believe in duality? Though that's why I'm asking.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean, I wouldn't say
topic
duality
today is
specifically,
about
but
Advaita Vedanta.
yeah.
So if you can stick to
Yeah,
that topic.
Advaita Vedanta is also in that Advaita Vedanta is also there are different types of Advaita Vedanta like Kashmir Vaishism, Lingat, and Dada, Badeda, and different types of. We can talk about it. But you're saying that you believe in duality. We have to tell why you believe in duality.
So we're interested in what you believe in. Your version.
I'm saying no. I believe in I believe in non-duality.
You believe
in
in
non-duality.
non-duality.
Okay, so let's
Yeah.
talk about that because that is a topic today.
Yeah.
Yes, but now
So
you tell me
us
why
how it makes
you.
sense to you, Ashish. How does non-duality make sense to you in our existence?
In non-duality, we can say that everything it came out of same existence in like world in the world.
So
Well,
you actually believe that you believe in Brahman, right?
Yes, Brahman
Okay, so you're saying Brahman created everything.
created no it appears like universe appears in the Brahman.
I don't get it. When you say appears in Brahman, are you
Means
saying
like
that
Brahman is the ultimate reality, and his appearance is always changing in different types.
Yeah,
That I'm
what
saying.
Hashim is asking you, when you say the universe appears from within Brahman, did Brahman know this, that the universe is appearing from him?
Brahman is there. It is internal. Its appearance is universe.
When the universe appears from the Brahman, does Brahman know?
Brahman knowing is and not knowing is not the question. Main question is how is
So that's my question to you.
universe appearing.
So is Brahman
Knowing
conscious?
and not knowing
Is
and
Brahman
not knowing is
self-aware?
in the knowing and not knowing is in duality. In ultimate level, we do not know how it is experienced.
Let's leave the duality. In your Advaita philosophy, the universe appears or emerges from the Brahman, correct?
Yeah, that much we can know. Yes.
Right. Does Brahman know that this is what's happening?
That in duality we know what is happening. In duality we know it is appearing from Brahman. And
Let's leave duality aside. In Advaita Vedanta philosophy, when things appear, this is an action that happened, right?
Action, not man. In Brahman, appearance is that only from every time that it is continuously changing. Like if first when Big Bang was happening,
whenever something is changing.
Let me finish. Let me finish. First, before Big Bang, there was one concentrated point which was 6.6 to the 10 to the power 26 Planck minus 26 Planck diameter of length.
Where do you get this from?
Concentrated heat.
Is that from the Veda?
Was that in the Upanishads?
Is that in the Veda or Upanishad? Where is it? In the Gita?
I'm talking about the science, man.
Now, I'm not interested in science. I'm
No, but,
Advaita philosophy.
even if you were talking about
I'm
that,
telling you
what
in
you said is-
Advaita Vedanta, I'm telling you in Brahman, as we are experiencing in duality, it is, as we can see, it is appearing from Brahman.
Ashish, science believes in duality.
Yes. How?
How? It believes that
science can define consciousness.
No, consciousness is something.
How it is proving that? How it is proving that
let me
consciousness?
answer. I will tell you.
Can prove. Yes, tell.
So when you talk about non-duality, in your belief, the only reality is Brahman. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay. Where does science?
Ultimate. It is
where
ultimate.
does science?
It is.
Hold on, Ashish. Calm down. Where does science or any, scientist, credible scientist, makes this claim?
I am saying by science only we can understand the duality
Answer
world.
the question.
Like universe.
Where does a scientist make this claim?
What scientists cannot define first consciousness.
Stop,
then how
stop
you will
interjecting
define?
Science in when you actually whatever you believe is not even in the Vedas. Where in the Vedas does it say everything is Brahman?
So read that Isha Upanishad to first
read it for us. Go on, read it. I think you should stick to the Hindu scriptures instead of interjecting science in when science makes no such claims.
Well, it gets worse for you though, because science categorically goes against and does not work within the worldview you're pushing. So if we can get scriptural references, and then we can put it up on the screen and have someone with a good microphone read it.
So if you can put the link in the private chat, we'll put it on the screen.
Because there is this question of, does non-duality even come from the scriptures in the first place? If it does, how so? It seems that it's could be argued.
Isha Upanishad, verse 6, who sees everything in Atman, and his Atman is everything. By that he has no revolution.
Yeah, Atma is your soul. It's not the Brahman.
Atman is everything. That only Atman is only Brahman.
Atma and Paramatma are two different things. Okay?
Atman is same and Atman and Brahman are same.
No, they are not the same. Because if you think, do you have Atma?
What?
Do you have Atma?
Everyone has Atma.
Rather, the question would be: are you Atman?
Underline
and are you Paramatma?
Atman. What you define by Atman? Atman, I am saying, when you kill your ego, and from that awareness which we are saying what is different and what taste we are taking from timeline, what we thought that in 2 years before, what we thought we are connecting that line, that awareness, that is Brahman.
Okay,
and that
so
is Atman.
Wait a minute. Let me ask you something. You think Atman and Brahman are the same? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Which of these two suffers from Maya?
Suffering, what is suffering from Maya is suffered by our ego. Brahman is always in moksha. It is always eternal.
Wait a minute. How do you define ego?
Ego by what we are observing and what thoughts are mind.
Ego is not what you observe. Sorry. Define ego.
By ego, we define that what we are observing and what we interpret from that, and what our desire,
I'm observing Ashish speaking on my screen.
Yes.
Is that my ego?
Yes.
Really?
So what you're thinking? You're thinking that he's a Hindu, he will go to hell. That you're thinking.
How do you make
that is the
connection?
ego that is the ego that you know the ultimate truth is
All I did
that
was ask
someone
you,
revealed the
what
book.
is the definition of
I'm
ego?
telling
And he
you,
says,
that is only the ego. What thought is coming in your mind now?
okay, wait a minute. So when you see something,
Yes,
is that real?
it is real. It is real in the Maya level.
I know, but
Ultimate
is it
truth
real?
is
Does
to
it
Brahman
exist?
only. From base is to Brahman only.
Wait.
From
Does
where it is appearing,
whatever you see, does it exist?
it is always it is real, but it is real in that conceptual in duality in
Make up
Maya.
your mind, man.
Does
Does it
the
exist or
Maya
not?
does the Maya level exist?
Maya in Maya it is appearance in Brahman. Like we are observing that only we are knowing. Or it is appearing in Brahman. Like we are observing that.
Yes. Then it exists, right? So the Maya level exists. Is that true?
It exists. It exists only. It exists only when it in interpretation, but it is not the ultimate truth. It is changing every second. It is changing. Our universe is changing every second.
I wasn't
Our
asking if
body
it's
is
the
changing every
ultimate
second.
truth.
How
I
you
wasn't
know it is
asking if
ultimate
it's
truth?
Your
ultimate
audio
truth.
is really bad. I
Yeah.
honestly can't tolerate this anymore.
I wasn't
Next
asking if
time,
it was
fix
the
the
ultimate.
audio and come back, because
Yeah.
you might be able to
Now it is
explain
coming.
it
Hello.
properly.
It's getting
I am
really bad.
explaining you. You cannot explain my first question. Only you are running.
No, your audio is getting
Fix the
really
mic
bad.
and then come
The
back. I can't
thing,
tolerate this,
yeah,
honestly.
the
We
thing
gave
I
him
would,
several opportunities to fix his mic,
yeah,
but he failed.
it's not
So
true. Yeah.
let's
So the guy's question though, if he can fix it for next time, is
Yeah.
again, if Maya is real, if Maya exists, and that is a different layer or level or anything in any way, if that differentiation is true, then you can't have non-duality because the system breaks down. However, if you're going to accept contradictions or say it's not really a problem because the ultimate reality is Brahman and just go back to the circular accept contradiction loop, then again, the deeper question is, does reason even play a role?
Right. Master, are you there? Master.
Assalamu alaikum, brother.
Walaikum salam.
Thank you for discussing about Advaita Vedanta. I was really looking forward to this.
Okay, you're welcome. Are you here to discuss this topic or something else?
No, I just wanted to thank you. That's it.
Okay, no problem. You're much appreciated.
Allah reward you.
I mean, all right, take care, brother. All right. Okay, Sujal.
Really dangerous discussing
you
this
too.
topic.
Last chance, Sujal. Make sure your mic's working.
I wanted to show you. I wasn't like reading from ChatGPT or something. Like I have literally
You're
written
reading from some
papers
notes.
on that.
That's fine. I want you to say it in your own words. If those are your words, it shouldn't be a problem.
Actually,
say
I
whatever
think
you're
my
saying in
network
your own
is
words.
sometimes poor. I think the mute it happens due to the network errors.
Yeah, we honestly don't have time for that. So if your mic's not working, you'll have to come back some other time. Okay.
So about which topic, evolution or that?
No. It's about Advaita Vedanta, and it's about non-duality. The fundamental problems we seem to keep coming up against is that if people say that the ultimate level of reality, there is no real distinction, then even doing so, they're talking about different levels or layers or types of reality, Maya and so on. And so either those distinctions exist, in which case non-duality fails, or they don't really exist. Even if they're apparent, we end up with this problem that I described before as being like the liar's paradox, where they're saying, look, this isn't true, this isn't an accurate representation, but this is all we have to talk. And in which case then it becomes, if it's true, it's false.
Okay.
So what is it you want to discuss with us today? By the way, you can close that notes. That's fine. We don't want to see that.
But nice handwriting, though, I have to say. Very good.
Not quite. It's not like that much great. It's messy up.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, fine.
Very much like Gandhiji. Come on,
So
Suja,
to the
you're here
topic.
now. Let's discuss. What is it you want to discuss?
So first, do you want me to go through the points from the Vedas or like self-talk?
Yeah, so tell us where in the Vedas or the Upanishads or the Bhagavad Gita
So
it
about Atma
describes
and
it
Brahma,
describes a Brahman.
there are actually many quotes on Vedas, different types. So in Rig
Where
Veda,
does it
one
talk
of the
about the Brahman? That's what I want to say.
So in the Vedas, you see Atman and Brahman, and they seem to be used to refer to different things that are not the same as each other. Can you show us anything that says these are the same thing?
Okay. So when we're talking about Atma and Param Brahma, we need to talk about consciousness, right?
I want to
So
see where in your scriptures it talks about the Brahman. And if you don't
I
have
did
it,
some
just say
like Googles and I found some translated into English words, and I'm going to read it now. So according to Rig Veda, it's one of the oldest book in the Hindu scriptures. It says consciousness is the Brahma, right?
Some people say this, yes. Okay.
And if we go to the other Vedas, according to the Yajur Veda, it says that God has no image, nor he can be named it, nor anyone can imagine of it.
Okay.
The
Does
true definition of the
consciousness
only one is that it's omnipotent and it's omniversal. Hinduism also talks
omnipotent,
about like
and what was the
multiverse
second
and
one?
things.
Sorry, omnipotent, and what was the second one?
And
omnipresent.
omniversal means multi-universal
Omniversal.
concepts.
He probably meant omnipresent.
Yeah, but
So,
by omniversal, do you mean the same as
so,
omnipresent
so
or
it's
something
that
else?
the Brahma is not only for the like one universe which we live in, it's of multiverse total.
Okay.
It
Right.
describes like
No,
it describes
fine.
like multiversal concepts.
Does consciousness have any kind of attributes?
Attributes that
Consciousness.
can in my
Consciousness.
opinion that can be, I think, applied to God because it's the only one.
No, so when so
It
you're
can't be
referring to
judged
this.
by any attributes simply.
So
It can be judged by any attributes.
okay, so this concept of consciousness, why did you use the word consciousness at all? Why was that a useful word? Why would you translate anything
Okay, so I
consciousness?
think I find it the most simple word to describe what we sense at the present time. So
But consciousness is not a simple word. It's a very, very complicated word in terms of being able to be defined. I mean, it's usually it's an easy word to pick and change the definition of. But I mean, it's not that well defined. But one of the things we do have is attributes. There's and this is why it's strange. I'm just, if you're translating a concept that natively there are no attributes, but you're translating it to this word consciousness, where conscious things, they're conscious that there are attributes to it, how can it be a working translation?
yep, consciousness, the thing is itself complex. If we go through science, the neurons firing is the result of consciousness. So I would
No,
like to know, do you believe in or not?
Usually it's most naturalists say it's the other way around. That the consciousness results from neurons firing.
I want like direct answer. You said it's complex now in terms of science, religion. It depends on various things.
What do you believe?
Okay, so that's why I use it simply like use consciousness for a broader term, not specific term, science, religion. I just use this to explain something that is present, omnipotent, omniversal. I simplified it into consciousness.
Where did you get this
But
definition?
how is consciousness simplified? This is what I'm asking, is because consciousness normally, you can be in a state of being conscious, you can be unconscious, you can be partially conscious, and you can also your consciousness changes. You can be more or less aware. It can be altered, especially through psychedelic drugs and things like this. People have vastly different altered consciousnesses and so on. So this is why I'm saying, if it's supposed to be something that has no attributes, no differentiation, then how can consciousness be a good translation?
Okay, listen, I use it for a broader term to describe what is omnipotent and omniversal. These two
Okay.
keywords are the things that describe the attributes of God. But one thing, God can't be judged by any attributes. It's everything that is omnipotent and omniversal.
Okay.
Yeah, but
So,
Actually, I have some.
then we have to we definitely in that case have to completely exclude the word consciousness as it's used in the English language or in wider philosophy, because omnipotent and omniversal are nothing to do with the definition or concept of consciousness in the English language or the English philosophical language. So we have to
And
stick with.
these are attributes according to Advaita.
I mean, we
the
can call it
Brahman
the
doesn't have
omni.
attributes.
Yeah.
So, if frankly speaking, according to science, yes, consciousness is due to neurons. So we
Bro,
can also talk
you
about
need
that.
to stop bringing in science for no reason.
No. I'm
According
just
to
telling
Advaita
that
philosophy, does Brahman have attributes?
Brahman.
Yeah.
You mean Param Brahma?
Yeah.
Attributes. I mean attributes like can be
Like
what in your
omnipotent,
word.
omnipresent, all these attributes. Does it have that
Yes, I
attributes?
think those are the best words to describe it. I'm
No, but
not
the
telling
Advaita
easy because
philosophy says Brahman
okay.
does not have attributes. It's nirguna and nirakar.
Yes.
So you're wrong to say that he's omnipresent and omnipotent.
No, I think these are the words that can like describe how it would be.
Yeah, but I don't want you to give us something against that Advaita philosophy when you're trying to explain that Advaita philosophy.
So this is a real problem, Suja, right? You see,
Wait a minute. From Yajurveda, I have already said that God has no image, nor one can imagine, nor anyone can get close to what our mind is not.
No, complete it. It has no image and no attributes.
No one can name it, nor one can imagine
it
it.
has no name. Sorry, no form, no attributes. Nirguna and nirakar. But you already
Yes.
gave it attributes. So you're going against the philosophy of Advaita.
No, I'm just saying that what our human mind is capable of according to imagining the form of God. These are the like keywords. Just
So
to
in other
No,
words,
I understand.
you cannot define the Brahman without going into duality.
Yeah.
Just like the other gentleman who came here.
Yeah. This is a fundamental problem, Sujal, because again, you're saying, oh, it's like this, but it's not this. And no.
Yeah, on one hand, you're saying he doesn't have attributes, and then you're describing it with attributes. So it is a contradiction. In case you didn't realize.
So telling if that, I think there is no thing in the universe can describe it. Then
okay, so don't
simply
describe it.
telling.
Why are you describing it? If you cannot describe it, don't describe it. Who told you to make suggestions about
No, but you
that is
said
not
tell
your...
me its attributes. No, I was telling that you said it. Tell me its attributes. So I was
No, we
telling
didn't
to
ask.
describe in my
We
own
didn't ask
perceptions.
attributes. We asked you to tell us about the Brahman from your scriptures. But what you're doing is you keep some way or the other going to science, trying to say that, look, this is the only way you'll understand. But then means you're relying on duality to explain your non-duality.
Well, interestingly, those words, the omnipotent and omniversal, they were supposedly also derived from scripture. So the scripture in one place says he has no attributes, and the scripture in another place gives him some attributes. It's a straightforward contradiction, right? But then they say, oh, never mind, because it's not precise, it's only an indication. But this is the fundamental problem, is that we are in this world of apparent duality. That is the world in which our language works. And so it can never, whatever words you're going to put together and however you do, they can't actually be true if the truth is this undifferentiated thing, and nothing exists besides it.
Okay. The thing is that the meaning of the word omnipotent is the same that has been written here. That
What is
God
it?
has no image, no one can
No,
name
no.
it. It's the same
Omnipotent just
meaning of
means all
omnipotent.
powerful. It doesn't mean that. It means all powerful.
Yep.
No, I mean it's a broader term, not a
No, we don't
specific
ask
term.
for
It
broader
can be.
terms. Give us the specific terms.
It
Because
has
what
been
you're doing is
okay.
you're taking stuff from science or from other religions and then trying to shoehorn it into your belief.
Okay, from the Muslim perspective, it might
No,
be
no, not
different,
from the
but
Muslim
according to the
perspective.
Vedas,
Give us
I
from
mean,
your perspective, man. Come on.
I mean, I can't name it that Sanskrit words, but these are the closest word
We
to that.
gave you the Sanskrit word, niragun and nirakar. It's very clear. Without attributes, without form. What more
Like
you
the
want?
other guy said, you know,
I mean the
not
whole
this,
words,
not that.
not only two
Sorry,
words.
the
I mean
description.
the whole verses, not only two words. Like there are complete verses.
Okay, so
They are called as like
why don't you
Upanishads.
give us the link of your scripture and then we can put it on the screen? Okay, give us the link of the scripture where it describes or talks about the Brahman, and then we can put
I
it on the
mean, you
screen.
can just
I don't
search
want you
it.
to invent stuff which is not in your scripture.
No, it's it. Okay. The thing that I told, it was also in that like
Okay,
famous
I'll give you another description from your scripture. One of them is Sat Chit Anand. Yeah.
Okay.
Which means he's the truth. Okay. He's consciousness and his bliss.
His consciousness.
Yeah. But you see, these are also, to me, these are attributes.
Yep.
So God can be described by attributes.
So why does your book say he is nirguna? Do you see the contradiction again?
I mean, describing gods with attributes, I think it's the biggest mistake.
So
But it's
don't
the
do it
mistake that your scripture makes.
Satchit Anand is from your scripture. This is Sanskrit.
Not that telling that what are the attributes of gods. It's
Yeah, but your
not like
scriptures talk about it, not me.
Yeah,
I
your
mean,
scriptures literally list several attributes of God, and yet you say
Even the
it's a mistake
nirguna and
to do that.
nirakar are from your scripture. To me, these
wait
are
a
also
second, but
attributes.
the other lines also say that it's not for our mind that can explain what it like, what the gods like.
Okay, so your scripture is wrong or you're wrong?
So
Which
that's
one
why
is it?
I'm saying that we need to put like complete verses from Sanskrit, because like taking one part means another, taking
I've been
one part
telling you
means
to bring up
another.
the complete verses. I asked you, post the link in the private chat. I'll put it on the screen. You don't want to do that either. Because the problem is this philosophy only came like in the 7th century, yeah? Or the 8th century.
From Hindu texts?
Yes.
Nah, they
No,
are
I'm
the
talking about the
oldest.
Advaita Vedanta, the dualism, the non-duality philosophy. And even amongst the Hindus, it is not the majority who believe in this. Most they follow the bhakti path. Yeah,
7th century.
where they give devotion to statues and statues of the gods and goddesses.
Did you mention they were like given in 7th century? I mean,
Yeah, because
Hindu texts are way older.
Adisankara came in the 8th century, not even the 7th.
What about the Vedas?
The Vedas don't mention anything about this Brahman who is the one that Advaita defines it as. Oops, where's he gone? He left. Okay, maybe disconnected. No problem. Right, S15. You're a Muslim.
Hello there.
Are you a Muslim?
I can't hear you for some reason. Let me rejoin.
Are you a Muslim?
It says best Muslim.
Yeah, that's what it says.
Why doesn't any of them? Why do all of them have the same problem?
No idea. Right, Sujal, We can see you in
Yes.
case you want to
Sorry, I
show.
had like network problem.
Okay.
So can I continue?
Okay.
Yeah, you can. Yeah. So give us the.
this. So this
Give us
like
the.
non-duality like stuff. It has been
You were
actually
going to
read
give
by
us a
famous.
reference for your scriptures. Can you put that in the private chat, please?
Actually, I had like listened that way time ago. Also from like Dr. Zakir Naik, I had heard its speeches and also inspired by him.
He inspired about Advaita from Zakir Naik. I find that hard to believe somehow.
No. Like he was quoting some verses. I had checked and I had learned at that time.
Oh,
I
I
had
see.
read some of that.
So look here.
Wait a
Like I
sec.
said, most Hindus actually do not, abide by or follow this philosophy of Advaita Vedanta. In fact, it's a very small minority. Most of them follow either duality or they follow the bhakti path, where they show devotion to their gods and goddesses in form and with attributes.
Yes.
So maybe you can answer this question, okay? The scholars, the Hindu scholars who studied the Upanishads and the Vedas and the Bhagavad Gita and the Brahma Sutras, why did they all come? Basically, they come to a conclusion which is contradictory to each other, because the Advaita school says we live in a duality, whereas the Advaita says we are in a non-duality. They basically studied the same scriptures, but concluded completely different philosophies from you, even though they read.
Yes.
Why do you think that happened? Is it because the scriptures are not clear?
Okay, Hinduism is like more like a philosophy than a religion.
I know, but they read the same scriptures. So why did they come
Yes.
to different conclusions?
I think in India and most of the Hindu nations, I think they are mostly culturally
There is only one Hindu
influenced.
nation. Even that is not the case anymore. How many Hindu nations are there, you think, in the world? Not India.
Like I am in Nepal.
Yeah, even Nepal is secular now, right?
Yes, there are all, I think, religions.
There was only one Hindu nation, that was Nepal, and even that became secular. Why is that?
Yes, that was actually also altered by the British influence after that Anglo-Nepal War.
This was recent, by the way. The British went away 70 years ago.
No, I mean that
Stop
like
blaming
Nepal
the
changing
British all
from
the
a
time.
single Hindu nation to like other religions also coming.
Okay,
That was
anyway,
influenced by India
tell us,
mostly.
forget about politics for now. Tell us why the scholars came to contradictory conclusions about the most important aspect of your religion, which is existence and God.
Okay, so Hinduism as a religion or philosophy, it's very vast. The vastness of it is
that doesn't answer the question.
No, I'm just describing. So as the time like gone, the philosophical ideas of Hinduism are like altered from cultures to religions. Within the same religion, there are
Bro,
many
if you don't have the
cultures.
answer, just say I don't know. No need to make jalebis. I'm asking you, why did they come to different conclusions about the most important aspect of the religion, God and existence? That is a question.
So you mean why the Hindus differ in within the even same books?
Yeah, they came to different conclusions, contradictory to each other.
I mean, yes, answer is that like different cultural like influences and philosophical ideas differing from one culture to another.
Shall I tell you what the answer is?
Okay.
There are
I would like
contradictions.
to hear it.
There are contradictions in the Hindu scriptures. That's why. Do you agree with that?
Can you list them?
Yeah, do you agree? I just told you, your scholars came to, if it was clear, then they would come to the same conclusion. Because it is unclear, it's ambiguous or contradictory, they came to completely opposite conclusions.
Okay. It also differs that which perspective we look from.
These are your scholars, so you tell me which perspective they look from. In fact, it shouldn't matter, because if the scripture is clear, unambiguous, and non-contradictory, then they should come to the same conclusion about the most fundamental aspect of your existence and of God.
Okay. Yup. At the same time, the different philosophical ideas had great influence in them. It's not that the texts are like wrong or they are saying anything bad. I think it's the people's like different ideas that led them to different parts ultimately. And so that's why there are so many vastness, so many different philosophical ideas at present in Hinduism.
Look, I'll tell you what. If somebody tells you that 5 plus 2 is 7, and somebody else tells you that 5 plus 2 is 18, are they both right?
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter which philosophical idea you use. Will you say they both are right or one is wrong?
I mean, can you repeat I think the mic was little low, internet issue.
Two different people.
Okay.
When you ask them what is 5 plus 2, one of them says 7, the other says 18. Would you say based on the different philosophies they both are right, or would you say one of them is wrong? Certainly.
Ultimately, one of them has to be wrong.
Why is that?
Because both like reactants can't give the same product. Different reactants can't give the different products.
So you agree that doesn't matter what philosophy you use, there should be only one correct answer.
Yes, technically.
Okay, and that is exactly how the scripture should be. When you're talking about the most fundamental aspect of your existence and about God, then there should not be different conclusions. The only reason you'll get different conclusions is because there are contradictions in the scriptures, there are ambiguities, and that is the reason.
Okay, from your perspective then.
Oh,
okay, then I
disagree
would
with
like
this?
to show some like points here I have.
Okay, anyway, brother, I don't think this is going anywhere. So
this like it's on the
basically what you
non-duality
said
property.
about Advaita Vedanta, with all due respect, is
Yes, it's
neither from
about
your
the
scriptures,
non-duality
it's
property.
basically from your own interpretation.
I would like to show some like famous scientists who have
It's not-
actually done something on that.
I don't think any credible scientist will say that all of this existence is just an illusion.
Not that. Not
Because
that point.
this is what Advaita believes in. They believe the
I'm talking
only
about that non-duality
absolute
nature.
reality and the only absolute existence is Brahman. Everything else is just a illusion.
So, have you heard about that wave particle non-duality?
Say again?
Wave and particle, waves and particles non-duality.
That's completely, totally misusing, misunderstanding
nothing to do with non-duality
quantum mechanics entirely. If you are understanding your scriptures as well as you're understanding quantum mechanics, then you're not talking about your scriptures.
No, I am telling that on the basis of this concept, famous scientists have done research, and one of them even got Nobel Peace Prize.
Yeah, I'm familiar with it. I graduated in
And
theoretical
his name
physics.
is Erwin Schrödinger.
Yes, I know Erwin Schrödinger. Yes, I know his
also
work very well.
Heisenberg and Bohr's.
Yes, I've studied it all very, very well. I know quantum physics. Lots of these books are on quantum physics and quantum field theory. Like I say, I graduated in it. Wave particle duality, or the appearance of wave particle duality, in no way whatsoever, even slightly, supports non-duality. Not in any level, not in any way is there any legitimate understanding that can be drawn from quantum mechanics that supports non-duality. The opposite is true. In fact, duality is required for quantum mechanics. A dualistic or pluralistic perspective is necessary for quantum mechanics to even be expressed, to even work. It's how it functions, it's how it's interpreted, it's how it's understood. What is happening here, and this is really good evidence, so I'm glad you brought it, is that you are trying to fit things to what you want to believe, not looking at the evidence and letting it lead you to truth.
So by your sayings, the Heisenberg's uncertainty principle is false. By
No,
your commitment.
no. The Heisenberg uncertainty
No,
principle
wait a
has
second.
a specific domain of validity. What is false is you connecting it with non-duality.
No, the thing that you just said before this, it literally contradicts the uncertainty principle at its base.
What? Where's the contradiction? Where's the contradiction?
You just said it.
Where? What contradiction? How? So you have, let's take, for example, the conjugate variables, x and p, right? X is the position, p is the momentum. Delta x, delta p is greater than or equal to 2h bar over 2. Okay, go. Fine. How does that contradict the idea that you need duality or plurality in order for quantum mechanics to work? Do you know what commuting and non-commuting variables are even? Because this whole thing about the uncertainty principle, is to do with commuting and non-commuting variables in a more general sense. By the way, the uncertainty principle also applies for classical electrical signals. It's not even specific to quantum. It's something that's true of all finitely sampled Fourier decompositions, harmonic analysis in general. So it's an artifact of an analysis technique. And what? Go for it. Tell me where the contradiction is.
By your earlier sayings, I think you were talking about that non-duality coexisting. Am I right?
Non-duality is completely unworkable, self-defeating, and logic cannot touch or work with it at all. There is no mechanism by which logic could even be used with non-duality in any fashion, in any way. We've established this in detail previously, and there's very good reasons for it, because you have to have attributes in order to start doing logic. And so anything that's connected to it,
okay.
right? Okay. So you got that first of all. So that's a problem. Now, what's this got to
I will
do
ask you
with,
something. So
where's
light,
the contradiction in
photon.
what I said? Light, sorry?
Light, photon particle.
You have a photon. Okay, cool.
Okay, is it a wave or particle?
What do you mean, is it a wave or a particle? It's an excitation in a quantum field.
Okay, that's okay, but I'm just asking simply, tell me it's wave or particle.
It's a false dichotomy. It's just a stupid layman's thing that was always used for popular science and has never really been the issue. Very, very, very early on in the development, before anybody had quantum mechanics, there was a question of is the wave, is the matter wave-like or particle-like? And then what happened is they developed Schrodinger's, eventually we got Schrodinger's equation, and then we got Heisenberg's formulation, so matrix formulation. And from that point on, this idea that, is it a wave, is it a particle, is only really of interest to laymen. When somebody speaks the mathematical language quantum theory is written in, you realize that is simply a false dichotomy. The better language that most people use, especially since we've developed, quantum field theory, is excitations. You have a field excitation, and asking if it is a wave or a particle is like asking if a car is a body or wheels.
Did you get that, Sujal?
A car is a body or wheel is like very different, and like it doesn't make sense in context of light
It's
as a wave
okay.
or
Let me make it
particle.
really simple. It's neither. It's not a wave. It's not a particle. It can somehow be. It has some similarities, some analogies with waves. It has some analogies that can be drawn to particles, but in fact, a photon is neither. It is an excitation in a field that has what's called U1 symmetry, gauge symmetry. That's one of the best ways of describing it. That's it. That's what it actually is. It is neither a wave nor a particle. Waves and particles are just analogies for some aspects of what this actual different thing is, which is called a photon.
But it can behave as both, right? It has been scientifically proven.
No, that's the silly
No?
layman's. Let's
No?
listen, Sujal. You understood what I said before? The silly popular science layman understanding, when they misunderstand it because they don't know what they're talking about, they say things like it can be both. What I said was much more precise and much more accurate, which is that a photon is neither a wave nor a particle, but there are analogies. There are analogies. You know what an analogy is?
Okay,
Yes.
but my question was, it
it's
can
not
behave as
one.
a
It's not behaving
particle
as
and wave,
one.
yes
It's
or
not.
no?
No, it's not behaving as one and then behaving as the other. Those are analogies. It's not behaving as one or the other, right? You can use waves as an analogy to describe some aspects of how it behaves. You can use particles as an analogy to describe some aspects of how it behaves, but neither is a correct description. But there is a correct description. The problem is, really, you need to speak mathematics in order to really understand the correct description, in order to understand what we mean by an excitation in a quantum field. So again, stop saying behaves as a wave and behaves as a particle. It's just wrong.
So it's not both.
How can I be any clearer? No, it's not both. It's neither. That you could say there's an analogy. There are some analogies with the wave. There are some analogies with the particle, but it's not either of them. Just like there are analogies between my behavior and the behavior of a rock, right? If you're dropping us in a vacuum and seeing how fast we accelerate towards Earth, in that sense, we're the same. There's an analogy that I have mass and it has mass, but I'm not a rock. That's just wrong. That is the sense in which a photon is like a wave and like a particle. There are analogies that work partially for some aspects of photonic behavior, and there are other analogies that work partially, but neither of them are correct. It is not both. It is neither. It is something else.
So you're telling that it's neither wave or nor particle?
Yes.
Although it behaves as some.
No, again.
You just said the same thing.
No, it didn't.
No. So okay. I think it's been a long conversation. Okay, I was pulling out this
you can
topic
use
because
analogies, but you cannot say it behaves as it's not behaving as a wave and then swapping to behave like a particle.
So from the sun we receive light as a wave, yes or no? It's life as a wave. Nature travels from sun to earth. Okay.
It just doesn't work like that at all. No, that's completely wrong.
Simply speaking.
Well, yes, simply speaking, if you want, but it's as long as you understand it's wrong.
Okay, at like deeper understanding, I will be wrong, but simply speaking, it's right. Yes.
But it
for most cases. Okay, same. It also like Einstein's photoelectric effect.
No, but the thing
where
is,
it shows
you're
that
using
photon
the
is like
words.
behaves like
No,
a particle.
you're using Einstein's photoelectric section and then saying, well, simply it's right. And then you're saying, well, light travels from the sun like a wave. And in a simple sense, it's right. Just no. Like it doesn't make sense. You can't be talking about traveling as a wave and then saying, oh, it's simplified. No, it's just wrong.
Okay, light as a photon was considered at early times. It was just a wave. After Einstein's that experiment, it was also like it behaves as a particle, for which he won the Nobel Peace Prize.
Yeah, the energy is delivered in discrete chunks, in quantized steps. There are not in indefinite. Yeah, and what?
Okay, the whole thing that I explained because Werner Heisenberg and Neil Bohr were like influenced by the Vedas and Gita for this
No, they were
like
not.
further development in this non-duality nature.
No, they were not.
This is just complete.
Yes, they were.
Dude,
They were. Why did they not accept Hinduism? Tell me.
Yeah, they didn't become Hindus for a good reason.
They remain atheists.
Lots of philosophers read about the Vedas and things, but their philosophies and on this stuff is absolutely nothing to do with it. What you are bringing is total, complete garbage. You have completely, totally misunderstood everything you've mentioned about physics. You also really do not understand the story of how this stuff develops at all in any meaningful way. What you have been doing is taking what you already believe and just cherry picking and trying to shove stuff together and whatever doesn't fit, manipulating it. This is absolutely not. Yes, they read their philosophies. You'll find other people, plenty of them who did. But you won't find where those philosophies were important in developing those physical theories. It's not the case.
But those great scientists did believe in non-duality.
No, rubbish. Total. Not only is that garbage, but
I think you need to stop here, Sujal. Honestly, embarrassing yourself.
Sujal,
you should stick to what you know.
They all explicitly.
Wait a second. I'm not talking about Hinduism at the present time.
Sujal,
they believe that the universe at the quantum reality has non-duality properties.
No, rubbish.
I have read that in the textbooks.
No, absolute garbage. Bring evidence.
I mean, it's the Nobel Peace Prize winner Schrodinger's main statement, and you are trying to change it.
Next time,
after one contradiction, then another contradiction.
Sujal, you're changing it. You're making up lies about people, and I don't appreciate slander. Sujal, none of them, and I repeat, none of them believed in non-duality, and in fact, they would not even be able to operate in physics if they believed in non-duality. They are incompatible. None of them based their physics theories on non-duality. None of them, not at all. Even I've got books, by the way, by Krishnamurti and Bohm, where they went talking about all these kind of different philosophies they could go through and so on. Like I've gone digging. There's people like Fridtjof Capra who write books about the relationship between Shakti and Vishnu and things in quantum. Yeah, people do that sort of stuff, for fun and for philosophical interest. But to say that non-duality is in any way important or even consistent with quantum theory or with any of its developers or with the history of quantum theory or with the physics before it or with the physics after it or with general relativity is just total manufactured garbage lies. You are making up lies about Nobel Prize winners. You are making up lies about physics. You're making up lies about history. You're making up the whole thing.
We asked him to bring stuff from his book and scriptures, and he went to some physics or something he has no clue about.
And made nothing.
Why are you bringing stuff from these people when they were not even Hindus?
Okay, I mean, I don't care he calling me like liar or something, but these guys were inspired from the Hindu text. That's what I'm clarifying.
You misrepresented the views of these people that you're quoting. Okay, so it is that exactly slander, basically. Anyway, Sujal, look, if you don't have evidence from your scripture. Stop bringing in, stuff from some people who are scientists. They can have any views about any religion. They might even pick stuff from Buddhism or from Islam. That doesn't make them follow that religion. They might be impressed by a few things here and there. It doesn't mean they adopt your entire ideology. This is complete and utter nonsense.
And certainly, 100%.
And you're making a fool of yourself by doing this
not
in public,
non-duality.
in front of so many people watching. Okay?
Yeah.
When we asked you to bring evidence from your scripture, you didn't want to do that.
No,
In fact,
wait a
you
second.
misrepresented even your own scripture, because you said Brahman was omnipotent and omnipresent. Okay? And that is also a misrepresentation of your own scripture. So I'm not surprised you're doing it elsewhere.
No, I said omnipotent and omniversal because you asked like its attributes, and I
Yeah, where
said
does it
I
say
can't
he's
explain its
omnipotent? Where does it
attributes.
say that? Show me.
You said before that you
you
got
just
those
asked the
attributes from the
attributes.
scriptures, so whatever.
I didn't ask you to bring his attributes. I asked you to tell us about the Brahman from your scriptures.
And you said that came from the scriptures, and you said they
Yes.
were.
So you're lying about your own scriptures. So I'm not surprised you're lying about other people as well. Stop embarrassing yourself like that. Bring
So
solid
you didn't
evidence.
tell me to
If you
ask
don't
the
have it,
attributes of
remain
God.
quiet. That's better for you.
I mean, okay, but didn't you ask me to tell the attributes of God?
No, I asked you to tell me about the Brahman.
But you didn't ask the attributes or not?
In fact,
okay, now you asked, and now
hold on, Sujan.
Okay, few minutes later you said I didn't. Now you are saying you did.
That is Nirguna and Nirakara. I repeated many times. And Nirguna means someone who does not have attributes. But you put in attributes there to sound smart.
No, because you asked.
He asked you about it, and you got those attributes and insisted to us that you got them from scripture. And so then we asked you, hang on a minute, how does your scripture both give you some attributes and tell you he has no attributes? We then went off and found more attributes in the scripture as well. And it got very confusing, didn't it? Because then we started talking about contradictions. Say, well, hang on a minute. Why does it say he has no attributes? And then give him a bunch of attributes. That's what happened. So stop trying to lie about Hashim in a negative way as well, because that's also called slander.
So when he asked about attributes,
I was surprised that you mentioned attributes.
God cannot be judged on the basis of attributes. So I just told him what I
you just
believe.
made up things, yeah?
Wait a second. The omnipotent and omniversal, I told you in my own perspective. I didn't say they were from the
Exactly,
Vedas.
it's not from your scripture. My point exactly.
Wait a second.
You made
I
it
clearly
up.
said from the Yajur Veda, God has no image, no one can name it. It's from the Yajur Veda, and these two words I described because you asked the attributes, and
so you made up.
I just gave in my own
for the
definition.
sake of argument, if I ask you something about your God, that does he have attributes? So you will make up attributes, isn't it? By your own speculation. It's looking bad for you. You're just digging yourself deeper in that hole you created for yourself. By the way, there's another WhatsApp graduate here. He keeps saying that Allah is Brahman. No, it's not. Brahman doesn't have attributes. Allah has attributes. Okay?
Yeah.
So it's clearly not. You guys have to really take that head out of the sand, get an education, and not be, somehow be looking only on your WhatsApp universities,
Joshua Brown,
get a proper education, man.
That's really embarrassing. Because
be like Daniel who came earlier.
We're supposed to be, some kind of manifestations inside this thing, which is exactly the opposite of Allah. Allah is distinct. We are not in him. We are not part of him. We're not made from him. We're not manifestations of him in any way. So maybe you're misusing the word Allah in the same way as the Sikh person earlier was beginning to. Maybe. But that's certainly not Allah as we see it. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
So I would like to clarify some things.
Does it involve
the word
quantum physics?
Omnipotent and omniversal? I clearly said it's like my definition of God, because you asked attributes and I didn't know. You said try something like, and I pointed out to Sir Hakim because he said first light is neither wave nor particle. Then he said it partially like that, partially like that. So I wanted to point it out that, so I would name the Nobel Prize winners, nothing That
No, it's not partially like this. Again, I very clearly I very carefully chose my language. And what keeps happening, Sujal, is instead of repeating or understanding my language, you change it to something else to make it sound like you had a legitimate point when you don't. And if you had understood these things in the first place, you never would have bought them to support the idea of non-duality.
So by your telling, photoelectric effect is like waste.
No, photoelectric effect is perfectly valid science. It just has nothing.
Okay, now it's perfect.
To do. No, it has
Few
nothing
minutes
to do with
earlier,
you.
you were saying it's like that kind of simply.
No,
but at
photoelectric
like deeper
effect.
levels is not.
The photoelectric effect is a perfectly legitimate experiment. Your understanding
now
of it
it's
and how you're
legitimate.
trying to Sujal, no, nothing's changed. You just don't understand. There's nothing wrong with the photoelectric effect or with the experiments of it. There's nothing wrong with shining a UV. Sujal, stop interrupting me. I'm going to get really, really annoyed with you, and then I'm not going to speak to you next time. The photoelectric effect, where you shine UV light, right, on a piece of gold or whatever you want to, or a piece of metal, and then you have a voltage across it, and you see what frequency lets electrons jump, and what energy makes them jump, all that kind of stuff. Perfectly legitimate experiment. Plenty of interesting explanation and stuff went around it. All good, no problem. Worth a Nobel Prize. Good, right? But it has nothing at all to do with non-duality. It has nothing at all to do with supporting any of the misrepresentations of quantum mechanics you were trying to give. And your attempt to try and twist what I said and say, oh, you did denying the photoelectric effect before and whatever, all it shows is that you don't understand physics, you don't understand the things you're quoting, and you don't understand me. And you are just desperately trying to twist and manipulate these things to make them fit your prejudged, preconceived notions. You are demonstrating to me that you are all ego with zero interest whatsoever whether anything you say is true or legitimate.
All right, I don't think we need to waste any more time with Sujal. Looks like
I mean, okay, I'm not like being ego or
Sujal, can I
something,
ask
but
you
like
one
he was
thing?
literally saying like,
Sujal,
when I
Sujal.
first mentioned photoelectric effect, he was literally saying it's not like legitimately true,
Sujal,
and now he's saying
No, Sujal, you just don't understand anything, and all you want to do is try and make up lies to protect your ego, and it's disgusting.
Okay. I mean, but if you are like that, you could have like simply told, you said like this, it's partially true, partially not true. I mean, it's
Sujal.
That's about wave and
wants to ask you a
particles.
question. So last question, and we're going to end it there, yeah?
Sujal, it's a question that's on a completely different topic than that, because I understand that you're a Hindu who believes that their scripture is the reason for them to believe in what they believe, right?
No, I'm not like forcing anyone to like believe in this or that.
I'm asking about you. I'm not asking about you forcing anybody else. I'm asking about the reason why you believe in Hinduism.
Actually, like Hinduism has like significance in science and mathematics, very much than any other religion.
How do you understand Hinduism? Is it not through your scripture, or based on your scripture at least?
Yes.
Okay. Why do you believe your scripture to be true?
Like it's like more scientific than other religions.
Really? So hold on. You saying religion actually believes in God and reincarnation, yeah?
No, I'm telling you. Wait a second.
Science believe in reincarnation and God? Is what you're saying?
Wait a second. When I tell something like you search like try to like like go from Islamic perspective, I'm not saying that I believe in God, this and that, Hinduism, but I'm telling that Hinduism has given more scientifically based like things to the world than any other religion has ever.
Have you actually studied any of this, or you just another WhatsApp post that you're just saying?
No, I have actually interest in this and
okay. So let me ask you this: where in science does it teach about reincarnation or about God? Because science deals with the naturalistic world.
I mean, we are like deviating from my understanding. I am saying that
you made a claim, very scientific. Tell me where it talks about this.
So I mean, did you like listen my
don't
words
try
carefully?
to change the topic or do whataboutery. Answer the question. Where in science does it is anywhere that talks about God or about reincarnation, for example? If you want to stick to your religion, stick to it. Stop interjecting science, trying to somehow prove that this is a valid religion. Okay?
Okay, so
Because
I will
what you're doing
clarify
is
once and all.
it shows your insecurity about your religion. So you have to take the help of science every time.
No,
in
I
order
am
to
saying.
validate yourself.
Wait a second. Wait a
Sujal,
second.
let me rephrase my question to you. Do you believe that your scripture is reliably reflecting what your Brahman or whatever other god you believe in? That's my question.
I can't tell about that because it's like so much controversial, and even I can understand like all things. I am
So
saying that
your scripture is controversial.
wait a second. I am saying that I like Hinduism than other because it has given more to science than any other religion.
But
where is your proof for that? Where is your evidence for that?
Where is your proof? So mathematics, yoga, surgery.
Mathematics and yoga are scientific. Mathematics itself is considered a philosophy.
So do you know about Vedic maths?
No, hold on. Before you go there, tell me what part of yoga is science? You mentioned yoga. What part of yoga is science? Just making claims without any evidence doesn't really work in your favor.
I mean, the whole world knows yoga is from like Indian philosophy, so I can't
so
describe
tell me what
it.
in yoga is scientific. Tell me. Go on. I'm waiting.
I mean, it's simple. Like you can just like go.
No, not simple. If it is simple, say it now. Go on.
Okay. What's the question again?
You're going to look up online?
Nope.
Then answer the question. What part of yoga is scientific?
What part of yoga is scientific?
Yeah.
So you mean like yogas and physical exercise don't help our body?
Physical exercise can be done in many ways, not only yoga. What is scientific
so yoga
about
is not
it?
a physical exercise.
What is scientific about it? Answer that question.
That's not what he said, Sujal. He said that physical exercise can be done in ways that don't need to be yoga. All right.
Yeah, exactly.
So
Pilates, for example, is that
why
yoga?
are you twisting? Why are you twisting the words?
You see, he can't answer the question, so he's now making jalebis.
So you are asking that what are the scientific benefits
Can you admit
of yoga?
that you don't have an answer to this question, that yoga is scientific?
No, he's saying that how could you say that yoga is purely scientific? Purely scientific. Because
By the way,
that's what I
have
understand.
you done yoga yourself, Sujal?
Yes.
What have you learned from yoga?
So like yoga, and I do like gyms also.
No. What have you learned from yoga other than the physical aspect, which is, exercise?
So,
what have you learned?
Science is only learning and not our keeping like body.
What have
healthy
you learned
physically.
from yoga? Just answer the question.
What have you learned from yoga?
Yeah. Very scientific.
Okay, let me.
Wait a second. Yoga and physical exercises have scientific benefits. Do you agree or not?
You know the purpose of the yoga?
Let me just prove him
is
wrong.
not just physical exercise.
Allow me to prove him wrong on
Completely
the scientific thing. Okay. Allow me to prove you wrong on the scientific thing. So do you think that everybody could do yoga and benefit from it? Or anybody could benefit from it?
Yoga.
Yes.
So which are you talking? There are many types.
Yeah, the thing that attributes to your physical well-being.
So you are making it broader.
anything. I'm just saying any part of yoga that would build up your body in a physical way.
I mean, the whole question is, I think irrelevant. I think my mic is like.
You just said that it was. You just said that it was physically beneficial to human being, and that's proven by science, and that's why you believe in it. No.
Yes.
You didn't say that.
Yes. My point was actually that.
Okay, perfect. So
yes,
is that for any human being? Like any human being could benefit from it.
So it's telling it benefits for humans are like you are telling it
it's a yes or no
benefits
question,
all
sir.
humans.
It's a yes or no question.
I mean,
it's
for broader term,
anybody,
yes.
It's either any human being could benefit from it or it's not.
For yoga, taking as a broader term, not like specific yoga asanas, yes.
Okay, so if somebody has a hypertrophic myocardiopathy, which is a hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, that's a scientifically proven problem, right? It affects young human beings. And when I say young, I mean fairly young, like in their 20s and on, between 20s and 30s.
Okay.
So these people would still benefit from practicing yoga.
So I don't know that the name of the disease, but I am sure that the heart conditions like tachycardia, like high heart rate, and bradycardia, low heart rate, these can be like controlled by like some asanas. I have heard that.
Yeah. But because actually these are
like physical exercises like running and those stretching are actually good for heart.
Okay.
And there are many yoga asanas also.
All right, let's just go back to the two words you just used, because these are not conditions. These are symptoms.
Sorry?
These are not diseases. These are symptoms.
By the way, the essence of yoga is not just the asana, not just the different poses that you have. Do you realize that? What is the purpose of yoga? Let's see if you know that.
So don't you know it?
Well, you tell me. It's your religion.
I have already explained, and sir
all you did was asana. That's all. The different.
Let's go even more direct. You said that this yoga was one of the scientific advancements that you cited. Where were chakras found? Right, chakras was the center. That was what you brought. That was what was brought in terms of the underlying theory of yoga. Were chakras validated by science? Or did science go, no, it's not about chakras. That's nonsense. Which one did science do?
So, okay, let me ask you. Yoga and physical exercises
you can answer the question first, because you were trying to portray that the philosophies from that you're referring to was brought as a scientific advancement. Many different attempts to give scientific explanation and understanding of the body and its function were proposed in history. Yours was one of them. Yours, involving chakras, has been shown through scientific means and by the scientific lens to be junk. It is not something that science was built on. It's something that science rejected. So how can you make the claim that was a scientific advancement that was brought?
Not only that, brother Islam, he answered my question by mentioning two symptoms for a heart: tachycardia and bradycardia. Tachycardia is just high pulse, and bradycardia is the opposite, right? It's slow pulse. And my question to you was using yoga for a disease, not a symptom, right? And I mentioned to you a disease of the one condition of the heart, and you didn't give me an answer. I'll just deduce from that you probably went a little bit soft and said, well, it could benefit this condition
Yes,
in
definitely.
one way. All right.
Definitely
So actually,
does.
it would actually kill somebody who has a hypertrophic myocardiopathy. That's the problem, you see.
So your
I'm not
proposed
saying like
instantly on the
wait a
spot.
second. The disease you said I had no idea about, and I am talking about like tachycardia, bradycardia, not a disease. Like
That's not
the
a
total.
disease, sir. That's not a disease. Tachycardia, bradycardia is
Yes,
not
yes.
a disease.
I mean,
So you can't
the
say
disease
I would.
involving them as symptoms. The disease
All right, all right.
involving them as symptoms.
Let me tell you. Let me just explain to you what you just said in other words, right?
Okay.
You basically told me that I could cure somebody who's having a high rate or a low rate, so a slow rate or a fast rate. You didn't explain to me why they were having the condition. I'm telling you that they would be having high rate if they had a cardio or like a hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, right? They would be having a fast rate. Now the question to you again, if they're having fast rate and they're having cardiomyopathy, hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, would you still say that yoga would benefit them?
I mean, sorry, but you are asking like if someone has like fatal cancer and if he does
That's not
yoga,
cancer.
it will
That's not
benefit or
cancer.
not. It's the
I
same.
never mentioned
Sorry,
cancer.
sorry, I
I
can
never
answer it.
mentioned. No, but hang on a second. Let me correct you. I didn't
I
mention
think
cancer.
when he said I can't
I asked
answer it,
you.
that was truthful.
I mean, the question is so like confusing. So,
Okay, so here's the really simple question. When this theory of yoga is built on chakras, that was the theory of the life force in the body and how energies balance and all that kind of stuff. That was not scientific advancement. That was scientific misdirection. It was wrong and sent people in the wrong direction, and even today misleads people. So why did you cite it as a scientific advancement?
I didn't call that as scientific advancement. Never.
You said you labeled yoga was literally the
I
second
only
one you
said that.
listed. You listed maths and yoga.
Okay. So like one example is that when we have like common cold and we have like our nose blocked. Okay.
Suja, look here, man.
It's like
when you don't have
Suja.
an answer, you can just say, I don't know, or I made a mistake. The deeper you dig yourself, the worse it looks for you, honestly.
I mean,
Stop doing
I
that.
wanted to say the thing he was
There's
talking, I
nothing
didn't have any
scientific
idea.
about these things you're saying. So stop making claims you have no clue about. In fact, you don't even know the importance of yoga.
Sujal,
You think it's just asanas.
You know, one way
Seriously.
of pronouncing your name in Arabic is Sijal, not Sujal, Sijal, and I think it fits you quite well. Sijal is basically just fighting.
I mean, I was only talking about maths and yogas. You talk about arrow topic that
There's
I had
nothing
no info.
No, you brought maths
yoga.
and yoga as examples of scientific contributions. Now, Indians did contribute significantly to
Yes,
mathematics.
example Aryabhatta.
To the
maths, yes.
Indians did
Yes,
contribute.
who invented zero, of course.
However,
so did Muslims.
Sujal,
So what?
the Vedas
So
and the
what?
Upanishads and all these
I mean,
philosophical
bro.
ideas were not the reason for any of that mathematics at all. That maths came from counting things. It came from them taking ideas from other people and developing them. It came from astronomy and trying to look at the stars. It didn't come from the Vedas and the Upanishads. It just simply didn't. And it wasn't inspired by them either. And they weren't the
Counting
first to
of
do it.
stars.
And Sujal, and they weren't the first to do it. So, you know, it's not really legitimate to cite the mathematics, but yes, kudos to them. They did do some maths. They also did some stuff that was terribly misleading and ridiculous and caused, you know, no good, like the yoga that you cited. The underlying theory of it was bad. Yes, breathing and moving and calming your mind has some benefits. They certainly weren't the first people to think of that. And again, the bit that is beneficial, the breathing and the moving and the being calm, is not unique at all. and it's not a contribution you can put down to those origins. And the bit that they did contribute uniquely around the chakras and things was wrong and misleading and bad science, a failed attempt at science. This is important to understand. Now, Sujal, if science is important to you, if you like science, if you trust it, if you find it interesting, I encourage you to study it properly. Stop trying to just find ways to cram it to fit whatever philosophy you want to, and study it. Like, I went to university and studied physics. Do that. Get a bunch of books and go through and learn it properly. Don't just get a bit from GPT and a bit from some video somewhere. Really study it. You'll find it very interesting,
No,
perhaps.
I didn't like copy it from anywhere. I have your some textbooks and.
Okay, that's fine. How old are you, Sujal?
19.
Honestly, you're 19. Okay, you got a long way
Okay,
to
I
go.
have some textbooks here.
All I'm saying is don't make assertions that you're unsure of. Okay. By the way, do you believe in do you believe in astrology?
Astronomy, cosmology.
Astrology, not astronomy.
I have very less idea about that.
Okay, so
he's
you
asking
believe
about
in
the signs of the zodiac and things like that.
Isn't this one of the Hindu practices? How to determine a good spouse and making sure the kundalis meet?
Horoscopes, basically.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, that was another terribly misleading bit of anti-science.
Do you consider astrology to be scientific?
Astrology.
Yeah.
In my opinion, actually no, because scientifically it's not, I think, proven yet, or I think it doesn't have.
So you
stick to the science. Stick to the science, and what you should do with this non-duality is throw it in the bin, ignore it, learn some science, learn mathematical logic. Good, fine, good for you. That's cool.
No, just I was just confused because you said like photon is neither this, and you said like partially this, partially this. So I had like brought up the whole conversation, not like ego war or something.
Yeah, because I explained
so that's my
and you
opinions.
Yeah, but okay, fine. Learn the science properly. Stop trying to fit it to other ideas.
We are done here. We are done
so
here.
you
I
all
think
know like
meeting, so we need to take them as well. Okay, but thanks for your time, mate. He's still young. He's all
learn the science and then learn Islam. Throw this rest of the stuff.
I know how they come across, very confident, but you know we have been through this so many times.
Yeah, it's just actually the point I was trying to make to him is that he was making very categorical, quite categorical statements without even giving the due respect to what he was saying. He could say that I think that it's like to some people it's beneficial. That's fine, but when you say that it was scientifically proven to be beneficial,
I know this is a common rhetoric
from
many young Hindus. They think it makes them look good. As soon as you use the term scientific, oh, my religion must be true.
That's
the abuse of quantum mechanics to support all kinds of new age and old school spirituality is just rife. And this is the thing, it's just a tiny prod and a little bit of understanding. It's irrelevant. So I really hope that guy does actually, learn about this stuff properly, not just a layman's thing and then make up what he wants about it. Yeah. And I do hope that at some point he looks into Islam and it treats it on its own merits.
Sujal, if you're listening.
Yeah.
And
take on its own merits. Don't try and force it through a Advaita Vedanta philosophy or anything. Look at it for what it is, and you will find something that very logically and rationally goes together with science. And one of the things I wanted to tell him before he dropped is, I used to be atheist and not believe in God, and then I studied physics, and by the time I graduated, I believed in one God, in Allah, alhamdulillah. And that could be something of interest to him if science is of interest to him. But you'll never understand science if you try and squash it into this Vedic framework. It'll never happen.
Yeah.
No, I think though still that he was sincere about what he believed in. It's just that he was phrasing it in like a wishy-washy kind of language.
But he wasn't sincere about the thing is, or however insincere his intentions were. The things he was trying to say about quantum mechanics, non-duality, and
no, that was absolutely garbage.
Right,
yeah,
let's leave it there. So Sujal, come next time if you have some more, you've studied some more research, but not today. So just to let you know that you won't be taken again today. We
But he had a good intention. That's what I mean by sincerity.
All right, Akali is back. Hope his mic is fixed now. Akali, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, sir. Thank you.
Okay,
Good
brilliant.
stuff.
Just for the sake of the audience, we didn't kick you out last time. It is because of the microphone issue. We told you to fix and come back.
That's fine. Yeah, I didn't think you did either.
Yeah, because some people were, speculating in he couldn't answer the question, so they threw him out. No, that wasn't the intention.
I don't think you guys are. Yeah, you guys are intelligent enough to answer any questions. I think it will be a constructive debate.
Yeah, inshallah. Let's see. So where did we? I don't know. How far did we get last time?
I think we were talking about the AV's Sikh interpretation of the AV and Islam, and how it draws parallels of non-duality, and it reaffirms non-duality in the Sanatan dharmic sense, which is very, very often misconstrued by Sikhs and Hindus themselves that don't really study the text.
Okay. Would you consider Sikhism to be pantheism or panentheism?
It's non-dualism. Sikhism.
Yeah, but non-dualism is normally pantheism.
It doesn't really say that. The way that it's outlined by the Sikh philosophers is non-dualism, because it gets to the root cause of why there is dualism, and that's part of the core fundamentals of Sikhism.
Okay, so do you believe God is in all human beings or all existence? Do you believe that?
No. It's a bit more complicated, a bit more nuanced than that. So God is the designer, the creator, and without God, there can be no creation, right? But God's hand is in everything. So there's a very common metaphor that is used, like God is the ocean and the human is the drop. But ultimately, the drop goes back to the ocean. That is how Sikhism defines.
Okay, so this when you say a drop and an ocean, so when you say we are the drop and God is the ocean, then would you say we have an essence of God in us?
No, that's how it's described by a lot of people. How do I say this? It's very difficult.
But isn't that what the analogy is describing?
No. What it's trying to say is the nature of water, the nature of the ocean is in the drop, i.e., the designer's language is in the design. However, you cannot equate the two. With one is subservient to the other, right? The drop makes up the ocean, but the drop only has power and substance because of.
Do you have anything from him? Do you have anything of his essence? Anything, like a fraction of him?
Well, it's you can't quantify it in that sense. The way I've
qualitatively, not quantifying, qualitatively.
No, so the way I do this, the way I explain this to people when they ask questions of me, is think of it like a video game designer, because everyone plays video games these days. The youth do. God is the ultimate designer of the video game. The human is interacting with the video game and is an avatar within the game. So he's playing the game, or they are playing the game that God has designed. God has created every single part of that video game, like from the time, from the way, the physics, the rules, everything, right? So God is in the creation in that sense, but not physically in the creation, just like the human isn't physically in the creation. They're playing.
In that analogy, sorry, did God also create the human playing the game as well as the avatar, or just the avatar and the human playing as separate?
This is where it gets a bit deeper, but I'm just talking in that concept. So I'm not using that analogy to describe the relationship between the human and God. I'm saying you are the. Oh, 1 second, sorry.
Yeah, that analogy seems like duality, not non-duality.
So yeah, this
is
why.
As soon as you use the term created, it implies that it is separate from him, because that creation didn't exist before.
Yeah, I agree, because this is where the Western lens breaks apart the Eastern philosophies, and it is very, very hard for someone that has studied in the Western sense to sort of to explain these concepts. So this is why I wanted to speak, and I think I'm open for you guys
just
to break
briefly
it down.
though, just a reminder, we come from the Islamic paradigm primarily. Although I'm Western raised, I come from the Islamic paradigm, and I think in that primarily, which is obviously not a Western thought system at all.
But the English language is designed around the Western
yeah.
belief system, right? So that's what I'm
So we
referring
have
to.
that
I'm not
issue.
referring to. I'm not referring to Islam. I'm referring to the way that these things are discussed in the debate field. The debates are sort of heavily engineered to this. What Sikhi talks about is everything. I was getting to this earlier, right? But like Ek Onkar is one reality. That's essentially what Ek Onkar means, right? It's 1 + 1 = 1. The reason I use that analogy is because
1 + 1 = 2, actually.
I know, but that's the equation that it starts with, which is
it's a wrong conclusion, isn't it? Based on that logic,
it's a wrong premise, incorrect premise.
Yeah. Of course, in theoretics, yeah. But what it's trying to explain to the reader is everything is, there is no duality. Everything is one.
Yeah, but I'm still failing to understand, where do you see? Because from so far what you have explained to us, it clearly seems as duality.
Yes. So the reason duality exists from the Sikh philosophical point of view, pardon me, is because of the 5 things. So Maya, Maya and Homme, which is like the attachment and the ego. These are the things that create duality. It's a human construct. If we take those things away, then we can truly observe the form of God, essentially, while we're still here, because we remove everything that is human. The way that is described God. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, just briefly, what were the other 3 things before you move on?
Let me get them in English. Sorry. I'm going to quickly Google them in English. Apologies.
That's fine.
And I'll try to explain them.
Sorry, Maya and humor are not in English, so we can.
Maya is illusion, basically. That's what it means, Maya.
Yeah.
So I want to know from Akali, who is experiencing this illusion? Is it the one only existence, which is like Waheguru in your case? Or is it who is experiencing the Maya? The Waheguru or Akali?
No. So here we go. I'm just going to tell you the five thieves as they're translated into English. So you have lust and desire, uncontrollable lust and desire, uncontrollable rage or anger. Greed is materialistic greed. Attachment, mohe, which is your emotional attachment to worldly things and people. And ahankar, which is ego and pride. Those are the 5 things that create duality and disconnect you from the divine. So if you can take those 5 things and control them, you can then start to understand the philosophy of God.
This is morality, isn't it?
That's our so that's the core fundamentals of
maybe
Eastern philosophy's fundamental.
Now would be the good time to explain the moral collapse in this philosophy.
Yeah, I'll be interested to hear this.
Well, before I went into a moral collapse, I would. The problem I have trying to explain. Okay, I would approach it from a rational perspective. I would try to. That's just how I try to sort of work. And the problem I have is building a rational perspective with non-duality being a part of it. So I kind of need to get that first. So just briefly, one last thing to make sure I understand it. When you say ego, is this including any sense of I? So,
no.
The I myself, so that would have to be dropped, or is there some acceptable level? And ego just refers to like excessive self involvement.
Ego is like pride or conceit. So when we go back to the Mool Mantar, it talks about the nature of God and explains that, like if you was to go into the deeps, it explains why we have fears, why we have insecurities, why we have hate. And then the 5 thieves essentially come from those things, but God is beyond those things, which is why.
But we have them, right? And in your view, are we somehow part of God in any sense?
No. It's
Okay.
a lot of people interpret it that way though, so I've got to be clear. But if you actually go and look at the texts and the scholars and the, like, as you would say, like philosophers of Sikhism, they are very clear about this, and they say that it is non-dualistic because the texts say that themselves, and the reaffirmation within the Guru Granth Sahib of the Hindu texts are thousands of years old to now. They all say the same thing, but as you guys are probably aware, because I see you picking it apart all the time, it's not construed that way, even to this day.
No. My question, maybe it wasn't understood. My question is there any sense, mereological or other, in which we are considered by you in your philosophy as being part of God in any way, or are we not part of God?
Are we part of God? Theoretically, no. But we are
Okay.
sustained by God, so I don't know how that.
So that to me chimes well with me. This is I agree, that makes sense with me. Like I would say we're not part of God, but to me then that would necessarily mean we're distinct from, like, we're God's separate from us. We're not part of him or in him. He's a separate thing, and that I'm totally on board with, 100% on board with. But if that's the case, that's antithetical to non-duality. That would be classical duality. So you see where I'm confused?
Sorry, can you repeat that? I'm trying to follow that. So it's
okay. So
because
if we are not part of God, right, then we are distinct from God. But then that implies a duality. It implies that God is separate from us.
So let me think about why. If you can say that we are, if we try to say that we are part of God, then that implies that God can be divided, right? Or we carry a slice
that would be
divinity.
A problem. Sure.
But our philosophy rejects that.
Good.
Sikhism completely rejects that, because Ekkonkar is, there is only one reality, and it's not made up of pieces, right? So yeah, that's not what our texts say.
Okay, but then so we are in some, so we're separate. So to me, this just screams duality of some form, which is fine. It basically, we exist, God exists, we're not God. Cool. Like I don't see any problem with that at all, but I also don't see why that would be referred to as non-duality. For me, that's classic duality.
Yeah, I guess Sikhism talks about, okay, so this is what you need to go into the text, right? So essentially we exist by, through, and within God. So it's more of a dependence rather than a part of God. We depend upon God. Therefore, it's a relationship that relies on dependence as opposed to being separate or individualistic.
By independence, I totally get behind those. Again, they're really consistent with our framework, and I don't see a logical problem with that. But when we say in him, again, like in would mean either he has parts because you're part of him, or it would mean that you somehow are him in some sense, and both of those seem quite antithetical to at least the sort of Sikh monotheism that I normally hear, but also rationally irreconcilable.
I get it. It's like, this is where I was talking about language earlier, right? This is where the philosophy sort of falls apart in English. We don't mean in as in like we're in a box, or I don't know, a glass of water. Like we're in the glass of water, right? That's not what Sikh talks about in the philosophy. It doesn't treat God as a being and a guy in the sky that strokes his beard and blesses you in that sense, if that makes sense. It doesn't have any of that. It actually rejects that quite openly. And
I mean, yeah, we reject the guy in the sky as well, and we have quite an abstract understanding. So that bit's fine. And if within doesn't work properly in English language, like Is there another word or a phrase you can put together that works?
I'm trying to think. Yeah, that's I'm trying to think of how to sort of put it in English. But I guess the way it talks about it is you don't enter God. Like you're not going into God. You're not going like the universe. It's like you were never outside of God to begin with. You are sort of it's in and out, don't exist. You can't explain God in that sense. It's like you're trying to quantify and pin down God in an explanation. Sikh is trying to say, like I said to you guys earlier, soche na hobi je sochi lakwa. You can't think about this in terms of a human way. Like time doesn't apply. My name.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't thinking when I'm thinking in and out. I'm not necessarily thinking, spatially. For example, I'm not visualizing a sphere, right? I'm just thinking. Remember what you said about being distinct from him, in whatever way or manner of any kind we're distinct from him, sets up some kind or type of inside-outside distinction.
100%, and that is what we class as ego. That is the line of ego. That's where duality starts. When we start to say we.
Hang on a minute though, because remember I asked if I was this thing. If does ego all the way to just removing the I, and you said no, it's this thing about pride and conceit. But what you just said there seems to be you take all self-identity as gone.
Yeah, because it's defined not in that way. So when you start to say I exist on my own, you are then removing God from you're not depending upon God. So you need to recognize that dependence to say I. Without that, if you say I did this, but you don't recognize God as the doer, so to speak, the one that allowed you to do it, then you cannot that's ego by saying I did this.
Oh yeah, we would agree with that. In fact, we'd go even further and just say that's straight up arrogance, right? Because we depend on God, and it's only by His permission anything can happen.
We say that, right? But if you say that to an atheist, they'll be like, "You're nuts! You believe that God did this for you." Like,
don't worry. The atheists aren't here. We're in a safe space. This is just.
Just want to ask a quick question. Do you believe that the creator, which is Vaheguru, and the creation are the same?
Yes. Are the creation and God the same?
Creator and the creation the same? Yeah.
In what sense?
In any sense, because you believe in non-duality.
That was what we were trying to sort of get to one way or another. Try and tease out. Yeah.
Are the creator and the creation the same? Short answer: no.
Really? So how is it non-duality then?
But they're not separate either.
Bro, you can't have it both ways.
Yeah, I know.
You either believe in non-duality or duality. If you believe that the creator and the creation are distinct and separate, like the way we, the Muslims, believe, or the Christians believe, or the Jews believe, then yes, you would be in agreement with the duality. But on the other hand, you're also saying that you believe in non-duality, yet you do not maintain that God and creation are one and the same.
What Sikhism says, and it goes back to that equation at the start: 1 + 1 is 1. God cannot be divided, right? So there's only one reality.
And it only makes sense if you said that you believed in non-duality and all of existence is what God is. That's exactly what non-duality is. But somehow you don't want to maintain that. You want to believe in duality.
Because what I'm trying to get to is the framework that this operates in, but break it down so you understand it logically, because it's very difficult to do that without going into the depths of Sanatan dharmic philosophy, right? But
hey, we're no strangers to depths, you know.
Yeah, exactly. We've been dealing with it for
I know, but I just from listening to the conversations you've had, a lot of people that have come on, no disrespect to anybody, their narratives were not rooted within the Sanatan dharmic tradition, very much opinionated. When I've studied this, and I'm studying this every day, and I do speak to Islamic scholars regularly, and I love listening to debates around God, because that's why we're all here, right? We want to talk about
who is
God.
your favorite Muslim scholar?
My best friend Abbas. Me and him talk regularly. Yeah, his name's Abbas. He doesn't call himself a scholar, but he is. He studies Islam.
Yeah, but I want to know which scholar. You said you follow Muslim scholars. Which
I
is your
think
favorite?
technically the term student of knowledge probably is what you mean.
I don't mean an actual mufti or anything like that, right? Just
Okay,
someone
yeah.
that
Fair
studies
enough.
every day.
So yeah, let's
I'm
get
a
back to the
yeah, I
the
just want
creator
to make
and
it clear,
creation,
guys.
because from what I read in the Sikh scriptures, it says they are the
What,
same.
what have you
God
read?
permeates everything.
What have you read? Just that. What are you referring to there?
That you know, the example of the ocean and the drop, which you also, I think, you did mention that earlier.
Yeah.
So the creator is not separate in essence to the creation, because the drop is the essence of the ocean, and essence and nature are the same thing. I think you use this term nature to explain it, but essence and nature are basically synonymous. They are the same.
So let me. So I think the only way for me to answer this, right? God does not equal the creation. Yeah. Let me put that. Maybe make that clear.
Okay, so
Humans
is
aren't
that
seen as
qualitatively or quantitatively?
Both.
Then how are you believing in non-duality? I fail to understand.
Because the framework.
Go on.
I know. So the framework that it's. I'm going to try my very best to explain this, right? So I apologize if it doesn't make sense. Feel free to ask any questions. God is described as Akali, which is timeless, Akal, beyond time, unborn, self-existent, beyond form and limitation. The creation has time. It is born. It is self-existent, and you could argue in a black hole it's beyond form and limitation, right? Or there is some sort of limitations to it. But on the other hand, like the universe and creation itself, especially if you look at some of these scientific theories, is constantly changing. There is time dilation, and it appears and dissolves. There's a big bang. There's a big crunch. It's more about the identity of the universe. To attribute an identity to the creator, i.e., the creation. It's not. You can't do that in Sikhi. It goes against the philosophy. Does that make sense? Have I explained that correctly?
Which I like, and we pretty much agree on that stuff. I think that.
But hang on, Brother Islam. He makes a very loaded statement there. He said,
sorry.
the creator, i.e., the creation.
Oh no, I thought he said distinct from, because he said God is not the creation.
No, he
and
said the
this is distinct.
creator, i.e., the creation. He's equating the two.
No, he said the
I didn't
identity is
miss that.
different. I think that's what he said.
Yeah, that's what I said. I didn't say that they were the same. I'm trying to make the differentiate that
Maybe I
by
just
saying that.
misunderstood then.
So you believe in soul, right? Atam or Atma. You believe in that, right? Do you think the Atma and the and God are the same, or are that different as well?
No, they're very different, but that is a completely different. We're going down a completely different
same thing about being, because this is all part of duality or non-duality, and
yeah,
every answer you gave is basically implying you believe in duality.
Yeah, I want to really understand now, if we can, if it's possible, just can you give me an understanding of how you understand non-duality? Because honestly, for me, it's not just a Western thing, you know. Even in dharmic philosophy, everything, like there's a difference between the schools of thought that are dualist and non-dualist, and so what you described, God not equal creation, and he's timeless and he's self-sufficient, whereas we change in time and we are dependent. I mean, this is great. This is fantastic. This is exactly like we think, and for us, we just understand this as dualism, and therefore not non-dualism. So I'm really struggling to understand what you think or what non-dualism means to you. I think without that, we're not going to understand.
So what's the
why
question?
it has a role?
Sorry, what's my
What's your understanding of non-dualism, such that all of these concepts you're describing, which sound dualist and just like what we believe, are also somehow non-dual?
So my definition of non-duality from a Sikh philosophy point of view is that is Ekonkar, is the one reality. There is only one reality, and everything that exists does so by that one, and that one is known by many different names, but ultimately we see that as God.
Okay, so if I were to say, okay, so in Islam we believe there is the creator, and there is the creation, and they are completely separate, right? And the creator created the creation, the created thing, and we're in no way part of him. So on, all that stuff. Good. We change. We're dependent. He doesn't change. He's independent. Cool. Now, if I were to metaphorically draw a box around the whole thing, including God and his creation, is that what you mean when you say one reality?
No, because you can't put a box around God.
Well, this is why I said metaphorically, because God encompasses everything and nothing encompasses him, right? Do you agree with that or not?
Say that again, sorry. So God
encompasses everything and nothing encompasses him.
That's
encompassing
right,
means to surround.
Yeah.
Okay.
I agree with that. I agree with that.
Okay. So, not when I say box around metaphorically, maybe a better way to say it is, if I were to have a set of things that exist, and in that set of things that exist, God is one thing that exists, and other things also exist. Is that whole set this one reality?
No, kind of. The way that it's sort of laid out is, I keep coming back to that one reality, undivided, right? There is no second. So without God, there is no creation. If God chooses, the creation can cease to exist, right? It's like the way that it's described in the old texts, and I think you may have seen this, and it's a lot of the older texts, they are told in mythology and stories because that's easier to sort of tell the common man rather than tell them the truth, right? Is that Brahma's dreaming? We're just a fragment of his imagination. And when he wakes up, it all goes back to him. That's another metaphor that was used in older philosophies. Does that one make sense to you? So we're almost like I know it's using, we're trying to put an identity and a creation onto God.
I think the problem with that one as a attempted load-bearing analogy is, in that one, then we're in or part of God, and that has all those problems we spoke about before. So that's kind of rejected.
Yeah, but it's like a dream is not really real, is it? It's more of it's a figment of your imagination. Whereas you could argue that I can think of something that breaks the laws of physics and design. However, it doesn't exist in this reality.
But however you think of your mind, whether you're one of the people that, and I don't think you are, but the kind of people who think of the mind as just being the brain, or the kind of people who think of the mind as being something more, whatever it is, whatever exists in the mind is as a part of the mind, a part of its thoughts, a part of its mental state. So you see what I mean? Like it still has this problem where it's then not one. So that's why I say, as a load-bearing analogy, I don't think the dreaming thing's very good for that reason.
The reason I use that is because without the human dreaming, there is no dream. And I think that's what I'm trying to get at with Sikh. Without God,
that.
there is.
Sorry, I thought you'd finished. Go on.
Yeah, without God, there is no creation. God is the sustainer, right? God is
absolutely
the creator, the sustainer, and also the destroyer. And this is also Hindu mythology incarnate. Now, people have started worshipping these gods and Devta, but they were essentially the story, and they were trying to explain what God's role in the universe is to people that were farmers and uneducated and whatnot. And they were given these roles as creator, destroyer, and sustainer. And people have started worshipping these Devta, right? That's why Guru Nanak Dev Ji had to come. That's why we say, because Islam came and it had the truth and what we believe. But as you probably may be aware, the religion gets hijacked by power and governance. So when Guru Nanak Dev Ji came, people asked, well, we know this truth. Why are you telling us? And he said, because people have used it to subdue and take away from the true essence of what the religions are saying.
No, I understand that sort of one view, and another view is obviously that the guy was trying to basically unite the Hindu and Islamic beliefs. But
I don't think he was. I think he was picking. I think he was picking apart the like I said at the start, when he did Japaji Sahib, right, he was picking apart the sadhus who were like this ancient order of monks, and he was like, what are you guys doing sitting in caves and praying? He was trying to say, get back to what the text actually said, which is what we're talking about now, right?
Yeah, okay, but I just meant in terms of the history, but I didn't want to move too far into history if we could, because I really feel that the fundamentals need to be nailed, and for me, what I'm the two things I'm struggling to reconcile is, well, let's say there's an easy way to reconcile it, which is to say it's just a contradiction, and truth stands clear from contradiction, but I'm trying to see if there is any way to reconcile it that is not contradictory, right? So you have on the one hand one reality undivided, and I've tried various different ways to reconcile it, and you say it's not quite right. So on the one hand, you've got one reality undivided. On the other hand, you have the creator and his creation being distinct, and in some way that's a kind of division. So how are those reconciled?
Because God is not reductible to creation. Does that make sense?
No, not to me.
Yeah, okay, fair. That's fair. But
I mean, I understand the words, but like I'm not thinking in any way that God's reducible to creation or anything. For me, like I say, as you said, and I think you put it really well when you said God is, timeless. He's and I'll simplify without the full list, but let's say God is, timeless / unchanging, and he's self-sufficient. Creation is not that. Creation changes over time and is not self-sufficient because it's dependent. So for me, that is an example of a type of division. And so that's why I can't reconcile that with undivided. Do you see what I mean?
But Brother Islam, if I may interject here, I've been silent for most of the time. I must say that all I've been hearing so far is somebody who's trying to reinvent the wheel in a very, very wrong way. Very wrong way. Basically, what you're saying is that Muslims or Islam had the truth, but it was distorted. Why is that?
No, not at all.
You just literally said that.
Did I?
Yes.
No, he was saying that's the that's what such and such a guru said. I forget the name of the guy.
No, the guru came because the people, even though the texts and the religion itself, like in Hinduism, I don't like calling it Hinduism, but Sanatana Dharma talks about these things. People were worshipping deities, let's just say, right? People were worshipping statues. It doesn't mean the faith was wrong. Doesn't mean it had part of the truth. It just meant that people just didn't understand it. I don't think Islam was seen as untrue. I think for India at the time, it was ruled by an Islamic empire, and they were doing things that Sikhs would see as against Islam. So people going away, and Hindus at the time were actually dressing as Muslims to get better jobs, and it's written that they were giving up. They were secretly doing their Hindu traditions at home, but going out and pretending to be Muslims. So he tells the Hindus, stop this hypocrisy. And there was Muslims that would dress and appear in society as good Muslims, but they were doing things that were not so good, i.e. gambling at home or in the gambling dens. And he was trying to say to them, stick to the faith, go back to God, stop living in society, which is classed as Maya, stop using your ego. But that's separate to what my brother was talking about. I think he wants to understand, and I think I want to really be able to nail this as well. How do we separate, or how do we explain new
Akali, may I ask you just one simple question?
Sorry, who's speaking?
We are Muslims. We believe that Islam is true, the way we understand it, and we believe that it is 100% the only way to God.
Okay.
Why are you not following us?
My Muslim friend says to me, you are a Muslim. And he said, you have submitted to the will of God.
And I'm asking you now. I'm asking you now.
But for
why
me,
are you not following us?
Because for me, Islam is a discipline, and if you follow it properly, you will get to God. But that's not the only way, and that's the only point I disagree with.
So, but which
is
would mean
basically
that
you're disagreeing with Islam.
it would mean that we've misunderstood Islam. Yeah.
Islam says
on
it,
that one point.
The Quran. Hang on a second. The Quran says it in an unambiguous way. The only way to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is Islam. That's the only way.
That's the only point I disagree with.
Then you disagree with Quran, you disagree with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, then you're not going to find Allah.
I know.
Unless you follow Allah.
I know. But for me, because I'm from a Sanatan tradition, and my ancestors literally gave their blood and their lives for this, I found when I studied Islam, Christianity, Sikhism, Hinduism, I wanted to understand why they would do that. This is my personal story. It's nothing to do with this debate, but I want to give you an insight into why. And I studied all these faiths. And when I realized that, people weren't following, I mean, even Muslims don't follow Islam. If it's the complete truth, they have exposure to Islam, they still go out, even though they have an Islamic background.
What do you mean that Muslims don't follow Islam? Hang on a second. Let's understand.
Well, nobody's perfect.
What I mean is, exactly that.
No.
Exactly. Nobody's perfect, right? So they have.
That's not explaining the point. That's not explaining the point.
So what I was trying to
being
say
a Muslim,
okay,
hang on a second. Islam doesn't ask us to be perfect. So
No,
again,
but it
you
tries
are
to give you-
reinventing the wheel in a very wrong way.
Well, I'm not reinventing anything. I'm following
Yes, you are.
Sikhism. Right?
Believe me, you are.
All I'm doing
inventing
is following. I don't reinvent or invent anything, right? It's all. I'm
It's a
just
metaphor.
following.
It's a metaphor.
Okay, fair play. All I'm trying to say is, for me, let's just say Sikhism, because I don't want to offend you guys, right? There's people that dress as Sikhs, have beards, have turbans, that may look like outwardly Sikhs, but they haven't studied the texts. They don't follow the text. They don't follow the things that we're speaking about right now.
We're not talking about Sikhism. We're talking about Islam.
I know. But
right? I'm asking
offending
you.
you.
I asked you if you think that we are not following Islam. Just say it. You're not offending us by saying that. Why going all the 9 yards and giving an analogy about Sikhs where actually you're talking about Muslims? Say it out.
I think.
Why are you so ashamed of it?
I'm not ashamed. What I'm trying to do is trying to keep this conversation respectful and ensure that there is no,
even if you say it in the way I'm asking you to, it would still be respectful.
Well, the way that you entered the conversation felt like I had offended you. So if I have, I'm sorry.
No, you didn't.
No, the issue is
that I was just sitting there silently, and I asked you one question, and because listen, our job is when we sit here for hours is not just to show our faces, right?
No, of course you want to convey to the truth,
convey the message of Islam, and ask people, why are you not following this book? So the question is to you directly: why are you not following the book of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, which is the only true book? It's the only true book. If you go to Sikhism, you go to your, I don't know, your poetry, or with all due respect, it's false.
No, fair play. If that's what you feel. I don't believe that. I think it's 100% true. I think Sikhi is 100% true.
Yeah, why?
Because the truth is evident. If you look across the faiths, truth cannot be disproven, right? And Sikhi, everything that Sikhi talks about, especially on these levels, is present across all faiths. I just believe that with time, with power, these messages got destroyed, changed, and whatnot. Sikhis, the point of Sikhi and the gurus, they compiled these texts, not just with the Sikh gurus, but you've got Islamic scholars, you've got Hindu scholars, and you've got people that weren't even scholars. Their writings are within it. And Sikhism was a creation of the British again. We know Sikhi just means to learn, right? And
okay, Akali, you do appreciate that Islam doesn't come from scholars.
No. So what I was going to finish this. Sikhi is not like Islam. The Khalsa, the Panth, that is very much like Islam. in terms of it's a structure, it's a religion, it's black and white. Sikh, which is the Guru Granth Sahib, can be followed by a Muslim. It doesn't contradict anything you believe in my opinion.
It does. It does.
But I would say no. I think that's some
no,
Granth,
but
which is what.
Let me tell you why. Because listen, I'm an Arab Muslim, by the way, right?
Okay.
And I'm a little bit. I might be understood sometimes as somebody who's aggressive when they speak, which is basically the Arabic way of living and saying and like speaking.
No,
Straight to the point. Straight to the point. I believe you're following a false religion. You're following a false understanding of God. Because simply because hang on, let me explain why. Simply because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in this book, which is his, right? This is the Quran. He says in here, in more than just one occasion, at least the one I could tell you off the top of my head in chapter 3, if you follow anything other than Islam, you'll go straight to hellfire.
Okay, so can I respond to that? If you read the Guru Granth Sahib as a Muslim, it would not make you feel as if it's attacking Islam in any way, shape, or form. If anything, it should reaffirm what you believe. What the Guru Granth Sahib's position is, and what it does disprove of, is empty rituals, identity pride, religious pride, external religiosity, which is what I was referring to just before we started our conversation. It doesn't really single out Islam or Hinduism or Sikhism. It's not a religion in the way that you would critique Christianity, for example. Sikhism, again, was a British construct. Sikh just means to learn. All the Guru Granth Sahib does is critique the people that are hypocritical.
Why would I listen to him? You're not addressing the question again, with all due respect.
Again,
I've been listening to you. I've been listening to you for so long. I asked you one question, you failed to answer. Why would I listen to you? Hang on a second. Why would I listen to you when you are going against what this book unambiguously tells me, and I don't need to listen to anybody else?
I disagree with that statement. I don't think we are.
Ali, can I just make a quick observation? You said that the Guru Granth Sahib, it affirms what Islam teaches. Did I hear you right?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay. Do you know in Islam we believe that Allah has attributes? Do you believe Waheguru has attributes?
When you say attributes, what does that mean? Define attributes.
Qualities of a entity.
Qualities are not the same as attributes.
For example, Allah is omniscient. He's all-knowing. That's one of his attributes. Yeah. Okay, he's immortal, another attribute. Do you believe that God has attributes in Sikhism?
Yeah, they're in the Mumantar. So,
he does. Now, I agree. It says that he's eternal. He doesn't die. So I've read a bit of the Guru Granth.
But does it say that?
He does have attributes, but there is one passage which says that he has attributes and he does not have attributes. In the same verse, it contradicts itself. Are you aware of that?
No, but you're reading, this is the thing, you're reading the transliteration, which is based on Christian missionaries who are trying to convert.
Okay, so you explain to me, what does it mean when he says he has attributes? So he's Saguna Nirguna. In the same verse. So explain that to me.
Can you send me the Pankti and I'll have a look? I need to look at it in context.
I'll do it even better. I'll show it to you on the screen.
I can't see you very well, guys. I apologize.
I'll give you the reference. It is Ang 290. That's page 290. Yeah. So it says here, I'll try to make it as big as possible. Now it says in Punjabi as well for you to read if you want, and also in English. It says here, the formless God himself is the one who possesses all attributes and no attributes. He himself remains in absolute meditation. Okay, so it's Sargun, Nirgun, Nirankar, Sun, Samadhi, Aap. Because the two words, sargun and nirgun, they are opposites, aren't
Okay,
they?
so yeah, so what it's trying to say is, from what, let me break this down into a way that's going to make sense. Give me 1 minute. So, as you know, you can't just take a line out of context, right?
No, I totally agree. Put it in context.
Yeah.
No problem.
Yeah, let me give me a moment. I'm just going to read through. So give me 1 minute. Apologies.
Also want to explain what it means he meditates on himself in the next verse.
Yeah, that's you won't understand that. No
That's fine.
disrespect.
I mean, look,
that is a Sanatan Dharmic. It's talking to the Sanatan Dharmic.
You know, I
understanding
really
of
don't appreciate the fact that
meditation.
you keep saying you won't understand it, because this is
I
gaslighting.
would be surprised if you did. I would. Okay, fine.
Well,
I
you'll
would
be
very
surprised if I did. Yes, you will indeed. Okay, so
because a lot of
try
Hindus
us,
and Sikhs don't understand that.
instead of making assumptions, try us. You'll be
Okay,
surprised,
no, fair.
indeed.
So, give me a
in
second.
modern teaching, they blame the teacher if the student doesn't understand.
I am nowhere the teacher. I'm nowhere the teacher.
Well, as far as this is, because you're trying to help us to understand, right?
Yeah, of course. I'm enjoying being dismantled, I guess. So what they're talking about here again is actually dualism, which is great. So so it's talking to, it's part of a larger passage, but let's just go through this. So essentially what it's emphasizing is people are searching for God in, well, what I was saying to you at the start, right? Rituals and symbols and doing weird stuff. And they assume that God is in the heaven, or they assume God is in the mountains, or what we're trying to, what the Ung is there trying to, what it's trying to do is tell the reader that the assumption of where God is, or trying to assume anything about God, is the error in itself. It's saying that God is not distant. However, you can't reach God by doing these rituals and acts and stuff. It's saying
I'm
that.
talking about the attributes. Can you please emphasize on the attributes part?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get to that. So what it's talking about when it's talking about the separation, again, is going into the ego. So again, I'm trying to figure out how to give it to you, because you've taken just
I think you're trying to figure out if you understand it yourself, right?
No, I understand it, but what I'm trying to do is put
I
it
don't
into
think you do, because
words.
look, if you saw in the same verse where it says the formless God himself is the one who possesses all attributes and no attributes, do you not see a contradiction there?
I'm trying to find that, but I haven't got the English. I don't have the.
Say you don't understand it, instead of keeping it, trying to project. You have done this many times. I told you before as well. Do not project it on us if you don't understand, my friend.
Yeah, I think
what I'm trying to do is trying to find what you're trying to read, because it's a very long passage.
Well, I can
put it in context.
There's a okay. Let's you've used analogies before to try and explain something. There's a very strong load bearing analogy here, which
forgive me. I'm trying to understand where you are. So I think you're referring to. Can you read the Pinglish, the sort of the English that's written?
Sorry, which one? This one?
By
the way, do you read Punjabi?
I read Gurmukhi. This isn't Punjabi, it's Gurmukhi.
Sorry, Gurmukhi. Do you read it right?
So Gurmukhi is the script. I found it. So it's Sargun Nirgun Nirankar Sun Samadhi Aap. So he possesses all qualities. So I found that link. So is it this? He possesses all qualities. He transcends all qualities. He is the formless Lord. He himself is in primal samadhi. Is that what you're talking about, right?
So that's interesting. You use the word transcends. So the English translation has been one who possesses all attributes and no attributes. Your transcend is slightly different as a translation.
I think the words in which these are very similar words to Sanskrit, the Sargun and Nirgun.
Yeah.
But they mean...
Yeah, because he's talking to the Hindus.
Yeah, Nirgun means without attributes. Sargun means with attributes. So this passage here is correctly translated into English, where it says the formless God, okay, which is the Nirakar, which is again the same word in Sanskrit. In Sanskrit, they say the Brahman is Nirakar and Nirgun. So they don't say it's Sargun. But here we see a clear contradiction. It says the formless God himself is the one who possesses all attributes and no attributes. These are not the same. They are not synonyms. These are antonyms. They are the opposite.
Yeah.
Which
So
means a clear
this is
contradiction.
where I was going to say with a load-bearing analogy, a really strong analogy. In logic, we would say this is the G such that P is true and P is not true. And that is a classic example of a self-contradictory sentence, right? And
well,
at that
ironically,
point,
it's being
Go on.
Sikh is actually the whole point of that sentence. Sikh is actually talking, is intentionally trying to talk and explain that if you think in a dualistic way, then it will appear dualistic. I'm just trying to think of a way to.
Well, no, hang on. Let me just finish what I was saying because it's important. So, you know, in the analogous sentence, G such that P is true and P is false, or P and not P, that's a classic contradiction. And so at that point, you know, that we say, okay, so this is not a true statement. It cannot be a true statement logically. So my question then is this something that cannot be understood logically, or is this something, you know, is logic the wrong way of going about it? And if so, then what are the tools to differentiate truth from falsehood?
Yeah,
Sorry?
I think let me think about this because you're asking me something quite deep. I said, let me just think. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, I hear you. You said, let me think, because it's quite deep.
We all can hear you.
Yeah,
I think you're lagging a little bit.
I'm saying, apologies. Can you hear me now clearly?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic. So, what you are, let me get this right. You're basically saying it sounds dualistic because it's questioning whether does God actually have qualities or does he have none? It's presenting it like you said.
It's slightly different. If you're talking about my question, well, I mean, Hashim and I have very, very similar questions, which is, you know, it seems to affirm, you know, attributes and no attributes. Now, this seems to sort of have the cake and eat it. It seems to take these two different positions, just say it's both. And the problem with that is that it's a contradiction. At least it appears to be a contradiction. And my question, first of all, is this something that is logically resolved in some, you know, logical, rational way, or is the part of the point, or what you want to say, that logic's the wrong tool and it's beyond logic? In which case, what approach do we take?
It's beyond it. It's a little bit different. So what it's trying to say is it's using contradiction deliberately. Guru, the Guru is using the contradiction deliberately to collapse false opposites.
So is that a motif? Is that something that's often used, or is that a one-off?
No, that's used in Job Sahib. So he's like he got Guru Gobind Singh Ji, for example, in Dasam Granth, which isn't in this text. He says that God is up, God is down, God is left, God is right, God is in the universe, God is outside of the universe. And a lot of Sikhs prescribe to that, but they don't understand why he's using it. And when they come and speak to people, they just say, yeah, God is everything. But what he's trying to say to that is he's using that contradiction deliberately to explain to the human, you cannot understand, and you can't put a statue and worship that statue as God. You can't point at the sky and say he's that's the sun. Like, he's trying to explain that God is beyond all of this. He possesses all the qualities, but he also transcends all the qualities, because the qualities are man-made. Those qualities that you hold dear, you only hold them dear because of your.
No, but we are not talking about man-made qualities. We are talking about God's qualities.
Oh, no.
If God has qualities,
but
he has attributes.
When you talk about,
say that he does not have attributes.
So what I'm saying there is, when I talk about power, mercy, beauty, you know, those kind of things, they are very human, very humanistic attributes. But we would say God has those, but he has beyond those, that he transcends all of it. That's just
the word that
they mean something to us.
Just to be clear, then, so because maybe I misunderstood, but before you were saying about, you know, Islam containing the truth and so on, and that sort of stuff, but obviously we believe they're not man-made attributes. You know, these are God-given. He tells us these are his attributes, right? Or these, not the whole set, but these are at least some attributes that apply to him. So
yeah,
this is where I'm a bit stuck, right? How does that work? Because surely if those attributes that are being referred to here are, you know, limited human constructs, then that seems to refute them being given by God as legitimate reference to him.
No, of course, because what it's saying there is, it's saying every attribute you experience, because it's going on to the reader's experience, i.e., those things that we've just mentioned, they come from God, because God sustains everything, even your experience. Everything is sustained by the
That's
Creator.
not what it's saying. It's saying the formless God. So here, the subject matter is God Himself.
No. Again.
Well,
Again,
the
stop.
beginning of the
You gotta look at the whole. You've got to read the whole thing.
Okay, so tell me which part do I need to read to
No. It doesn't work that
somehow
way. You need
link
to read
this
the whole.
passage. Hear me out. Just one sec, Akali. Which passage do I need to read from this page or elsewhere to make the connection that this is talking about attributes other than that of God?
You need to start from the start and get to 290. You need to.
So you mean wait?
Just pull up.
Is that what you have just done now?
No. I've studied Sikhi, so I understand the core fundamentals.
Just because you have studied it doesn't mean you're a scholar in the subject, right?
No, of course. But what I can say is I'm a follower.
So what you're doing now, you said you're going to look at the context. I asked you for the context. You said you have to read the whole Guru Granth Sahib. Come on.
No. What I'm saying
that's
is,
not how you give context. When you ask me for a context for an ayah of the Quran, I'll give you the context based on that link. But your answer to read the entire Guru Granth Sahib is not really telling me the context, is it? It's asking me to do the work on your behalf when you don't have the answer.
No. What I'm trying to say to you is, you need to understand that this is viewed under. What I'm getting at there is, it all goes back to the Mool Mantar. The Mool Mantar is what the lens you need to use to read the Guru Granth Sahib.
Is that the beginning of the Guru Granth Sahib? Yes.
Yeah. The reason it's the Mool Mantar.
Does the Mool Mantar explain attributes in there?
It talks about beyond attributes. So it says.
Okay, so it's not talking about, when you say beyond attributes, whose perception is that? God's or somebody else's?
I don't know whose attributes they are.
Well, I thought you understood the Guru Granth Sahib.
So so the question is whose
perception is it about? So when he talks about attributes, for example, when you say beyond attributes, okay, here we are not talking about beyond attributes. The clear and explicit word that is used here is nirgun. What does nirgun mean to you? Does it mean beyond attributes or no attributes?
So nirgun is. So you're looking at the poetry, but you're not understanding the.
Exactly, that's why I'm asking you. What does the term nirgun mean in this context?
It's irrelevant what it means to me, the word.
No, it's not irrelevant. It's very relevant.
No, please, let me finish, right?
Yeah.
It's irrelevant what nirgun means to me, because in context of the Bani, this ang, correct me if I'm wrong, that's what you want to understand, right?
I want to understand the meaning of the term nirgun in the context of this verse.
Then you need to understand the verse. Right?
Yeah, so tell me.
It's all written in poetry, right?
I know. So tell me the meaning of this poetry.
Okay, so let's start. The Ang 290. It is essentially talking about non-duality, essentially.
Where is it talking about non-duality? Where?
That's the whole Ang. It's basically saying that.
Look, my friend. You know this. I really don't.
No, I follow the argument, or at least, and again, this is a thing where he said.
Where on this page does it talk about non-duality? That's what I want to know. If that is what you're claiming, then it should be there.
The argument, as far as I understand it, is that by having a naked, obvious contradiction, the point is that to collapse that contradiction, to collapse the apparent duality between having and not having attributes. That's am I following? Is that right?
Yeah, and what it's getting the reader to do is not think in a dualistic way.
Okay, but the thing is, for me, I've got to, again, sounds very dualistic, but I've got to separate two layers here. There's what's written, you know, in the text here, and then there's the implication that this is what he was actually trying to communicate, and this is what one is supposed to learn from reading this line, right?
Well, if you start from the start, so if you go from the actual start, it says, so why forget him who has given us everything? So he's talking about God, right? The Guru is. Why forget him who is the life of the living beings? Yeah, Jivan Jire. Yeah, so he sustains your life. He gives you everything that you need, right? Why forget him? Because that's what it's poetry, right? So it's the same starting start, and then he changes the ending to sort of add to the poetry and the beauty, because it's meant to be sung. This is right. Who preserves us in the fire? Gur Prasad ko bire lakhe. So by Guru's grace, rare is the one who realizes this. So it's essentially saying that people that study, people that the Guru in this context is talking about God, because God is the ultimate teacher. So when you see the word Guru within the Guru Granth Sahib, people confuse it for the Sikh Gurus. What they're talking about in this text is Guru is God. God is the ultimate teacher. All knowledge comes from God, right? So
Yes,
by
all knowledge
God's
comes from God.
grace, rare is the one who realizes this. Yeah, so God has to bless you for you to become a saint, essentially. Because the whole premise of Sikhi is if you follow Sikhi, you are a saint, because you are living in God's will.
How is this context for that line that we're trying to?
Because I'm going down to it. So it's like, why forget him who lifts us up out of corruption? Those separated from him for countless lifetimes are reunited with him once again. So this is where he's talking about ego or maya or attachment. People become dualistic by thinking that they are separate from him.
But that does mean that dualism is real in some sense, and in fact, it means unless we're perfect, then there is still dualism.
So this is what it's trying to say. It's trying to say dualism only exists when the observer, i.e., us, we want it to exist. So it's not real.
Well, hang on a minute. Think for a second. What I said was maybe deeper than it first appeared. Who is the one who is perfect, free from any imperfections?
The Creator.
Right. Okay. So everything else is never going to be perfect, right?
Yeah.
So there's always going to be some distinction. So then dualism. So the non-dual is kind of like owning an ideal that is by definition unreachable, because we are not the creator and we're not perfect.
But the definition of perfect is set by who?
God.
Exactly. So are you saying that God didn't create the creation perfectly?
No, he created exactly as intended. What I'm saying is that the only one that can be perfect is the perfect one. There is only one who is perfect, and
if God,
we are not perfect.
Can God create imperfections?
What do you mean by that?
Can something that God created be imperfect?
It will always be exactly as He intended.
Exactly.
But this is the thing. Remember, for example, we're talking about timelessness and self-sufficiency before. Those are two things. God is. So we add the third one. So the first two, God is timeless, God is self-sufficient. The creation is not timeless, the creation is not self-sufficient. And then we add the third one, God is perfect, the creation is not perfect. Because in every case, we are the not, we're not the same as God, right?
But the distinction is that it's not perfect in our perspective, but God's created it, therefore it must be perfect. That is a contradiction that cannot be reconciled.
No, I don't think that follows. I don't think it's contradictory. Because if I think actually Jannah is a beautiful example of this. The paradise we believe follows, because dunya is not supposed to be Jannah, right? So we will be recreated in a better form in Jannah than we are in Dunya. And so because there's a better form, it cannot be said that this is the optimum or perfect form that I'm in a generic, general sense. But for the specific case, for the specific purpose that I am in right now, this is exactly right. But you see
So
what I
would you
mean?
say would you say that it's perfect?
Only relative to this context.
Relative, exactly, it's relative, right? And that's what
hang on. No, I've got to let me finish some of this stuff, otherwise it won't make sense. Okay. So yeah, relative to this context, so it's perfect choice, yeah, to make, but I'm not suffering from non-duality. I'm perfectly happy saying I'm separate. There's God and there's creation, and they are separate things, and there is a duality between them. And under that rubric, there's absolutely no problem saying, "Hey, this is exactly how I was supposed to be. It's perfect for this reason, but this reason is this what's going on in Dunya now, and then I will be remade later again in a better way, and because it's better, then this can't be perfect in a more general sense, because that's a better way. And then even in heaven, even in Jannah, everything will always improve, and there will never be going backwards. But however much everything improves, it will never get up to the levels of God, because God is always bigger and better, right? Do you get what I mean?
Of course. But I guess the distinction there is this creation and Jannah perfect for what? Are they perfect because God created them that way?
Well, this is why I say saying perfect without any qualifier or context is the problem, and that's why I said
is the problem. Exactly right. Exactly. So this is what
in comparison to our existing state of both the world and ourselves, Jannah is perfect. Yes.
Yeah, but the texts that we've just read or we were reading are making, I guess, that distinction, that perfection and the qualities, the
Sorry, which
attributes.
text are you referring to?
The 290, where we were talking about
no, here it's not talking about the creation, it's talking about God. So you cannot say it's the same analogy.
No. What I'm not saying it's the same analogy. What I'm saying is it draws a similar.
It doesn't. One is talking about the creator, and the other, which you brought up, was talking about the creation.
No, the 290 is talking
to me,
about.
Something is not the truth if it's got contradiction in it. I see Nirgun and Sagun as contradictions, as opposites.
But
God cannot have all attributes and no attributes. Okay, but if you're saying this is a perception of someone else about creation, then you need to show me from the 290, which you were unable to. I see this
I was trying to.
No, you had enough time, brother.
No,
maybe
I think.
Do you think you have it now?
Understanding what I'm saying? No, I was going through it. It's not something. I mean, this is what you're talking. It's like me pulling out a couple of lines from the Quran and saying, "I believe this. Explain this word."
You can.
No, I wouldn't, because
good thing about the Quran is we read it, we understand it, we have tafsir of it. Okay, so we have got lots of resources. Even if we don't understand, even if I'm not a scholar, we can always ask someone who is, or look at the tafsir. I'm sure you have something like an exegesis of that passage. So maybe read that and tell us from there if you have to.
No, because again, Sikh is not in that way. It's not black and white in that way. It asks the reader to question themselves, because they want you. The whole point of Sikh is to find God.
Okay, so
through
what that would mean is you'll have
Hashim,
various
with all due respect,
of the same passage. Right?
we've been listening to him. Akali, we've been listening to you for more than an hour now. More than an hour we've been listening to you. You haven't presented anything new. You're basically just saying that we listened to somebody who showed us that all what preceded him was right and wrong at the same time, but he showed us the way to find the truth, which was basically through him, leading to God himself. So basically what you're telling us that you have to follow me, who is following somebody who said he was God.
What? Where have you got that from?
Wasn't your guru, wasn't he God himself or a representation of God?
No.
Yeah, this is where I wanted to understand from you.
Where did you guys get that from?
From here. Tell us, can you explain this, the next passage?
I can't see it. Can you tell me what anga is, and I'll have a look. But,
okay, so I'll read it for you, and you tell me what it is. It says, "Oh, Nana."
Are we gonna draw a line under ang 290?
This is the next work on the same page. It's still 290.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Still 290. So it
yeah.
says here, "Oh,
Okay,
Nana."
Go on.
He himself has created this universe, and through his creation, he meditates on himself. Do you remember the question I asked you earlier, whether God was within the creation?
1 second, let me find that. Apologies.
It's literally the next verse.
Oh, okay. You mean the next line? So literally, that one.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, please.
What do you understand from it?
What do I understand from it? What does it say?
Yeah. What do you understand from this passage?
Okay. So let's read again. Salok and then Ashtapati. So these are the two lines that come at the end, right? So let's talk about Nirgun and Sargun, because that's what you were talking about, right?
No. I want to know from this, because I think you probably already tried to explain the previous one.
Well, I didn't because I got sidetracked, and like I was speaking to the first speaker, then yourself, and then the third speaker. So let me just go through Nirgun, Sargun.
Okay, so if you can move on
to that.
Yeah,
so
if you can reconcile the contradiction there.
Yeah. Well, the contradiction is necessary and it's deliberate. So, but let me tell you what Nirgun actually means, right? So, Nirgun is essentially without attributes.
Yeah.
And Sargun is with attributes.
Absolutely.
Nirgun is formless.
No,
without
Nirakar
any
is
qualities.
Nirakar is formless.
No. Nirgun is also beyond form. It's formless. It's without qualities. It's without limitation.
Nirakar, the term Nirakar means formless.
I mean,
it's
with all
the same
due respect,
word.
I won't teach you. I won't teach you about Islam.
No. I'm saying this is the same exact term in Sanskrit as well.
We're not talking in Sanskrit. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Nirgun also means indescribable, and is ungraspable by mind or your five senses. Typically.
Where are you reading from?
I'm making it up. Like
No. Hold on. I don't want you to make it up. I want to know the source, because if you're making it up, then it's not something that.
As in, when I say I'm making it up, I'm recalling the
from where?
From my mind.
What is your source?
Me, I'm the source. But if you pull up Google, if your followers,
hold on.
Google
Maybe
he's not asking you to give like chapter and verse exactly this page in this dictionary. He's just like, where did you learn
I think you
this?
just Googled it. That's fine. No problem. Just say you Googled it. No problem.
I'll Google it now. 1 second.
I think you already did. That's why you're reading it from there.
Is this how we find God, through Google?
No.
I'm just curious.
I think
if you told me from Google, I would have respected that. But he's saying I did it. It's from myself.
So I've just typed it into Google because I think that will help you guys.
With all due respect, brothers, with all due respect, we are not. I mean, I could sit here. You know how patient I am.
Yes.
Brother Hashim. I could sit here until tomorrow, literally. But there are people who are watching. We are wasting everybody's time.
True, yeah.
I mean, with all due respect, you're telling us we could find God. We could find God through somebody who came to you centuries after all the religions have shut door to new prophets, to new religions. And I'm not talking only about Islam, by the way. All the religions literally shut the door to it. And you're telling us that basically, you know what, guys? We could tell you that all the religions are true and not true at the same time. Just follow us to somebody who showed us the true way, who said that he was God himself.
I don't agree with that statement. But okay, if you guys aren't interested in speaking, or you don't want me to define what I believe,
to be honest,
I think for me, there's just.
I don't want to get into these disrespectful conversations.
No, it's not disrespectful. I just want.
What was disrespectful? What was disrespectful? What was disrespectful about what I said? Do you not guys believe? I mean, we spoke to one of
the gaslighting to say that I use Google.
Do you not?
Then you said that my Guru said that he was God himself.
So Guru Nanak is not God? Are you telling me that?
He said Guru Nanak Dev Ji said,
is Guru Nanak not a reflection of God? He's not God himself.
No.
No. So he's
Well,
not
then-
God. He
then,
wasn't a
but-
reflection of God. He had nothing to do with God. Not
But
at
then
all.
non-dualism is true. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
then you
that's what
can't
I've been
have
telling you.
non-dualism.
He has been a proponent of non-dualism from the very start, and I've noticed that several times. But look, Akali, I just want you to explain the next passage to me about O Nanak.
Well, 1 second. I want to just address the fact that I mean, if is this conversation worth having? I think you've made it clear that you're not really interested in what I've got to say.
No, I think when you start saying that I made it up myself, then I don't think you'll be respected, will you?
Well, no, because am I not allowed to say I'm a source? I can use my mind and my intellect to
Hang on a minute. Let's just settle a few
so.
things. Let's just quickly. So we got to differentiate between because you sometimes you come and you're sort of saying this is Sikhism and you're explaining this and you're explaining how it is or should be understood, and then sometimes it's your own understanding. And so when
Nirgun's a word, right? So it's like, can you explain what I don't know, laptop means? You wouldn't use a
right, but
philosophy to describe the definition of something. Right?
No, of course. But if someone asks me what
you,
laptop means and they say, "Where did you get that definition from?" I wouldn't say like I just made it up. You know what I mean? So I think that's what he's getting at.
Okay, no, fair enough. It is like early morning here for me, so maybe my brain's tired.
Yeah,
what I meant to say was
me too as well.
Nirgun in the English sense, and I was trying to list what it meant. I've looked at it on Google. It's essentially similar, but not what I said. It's basically the same thing though. So formless is experienced through the self through Nam, and this is what Google's saying. This is why I don't use Google, because I can't back it up. I don't know where it's coming from.
That's fine. I think.
But are you guys interested in listening to this? I'm happy to answer.
Akali, we are really short on time right now. So unless you can explain to me the next passage, we'll have to call the next caller and then end it here. So it's up to you.
Yeah, well, the thing is, it's not going to take 2 minutes. So I think we should.
How long are you going to take to explain this one line?
It depends on your questions. And
well, my question is to explain the next line, where he says, "O Nanak, he himself has created this universe, and through his creation, he meditates on himself." So when the creation is meditating, is it the Waheguru is meditating, according to this?
Yeah, but you gotta, when you say meditating, again, you're using English words to define.
Bro, I'm reading from your book. This is not written by Muslims.
No. Let's be clear.
Sikh has translated this passage, not the Muslims.
No, you're reading a transliteration of.
I'm not reading the transliteration. I'm reading the translation in English. If you want, you can read the transliteration. Is that what you want?
Because for you to understand the words that are used, I mean, you were trying to tell me what Nirgun meant, right? That in itself shows me that you don't understand the words that are being
I explained to you Nirgun from the very beginning without looking at Google, because we have been speaking
of course.
to the Hindus.
I don't think you.
Please don't talk over me. Let me finish.
Well, sorry, I didn't mean to. It's the
okay,
audio.
That's fine.
Apologies.
Nirgun and Sargun are Sanskrit word, and so is the term Nirakar. We use this all the time with the Hindus when we discuss non-duality. For you to say that we don't understand it, I think you're just projecting your own ignorance on this term, where you have to go and Google it in order to check what it means. Even the term Nirakar here means formless. And it's like I said, these passages here are not translated by Muslims. This is from a Sikh website. I can give you the name of the website I'm looking at as well. It's called sggsonline.com, which means Sri Guru Granth Sahib, online.com. So it's not something that we have written. I'm just reading from here. If you think the translation
of course.
done by another Sikh is wrong, then you can correct that person, no problem. But I've been asking you for a long time if you can explain the next passage, and looks like we are not getting anywhere. So if you don't want to continue, we can stop it here. It's up to you.
No, all I was going to say to that is, if you think that you can understand Sikhism by going on Google and looking at websites.
I didn't go on Google. I said I went to this book written by, this online website by the Sikhs.
Yeah, however,
sorry, Akali, I have to interrupt you again, with all due respect. Who was the one who said look it up on Google?
Yeah.
No. I said look it up in terms of
Akali,
reference.
just answer the question. Who was it? Was it you or was
No,
it any of the brothers?
I wanted to explain. So I said look it up.
You don't need to explain. It's a simple question, brother. Who was it that said look it up on Google?
I cannot allow you to take me down this path.
Don't allow me what? I'm just asking a question.
It's intellectually
I'm asking a question. Who was it who said, who asked us to look it up on Google?
If you are not going to allow me to answer how I want,
I'm not going to allow you to gaslight everybody. I'm asking you a simple question.
I think it's clear to the listeners, right?
Was it you? Was it you, or was it Brother Hashim or Brother Islam?
Hashim.
No, I think
there are clear
It's your fault, Hashim. It's your fault. Wallah, by Allah, it's your fault.
Okay, Akali.
Well, thank you for your time, guys.
One thing I wanted to say. I've been trying to talk for the last 15 minutes, 20 minutes, and I haven't. I really something I have to say on this, and I've been waiting for an opportunity.
Okay,
it is fundamentally what's broken in this dynamic is that we are trying to rationally understand. We're asking rational questions and looking for rational answers. And on the one hand, you are proposing to us that there is a cohesive, rational way to understand this stuff, yet also it's embedded in contradictions, and contradictions are used, in fact, as a tool, right, and as a sort of teaching method or so on. Now, this is why it's difficult to reconcile. This really, at best, at the very best you could do is to use some kind of paraconsistent logic that tries to contain the inconsistencies. So if we come back for another conversation, we're going to have to think really seriously about how we're going to be able to communicate properly, because when you sort of sit there and say, oh, you're not going to get it, and then unless you agree to what I'm saying, you don't get it, that's not working, right? And but if we're trying to go on this basis of reason and try and say, okay, well, where's this contradiction or not contradiction? This appears to be contradictory and you can't resolve it, but never mind, because the point is it's contained contradictions. We lose rational tools, and we lose the ability to do that analytical, critical thinking and so on. And it's not all Western framework. This is universal stuff. So I don't know. Have a think about that, and think about how can we bridge that gap? How can we proceed? And is it fundamentally a logical thing, or it's not logically accessible? In which case, then
I think
how can we communicate about it and have a rational dialogue? You know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%. But the thing is, when you try to pull Ongs out of context and try to say, explain this, I can't do that. If you want to talk about the fundamental philosophies of Sikhi and what they mean, I can do that. But if you want to,
no, we went through all of that. It wasn't just that. Hang on a minute. It wasn't just that one line.
No. I'm not saying that. I mean the last 15 minutes where I was they were saying you.
No, but I wrote notes on everything you've gone through, from the beginning is packed full of contradictions. Yeah. And normally, when we're having a rational conversation, what I do is, an apparent contradiction that either means they've made a mistake or I've misunderstood, and then we tease out and resolve the contradiction in order to see what's what. But in this case, that's just not possible, because contradictions are part of the whole thing in the first place. That's why I was pointing out. And it's not that we're saying, oh, looks like a contradiction, explain it. It's literally throughout, and you even said that it was used, it's a deliberate motif that's used to collapse apparent duality. Yet so much of what you say depends on duality, but then you say, oh, it's non-dual, and then so is it rationally accessible? Is there a way to have a rational dialogue about it even?
Exactly. Akali, you have to understand one thing. Hang on a second. Let me explain to you one thing, right? The brothers here have literally spoken to myriads of people, right? I don't think that they are the least interested or invested in, getting you on a I got you moment, for example. That's not the reason behind this entire conversation, by the way, right? So if you believe in something that even comes across as completely irrational to anybody else. If I believe in something that's completely irrational to anybody else, I would still hold on to it. I wouldn't. And by the way, I used to believe in many things that were completely irrational, right? I didn't shy from them. I would just say, no, this is what I believe. So you have to understand that when you have to understand the forum you're speaking at, with all due respect.
No,
again.
Of course. No,
when you're
that is a
speaking
very
to
fair
adult
point.
people, to adult human beings, we're not invested in shoving anything down anybody's throat. We're not interested in, showing you that, oh, you're wrong, we're right, and all that stuff. It's a rational, reasonable, intellectual conversation. And everybody, presents their evidence, and we have a discussion about it.
Let me answer this then quickly. Is it Brother Hashim?
Yeah.
I think what Sikhi is trying to underline is exactly what you did. Is what is God? Is he Nirgun or is Sargun? That's what he's trying to get the reader to think about. That's the easiest way I can put it, I think.
So that's your opinion, or is that what the scholars of Sikh would say?
Well, the scholars of Sikhi says it's a larger text, but it's essentially, yeah, that is what it is boiled down to the T.
Okay, so which scholar of Sikhi did you actually consult that with?
It wasn't a consultation; it was their books. Good question. I read it in. I think it was
which commentary of which scholar in Sikhi?
I can't recall right this second.
Okay.
But
could you be wrong on this? Could you be wrong?
No, obviously I can be wrong on anything, but I believe this because I'm fairly
look,
well
if it's an opinion, you can say so. I won't hold it against you.
It's not an opinion. It's not.
To me, that is not what the passage says, because you said that we pulled it out of context. That's the reason I told you. Even if you think we just put it out there in front of you, what with context or without context, as a Sikh, I expect you to understand it within context. And I didn't tell you not to look it up with context. I always told you look it up with context from the very beginning. But if you want to give your opinion on this,
I'm in my office. I apologize. What I could say this. Okay, let's just say it's my opinion, but I would.
So let's stick to that. I won't hold it against you. If that's your opinion, that's your opinion. But the text which I read, even within context of what I read, the previous passages and the ones after, none of that contradict the fact that this is clearly a contradiction.
Yeah. It is 100% contradiction, and I said it's deliberately contradictory because what it's trying to get you to do is that the scholars have said that it's trying to get you to understand the limits of your thoughts. You are hitting the limit of what concepts actually are, because your concepts are built on human endeavor, human. What I was saying to you guys earlier about like how power and
this
beauty
is your
and things
opinion. Here, the subject matter is about God, not about human perception of God. So
well, he's saying
wrong.
his understanding of what the scholars are saying about it.
I'm sorry to say this, your opinion is wrong, and I doubt very much any of your Sikh scholars will agree with your opinion.
I feel you've missed the point. No, I think they would, and I could bring
them.
Well,
then you have to provide the evidence for that. How about that? Come back next Thursday with references
do you
from
have,
who agree with you.
You know what a tafsir is for the Quran, right?
The what, sorry?
Tafsir for the Quran. Do you know what one of those is?
Is that the proofs?
Tafsir is like the exegesis explanation by scholars, right? Or we call them mufassirun, the specialists.
No, I haven't heard that. I'm sorry.
Okay, so that's when we say scholars, they're like the top scholars, or like our first port of call when we're trying to understand the passages in the Quran. That's sort of the place to go for explanations and further evidences and supporting materials and stuff. Do you have an equivalent like go-to for you that you think is?
Yeah. There's hundreds and thousands, but the thing is,
bring that next time.
Yeah.
I would rather look at a scholarly view of a Sikh guru or whoever it is than someone that I don't know their opinion.
Because
one of the things about the Quran, if a Muslim tries to do that with the Quran or the Hadith, I'll say the exact same thing. Because to me, a scholar's view has more weight than some random person who's not qualified in that field.
And the
And
thing is, Akali,
same applies to me, by the way.
It's mostly, you know, about you know, partly the viewers as well, because they want to learn about, you know, Sikhism, or at least that's what it's being presented as. It's being presented that they're understanding it, and then imagine, for example, I sort of get my understanding from you, and then I go talk to, you know, a guy who runs my local shops who's Sikh, or my other friends who are Sikhs, or whatever, and say, hey, don't you guys believe this? And they all turn around and go, what? No, that's some random, like, you know, corner opinion. No one thinks that, you know. So we want to be fairly sure that it's you know, pretty well substantiated. And what you said actually sort of slightly set off alarm bells. You said 100,000. I don't know if it was exaggerated, but you know, Tafasir, like, that we would give that name to and be like regarded, like what people mean when they say that. There's like a couple of handfuls of them, you know, that of the like the really good, well-known ones that everyone knows. That's kind of what I was asking for. Not like everyone who's had an opinion on the books, but like what's the go-to major references that like everyone in the community agrees is a really good explanation?
There's a Sikh university called Aksar, and it was set up by Guru Gobind Singh Ji. Anyone that studies at that school that gets a stamp of approval, they are the people that you should be speaking to. But those are the people that I go to learn. Those people don't typically speak to. We're not like a missionary faith, essentially.
Yeah.
We're quite. If you want to learn about Sikh, you can, but really stick to your own faith and learn about it and do it properly. That's our philosophy.
No, I mean that's good for scholars. I just mean these sort of. Do you have these canonical reference books for understanding that this central text?
Okay, you're meaning like no, we don't have black and white interpretations. Scholars are allowed to interpret the text as they wish, because the text itself is fluid, because times, places, people change, and it's meant to be a timeless book. So if you in 100 years read this and your references are, I don't know, space travel, it's not going to really make sense if that's interpreted by using metaphors and analogies that are like they could be misconstrued, which is what happened, we believe, with Hinduism, right? So we don't tend to do that. We tend to get you to think about it, but we teach you the core fundamentals with the Mool Mantar.
So in that case, then I think that if the next time we come back, the focus should probably be on epistemology. So basically, put it this way, you didn't like, you know, and wouldn't like, understandably, me reading the text and just saying it means this, and that's just like, and you're like, what? That's random. That doesn't fit. Doesn't make sense, or whatever. Or that's not fair. So there must be some standards of what's like a legit and not legit way to be reading it. And unless this sort of university is an example of like a Catholic church, which I don't think it is, then that's not like the epistemic standard, right? So if we can understand what makes a difference between a legitimate and an illegitimate reading of this stuff, or method of reading and understanding this stuff, that might help. Because again, like my big red flag, because I've said this a few times, is that, you know, when we're using sort of the basic logical tools, truth stands clear from contradiction. Contradiction is if you accept a contradiction, from falsehood anything follows. And so from the point where a contradiction is accepted, that's it. Logic's out the window. It's no longer a legitimate tool, and the application of it can only be misleading. And so that's where I get my sort of alarm bells, you know, going. And then I'm like, okay, how do I resolve it? Now there are tools like paraconsistent logic. There's ways to deal with it one way or another, but it gets really, really messy really, really quickly. So that's where I'd really need to know what are the standards, you know?
For me, I see this, and again, this is my opinion because I can't speak on the authority of Sikhism. I haven't got that. But for me, it is making me think about, my brain understands contradiction. It goes to contradiction to decipher truth. It's built into us, right? So it's using that as a tool, like you said, to collapse the false binaries.
Well, this is the thing, though. Normally, we use contradictions are a sign that we need to resolve the contradiction in order to access truth and understanding, which is
that's my point.
Which is different from accepting the contradiction.
Well, the contradiction only exists because it's talking to the nature of God, and it's saying that your thinking, your attributes that you think of, they are in and beyond the like it's a contradiction that's also true. That's why it's so
contradictions
profound.
cannot be true.
Exactly, but this one is
when
because
you
of the way
when
it's
you
written.
try to interpret something in order to reconcile a contradiction, but this is nothing to do with the context, then this is basically just it's a cope, basically.
Yeah, exactly. Not
Well,
exactly.
this
I
is
get where you're coming from, and
Yeah,
that's the
you
limit
know,
of
to
the
be
text.
honest, I
It's
think
saying,
we're going to end it here because
yeah,
it's
sorry.
quite late here. It's
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
2:30 in the morning here.
But let's
So
offer you the
thank you.
Quran as we understand it, free from contradictions, really easy
Yeah.
to explain most of the contradictions. We you know, most of the sort of apparent ones people come up with, really strong criteria, epistemologic and stuff, really clear and stuff like that. And there is also so much scope for all this kind of interesting free thought and philosophy and everything else like that within appropriate prescribed bounds and so on. So from what you said about Islam, I'm not sure you've understood it as well as you think you have. Might be something interesting for us to talk about at some point in the future. But we'll see.
Thank you.
First
Thank
of
you
all,
for listening
need
to me,
get the
guys.
academic limits. All right.
I really appreciate your time and your respect. I know we had a few
And likewise,
abrasive moments, but it's been respectful overall. Apologies if I offended any of you. I didn't mean to do any of that. I really enjoyed talking to you, and I was hoping you would grow me, because the more you grow me, the more I think about what I believe, and it allows me to grow as a person, right?
Yep.
So thank you for that, and I will
It's
try
like
to
security
attend, because
testing, find vulnerabilities and fix them.
yeah, exactly right. And if
Sometimes
if
the
I
solution is a new operating system. Maybe it's Islam.
look, I will accept the truth if I believe that what I believe is wrong.
Beautiful.
And I've always done that, because I was an atheist originally. So
me too.
So yeah, I'm always up for listening to people that are passionate and truthful. If people are
Right.
disingenuous, I turn off. So honestly, thank you for your time, and I'm sorry you had to listen to me.
No, that's fine. I think
Why are you sorry?
He,
we are not sorry for listening to you. We're engaging.
You said to
but
me,
we're trying.
No.
You missed the entire point. Listen.
Let's not go over it again. Go on, next time.
Just try to let's try to be on the level. We're all adults here. We're trying to have a fruitful conversation. That's it. That's all.
Where are you calling from, Akali, by the way?
Behind what we believe in.
Where are you calling from, Akali?
Yeah, I'm in the UK. In the
okay, no problem. All right, take care, mate. See you later.
Thank you, sir. Have a wonderful day, guys. Take care.
Bye.
Bye. Right.
So I'm sorry for calling you out, Hashim. That wasn't that might have been misunderstood. What I mean is that sometimes you're too nice to people, and you get the exact opposite of what you should be, like treated like. I mean, some people don't even get to speak about these subjects, and they get like hours here on your lives, and I just don't get why people.
To be honest, we don't get many Sikhs. Let's put it that way.
I know, but
we,
it really
have
breaks
to
my
treat
heart.
the very few we get, at least.
I mean, you could think of it like that. It's like replacing 3 or 4 other guests. It makes things more balanced, because otherwise it's too Hindu heavy.
Yeah,
so it gets a bit longer.
No, I know, but
to be honest, once you come on the stream and you say that you believe in non-duality, and every question we asked him, it turned out to be duality. I mean, we'll let the people judge. To be honest, I'm not going to be.
Well, this is where I was
remember,
going
was
with
it
the
last
epistemic
Thursday when the
standards.
Sikh guy came on our stream? Was it last Thursday, right?
Yeah.
And he clearly told us he believes in non-duality. He believes like
he did,
like the guru and the
he did, and you said yourself they were one and the same, and I even didn't know that.
You remember that,
yeah.
And this guy denied it. So there you go. Maybe they have difference of opinion amongst the Sikhs as well.
Yeah. No, I wanted to give the example of like Allahu awalu wal akhiru, right? He's first and the last.
Yeah.
And like someone can really naively look and they go, oh, that's a contradiction. But we resolve the contradiction very obviously. It's like he was before everything, and like it's part of this whole encompassing idea. Okay, cool. Now resolving that contradiction, that's what I call resolving rather than accepting. You're saying, okay, now this apparent contradiction has given way to a deeper understanding. Good, that's cool. But when you say then has attributes and has not attributes, that's for me. I can't see how that's resolving to a deeper understanding. Quite the opposite. It seems to actually limit understanding, and that's what I was trying to communicate to him. Like, contradictions are a critically important tool to try and access the truth, but not some ways are very healthy and some ways are very, very unhealthy. That's why epistemology matters.
I mean, I have to be fair to him. He was respectful. He was nice, but it's just, when it comes to being uncharitable to somebody who's been having you for more than an hour on their stream, I mean, come on, it's just it.
Yeah, I wanted
this gets
Islam
on my
Hakim to explain the moral collapse, but maybe next time, inshallah. But
Moral or the
that would be-
modal?
Sorry, the modal collapse. Yeah, not moral collapse. Yeah. So
Yeah, that would have
maybe-
made more sense. I wasn't sure. There were a bunch of moral questions I had, which
Yeah,
is,
yeah.
but they were following the logical thing.
My bad. I think I said moral collapse even back.
You did,
It was
and I
actually
was
modal
trying to think.
collapse, yeah.
Hang on, which
I saw
of
the
the
question mark
well-known?
on your face, and he goes, "What is he on about?"
Yeah, I was thinking which of the moral consequences are you going for? Because for me, like the associating partners with Allah is such a deep moral. It's like the deepest moral corruption, and so I thought maybe he's going somewhere like that. Okay, and I was like, there's so many points, but first of all, let's sort out this whole. Are contradictions okay? Like the last guy, not the one we were just talking to, but the guy before who was just like, yeah, no problem with contradictions. In which case, it's like, why are we using logic? What is truth?
From falsehood, everything follows. Yeah,
Mm.
that's a good one. All right, this guy keeps bugging me. I don't know why is he back. Sujal, what do you want now?
No, I was actually saying that in your YouTube comments now, some people were like mocking me.
Really? What were they saying about you?
Since I mentioned like that evolution, others started telling that did you evolve from like monkey stuffs, and oh my goodness.
Is that what you're worried about? Seriously?
Well, hang
No,
on a minute.
I mean like
Isn't evolving from monkeys the scientific status quo that you're pointing at?
Exactly.
I don't think that's necessarily a that's not the same as mocking, calling you something. That's just saying, hey, isn't this a consequence of your beliefs? Like, if you feel that's mocking, that you should question the beliefs, right?
No, I mean since I have like little studied about evolution, and they started calling me you have like no knowledge, and like
Well-
evolved from monkey, so that's little like hurting.
Yeah.
Well, okay. I'm sorry for you not feeling good, or for people who made you feel upset if they did anything that's wrong or said anything that's wrong. I would say the moderators are exceptionally good. They're brilliant. May Allah reward them. So
we can't control everyone either.
It's if there's something they miss, may Allah forgive them. But maybe it's something that they thought was absolutely fine, and you're reading it a way different from how they would see it in the context. But dude, honestly, the way you're using science, you do open yourself up to some stuff like this. So be careful. You've got plenty of time to learn. You've got a lot to learn, and I think if you had presented yourself in a way that had more humility, and less sort of
in fact, I did
things,
warn him when he was on the stream. I did warn him, stop talking about science. You don't have much knowledge about it, and you're just basically opening yourself up to ridicule.
Yeah, I mean, talking about science can be fine, but I mean, you were literally trying to. So let me just give you some context. So I'm practically 40. A few days away.
Okay.
And I've studied. I started coding on computers and doing math stuff when I was 13. I've been doing geeky stuff since ever. 12 or 13. I've done geeky stuff since ever. I graduated in theoretical physics, kept up the studies. I'm a big geek in this stuff. I have books from the year 1740 up till the present day, original books, covering all sorts of topics in the history of maths and physics. And I've gone through and studied this stuff for years. And I specifically focus on the study of quantum theory and how quantum theory evolved, right? And I've done the mathematics from it at lots of different levels. And I've studied history books on it, and I've studied the actual books from history on it. And yet, you were trying to school me like I'm an idiot and don't know anything about the subject. You see, that's the problem that will hold you back from understanding. And it's also the thing that will lead people to say things that are not complimentary about your knowledge and presentation. So my number one recommendation,
you need to be humble.
I wasn't bragging, and God forgive me if it was. I was literally just saying, look, this is where you were led to. This is a comparison. So don't do it. Have the humility, and I would have humility talking physics to someone who knows their subject, because I'm a generalist with some specific thing
Yeah.
focuses. Other people know their subject very well, and so on. You know.
Okay, Sujal, you have
Wait a second.
bro. We
I
are
am
we are
sorry
closing
for
now.
that
Come
like
on.
misunderstanding, but like I quoted this because like I was impressed by the sayings of like Oppenheimer, Carl Sagan, and Bohr Heisenberg about the Hindu scriptures. I have
Yeah.
watched that interview of Oppenheimer saying the Bhagavad Gita as the like I have become the death, the destroyer of the world, saying it's the most beautiful philosophical song existing to any known tongue. And
Yeah.
the Carl Sagan's like
You know what it
explaining.
inspired Oppenheimer to do with that verse? Do you know?
Yeah.
So that
I
you're
mean,
saying the Hindu scriptures inspired this guy to create a deadly weapon like the atomic bomb. Do you realize that? You
it's
probably didn't.
not as
You probably didn't
direct.
know that, did you?
I will say. I mean, I don't want to like debate anymore because yep, it is
Okay.
what it is. I said, but
Good. Leave it there then, because if you do any more, it just gets worse for you. You just keep digging a hole for yourself. Right. We got this last caller, Tyson. You there?
Hello.
Hi.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Where are you calling from, Tyson?
Canada.
From Canada. Okay. What's your religion?
Well, I'm a Sikh. I can
Oh,
just add to a few more things which the previous caller was saying.
Okay. Do you think he was a scholar? Oh, the previous caller. Okay, sorry.
Caller, not a scholar.
No
But he had some pretty good knowledge about the topic.
Okay. So before you give us a commentary about what he was saying, why didn't you explain to me this passage, which he was actually failing to do very badly? You said you could explain it.
Yeah, I don't think he was failing, but maybe I can add a little bit more.
He couldn't reconcile the contradiction of Sagun and Nirgun.
Yeah, it's not a contradiction. Look, the writer who writes it, he writes it there, right? He writes both these words. It will be contradiction if you find on one part of the scripture it says that is Sargon, and
Okay, so explain
few
it.
pages. Wait on, don't talk over me.
No, we are going to close. I took you very briefly for you.
But
to
you
explain.
understand what I'm saying, right? If the
No, I
writer
don't.
wrote
I
it
want you to
there, it's
explain
not a
this passage
contradiction.
to us
That basically
and try
means
to
it has a deeper
reconcile.
meaning,
If
and
there's
we
no
need to understand
contradiction,
that. Yeah,
if
there's
there's
no
no
contradiction.
contradiction, that's fine.
Yeah.
Explain the passage.
Yeah, okay. So first of all, the duality and non-duality, these are Western terms. So to understand Sikhi, I would say,
Bro,
what
I
we believe,
honestly don't have the time for that.
to understand this
If you
passage.
cannot explain these two passages, then come back next time.
No, to understand this passage, you need to understand what I'm talking about to say. So
Okay, let's come next time. Then. If you think you're going to take long time, come next time.
Well,
I don't.
What do you mean long time? You want me to explain? This is one of the deepest thing, and you think how much time you want to give me?
I'll tell you. Come next time. If you can't do it in 5 minutes.
Yeah, 5 minutes good enough. Give me 5 minutes.
Okay, go on.
Yeah, okay. So the duality and non-duality.
Within the 5 minutes, if you don't explain these two passages,
just give me 5 minutes.
You're not
Give
being
me
sincere.
5 minutes. You can start your stopwatch. Give me
Okay.
5 minutes. Don't talk over me. Okay. So the duality and non-duality, these are Western terms. It doesn't mean what terminology you give it to Sikhism. I'll tell you what Sikhism believe in. We believe the creation is more like a thought of God. It's a thought of God. So I don't it doesn't care if you give it a duality or non-duality. So if you create a thought in your mind, does that thought, is it real or is it fake, or is it not? Is it illusion?
Is that a genuine question or a rhetorical question?
It's a genuine question. If you create a thought in your mind, is it a real world inside the thought? In your thought, let's say you create something in your thought. For that person, whatever the world you create, is that real or is it fake?
Well, it's real in its context.
Imagination.
Yeah, it's
it's
imagination. So
it's
it's not real in physical. I'm answering your question still. Yeah, let me answer the question. It's not real in terms of physical reality because I can't make my thoughts physically manifest outside of my own body. It is real and physically manifest in some sense in the patterns of firing in my neurons, in most cases at least.
Very good. But in your thought, no, hold on. In your thought, now let's say you made a character in your thought, and there's a world around that character as well. For that character, is that world, is that real or is it not?
What do you mean?
let's say you create a thought. You create a room and there's a guy in that room in your
I think
thought.
what you're trying to ask is, so if I think about something, have I like actualized that thought?
No,
That's
no,
what you're
no,
asking, right?
no,
Because a
no.
thought is a
That's not
thought.
what I'm. No,
It
that's not
hasn't
what
been
I'm asking.
actualized yet.
That's not what I'm asking.
So what
I'm
are you
asking
saying? I don't understand.
you. Let's say.
No, he's asking if the let's call it illusionary just so easy. If the illusionary character, the character I thought up, and then that character is also in an illusory world that I've thought up, is that illusory world real relative to the character?
Yes, for the character, is that world real or not?
Well,
So
that is how we think the creation is.
no,
Now
are
you
you
give it.
saying
Are you
this
gonna give it
character
the
is
name
not
of duality or
is a
non-duality?
fictional character? Is that what you're saying? The
The
character that you thought of, is that a fictional character or is it a real character?
No, you can think of anything, right? You can think of a room and the guy inside a room, and for that, the guy who's sitting inside that room, all the furniture and everything which you just thought in your head, is that real or not? Not
Yeah.
for
So
you, for
if
that
I
guy.
think of something real, obviously that's going to be real. For example, I
So
know
your
my
thought.
room is next door. I thought about that room. Does the room really exist? Yes, it does.
Can you think of a unicorn?
No, hold on. Now you change the goalpost. See, that's
No,
why I asked
I'm
you.
explaining you that
Is
your
it?
thought is not real.
By
Your
the way, you
thought is
got only
whatever
2
you.
more minutes to explain these 2 verses.
Well,
You said you'll take 5 minutes.
Sure. I explain. This is good enough explanation.
I don't think you're going to explain the verse.
No, I did.
I have a
already.
feeling.
I already did, bro. Well, if you're
No, you
gonna
didn't.
force me only 2 more minutes, then whatever. But I'll.
No, you didn't, because you haven't even read the verses.
I read it. Apan kiya nanak ape hi fir jape. Okay, that's the verse.
Okay.
So
What does it mean? What does it mean?
So now it basically means he created the universe, and from this universe, he is meditating upon himself.
How does that work?
Well, this is
how
what I'm
how
saying.
can you
He
meditate?
created the universe from his thought, and the thought, everyone who's in that thought is meditating upon himself. That is what.
So how can he meditate upon himself?
The person who's inside the thought, those creators are those. The whole creation is meditating upon himself.
No, wait. There's no mention of thought here.
Well,
where is the thought
this
in
is the whole
this
Sikh philosophy, bro. You can't pull me the.
So you give your own opinion, which is not in the verse.
No, it's not my opinion. This is a Sikh
It is
philosophy.
your opinion. It's not in the verse. You're doing exactly like the other guy, just making up things randomly.
You guys want me.
Where does it say it is a thought? I mean, the creation is real, right? It's not a thought.
No, it is a thought of God. It's a thought of God.
Look
That's
here,
what I
it
said.
says,
You
Nanak,
said you yourself
he
said that
himself
when you
has
think
created
of
the universe. Is the universe real or just a thought?
For the person who's inside the thought, everything is real.
No. Where does it say the universe is a thought? It's real, right?
That is the Sikh philosophy. I can find you.
Okay, so you're making up your own opinion.
No, I'm not making
just
up.
like the other guy.
I can find you a Sikh script.
I thought so. Okay, I give you 5 minutes. Your 5 minutes are up. So this is what they do. They don't give context. They give their own opinions. Because if there was context, like this is talking about the thought of God, then yes, I can say that is what he's talking about. But here he says, "Oh Nanak, he," meaning God himself, has created this universe. And through his creation, he meditates on himself.
Yeah, I think the problem is the analogy, being used where he's talking about thoughts in your head. Because obviously, kun for your kun, he can say be and it is, but we don't think of us as being thoughts in Allah's minds.
Exactly, yeah.
And this is where the problem is where he was saying, duality, non-duality is a Western concept. Trash, rubbish, lies, total lies. Those concepts are not Western concepts. They are the Western word we've attached to Eastern concepts. And this is really underhand. And that's to be as polite and nice as I possibly could. And he's not the only one that's used this tactic, which is a very manipulative tactic. Yeah. It's like, oh, you're just a stupid, idiotic Westerner, and you don't have the capability to think of these clever, high, intellectual, philosophical concepts that we can wrap our heads around. And unless you agree with me, you're an idiot. That's what they're really saying. That's what he's really saying. And it's just a matter of how polite they're saying it. But anyone who says, oh, well, you're just using Western concepts, that is exactly what they're saying. You're dumb.
Yeah. And the irony is they will use Western people to validate their philosophies. So they'll bring Bohr and they'll bring people, who are philosophers like Carl Sagan.
Well,
and so
that's
these are the favorites.
That was the
Oppenheimer
other guy
and all that.
that was the other guy in between. But this thing, I mean, you know, this duality, non-duality, no, it is not of Western origin. And no, we are not fundamentally changing the concept when we're using English or any other Western language equivalent words to label those concepts. No, this is the thing. Is it duality or non-duality? He was asking. Well, you know what? You can choose it to be either, but it has consequences for whether or not God is whole or made of parts. And this is the problem. You know, if we are thoughts that really exist in God's head, for example, you've just made God made of parts, right? And that's really bad for other parts of the Sikh belief system and scripture, right? And then, you know, so that's the sense in which you can support non-duality. But then if you just accept duality, then there's just no problem. And it was exactly as describing. There's different kind of types or layers of reality and so on and so forth. Fine, like, you know, I just despair when they take, and he's not the only one, just take this view of, oh well, you know, you won't get it because you're a Westerner. I just
the gaslighting. Yeah, you're right. So yeah, quoting a few Western philosophers, you know, white men, in order to validate their incoherent philosophies, is just mentally colonized.
But I thought that's the Hindus. I don't think the Sikhs do that.
No, I'm talking about the Hindus. I was talking about the Sikhs.
Yeah.
So it was the Hindus who mentioned this. Anyway, we're going to. It's been what, 9 hours? Alhamdulillah. Again. Barakallah Feek for your patience, Brother Sarmat.
No, yeah, brother. I'm really sorry again about what I said, but sometimes
it happens. I know.
It's the Arab persona, you know, that takes over sometimes. When we say to somebody, for example, that it's your fault, we're saying that you're being too nice.
Yeah.
You should have been, you know, a little bit harsher. You should have been, you know, like, pinned them against the wall.
Don't worry. Inna Allah ma sabirin.
Inshallah.
Inshallah. So yeah, I just want to thank all the moderators once again. MashaAllah, you guys done wonderful job. Brother Habib, Sister Laila, MashaAllah, they have been at it since the beginning. And I wonder what's happened to Sister Iram. She's disappeared again. Anyway, thanks for all the moderators and also the ones that I haven't mentioned. I think Brother Aurangzeb was here. Naeem Aurangzeb was here earlier. And thanks to all of them and the people I haven't mentioned as well. Jazakumullah khairan. And thank you to all the viewers as well for your patience. I know some of the conversations went pretty long today because the subject matter was such, isn't it? The only way we could do justice is to explain the intricacies of it. So we had some good guests like Daniel, and who managed to hold this fort, I would say, even though we did notice quite a few contradictions. I think the greatest lesson that we learn from this is that the scholars, when they read the scriptures, they come to like opposite contradictory conclusions based on the most fundamental aspects. It's not like a few things here and there. These, like God and the concept of existence itself, come to completely opposite conclusions and contradictory to each other. This is something which is mind-boggling in itself. And they all claim that they read the same books, which just shows maybe there's a fault with the books, where the contradictions are, or they are too ambiguous to make consistent, or for the reader to understand things consistently. So, alhamdulillah, what do you think, Brother Islam Hakim? How do you think it went today?
Alhamdulillah for Islam.
Alhamdulillah ala ni'matil
That's
Islam.
my top observation. That is my top comment, my top takeaway feeling. Alhamdulillah for Islam. But apart from that, I think you've probably seen, yay, Brother SMK.
Assalamu alaikum wa
No, I
rahmatullah.
thought we were going to finish. No, that's it. We've got to do a whole nother round now.
I was actually sitting. I thought I'd just come up after you guys ended. And I was going to let you guys end, but Jazakallah khair, Hashim bhai, for taking me.
Yeah, I thought I'll just let you in to say the salams.
So, Barakallah feek, Barakallah feek, Brother Sarmat bhai, Brother Islam. One of the main reasons I came up is because I heard some rumblings that Hashim bhai and Mansur bhai are going to do Hindi streams. And I was like, they're going to, because we talk to these Advaitis on the regular.
I know.
So
yeah, I think there are quite a few streams in Urdu and Hindi, and we don't have any in English, to be honest. I mean, there are people who do it now and then, but not regularly. So we thought, let's do it regularly, because in a way, there's a billion strong Hindu population out there. I'm not even including the Sikhs and the other dharmic faiths like Jainism and Buddhism and all that. So yeah, definitely we should not give them a free pass, because many times they just bring the philosophy. People think it's too complicated. They just say, okay, we just just nod their heads and move on. So we want to go beyond that. We want to understand it ourselves, and then maybe there comes a time when we teach them, just like we do with the Christians, read the Bible and teach them from their own books and point out the contradictions and the inconsistencies. So inshallah, that's the objective with the dharmic faiths as well.
Hashim bhai, I think more than teach them, it's kind of, like Brother Hakim with the last caller who came, where he summed it up. He's like, you know what, we're going to have to go back to epistemology, because at the end of the day, more than just teaching them, you kind of have to show them that what you claim to know, you don't really know.
Teaching how to learn or how to evaluate things can be more difficult, but also it's at some point it's something that someone has to choose for themselves as well. What is your foundation for truth? But definitely it's something to ask questions on. And I think this is why there was this consistent theme that I kept coming back to of like, okay, so contradictions, what are we doing about them? Because Islam's pretty clear. Truth stands clear from contradiction. If you have a contradiction, you've got to clear it out. You can't have contradictions. And that lines up beautifully with, logic as it works in math and physics and other kind of stuff. All good. A consistent picture. I can live with that. I know what I'm doing. And it means we can use this apparent contradiction to root out, am I misunderstanding you? Are you misunderstanding me? Are we misunderstanding the text? Whatever. But as soon as people are accepting contradiction and saying, yeah, it is contradictory, it's okay. That's where we have to ask serious questions about, well, hold up. So what is truth? Contradictory but true? Hold up.
By the way, look at this ungrateful guy whom we actually gave so much time to him. Let him in 3 times, and this is what he says.
Yeah, that was just cringe.
What an ungrateful creature.
Lost the crown. Did I? Oh, that
it's
guy.
The same guy who was here.
Yeah.
Oh, I cooked these guys. Cooked.
Bro,
man, I feel sorry for whoever has to eat your cooking.
No.
If going to the toilet counts as cooking for you, I don't know what. Like,
no, Hashim bhai, you didn't see the one after that. He came back after the 3rd time and he said, "Oh, I cooked them by mentioning Oppenheimer and Carl Sagan." Evidently, you say Oppenheimer and Carl Sagan, and that's cooking.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah,
I think
Oppenheimer's interested.
You're mentally colonized still by the white people. That's why you think quoting them will somehow validate your paganism and this religion that you believe is coherent when it is not. All right. So we'll see who's getting cooked in Jahannam. Right.
Oppenheimer, by the way, he was kind of famous, but he was more of an engineer than a physicist. He was a nuclear engineer. We know what he made.
And they're a bunch of atheists. That's what they are.
Too. It's like someone saying our philosophy gave rise to some fantastic world leaders like that Austrian painter. And it's like, dude, are you claiming that? It's like, is that your big win? Seriously? Wow.
This guy came crying here that people are mocking him when he's actually mocking us, the panelists. I mean, you can't get more ungrateful than that. Anyway, I don't think there's much we can do with this big head of people. So that's many of them. Like
one verse of poetry.
Verse
of poetry I'm thinking of in Arabic. It says something to the effect of in English. I'll say it in Arabic first. إن أنت أكرمت الكريم ملكته وإذا أكرمت اللئيم تمرد. So basically it translates to something to the effect of, if you show hospitality or generosity to somebody who's generous in their nature, it's as if you own them, like you own them literally, all of them. They would be grateful for the rest of their lives to you. And if it's somebody the opposite, they would only be rebellious to you. So that's why I told you it was your fault. It was not really literally what I meant, but this is what happened.
I think it was the other guy you were referring to, not him, right?
Well, to be honest, all of them.
Yeah,
all of them. Well, no, by Allah, but listen, I mean, just think about it.
Sarmat has had a hard time today at his work.
No, Allah, no.
And he's taking it out on us now. No, mashallah, you're very patient normally, Sarmat. What happened today?
I don't know.
I'm telling my brothers, I've not seen a brother as patient as Sarmat. But today, I don't know, something triggered.
No, but you know, it really makes me really sad. I mean, you can't even. It really gets it creeps under my skin when I see somebody who's being nice to people and they're being mistreated or abused in that way. It just gets me infuriated.
So we found a second weakness then, because it always used to be like if someone misquotes or misuses the Quran, that's it. You can't hold your tongue.
That's my second weakness. Yeah.
No, that Quran's still your major one. But so now we know a second vulnerability. Let's see how many we can list out.
amongst many others.
There, I was sitting here and I was just tugging on my beard. I was like, "This can't be real. Wallahi, this can't be real."
I won't be able to show all the messages that SMK has been sending me since 9:30.
I don't know, 18 plus.
Oh yeah.
It starts with the first one's La hawla wa la quwwata illa billah. Goes on.
That's true. For those people who don't understand, we are just basically trying to understand with whom to be patient, with whom not to be. Many times there's people who come with nonsense, sometimes we have to make an example out of them, because just kicking them out is the easy part. So sometimes we let them dig their own hole, their own graves. And next time they'll understand. I think he felt guilty when people were telling him off in the live chat. I don't even read most of the messages because I'm focusing over here. He felt guilty, and he'll realize that it is because of his own fault. But some people don't learn that, unfortunately. He thinks he cooked us. Look at that weirdo. That's laughable, honestly. So yeah, sometimes we have to let them dig their own graves, give them the rope. They do us a favor by not only exposing their own faith and how insecure they really are. And we make many good points within that discussion, like Brother I.Hakim mentioned about evolution, and I think you did as well. So yeah, we don't forget that we are not just speaking to these people. A lot of people are watching us. So our video and our interlocutors are maybe one, but then there are thousands of people who might be watching this. Alhamdulillah, we pray to Allah that they benefit from our work and Allah accepts our work. And
Inshallah.
May He grant us patience for that.
I think this topic actually could be a particularly good one to sample for some clips. I think there's been some good, it's really particular stuff around, so truth and existence, and then contradiction, and that there's a lot of good sort of nuggets I think could be pulled out.
That's right. Okay, Jazakallah khair, everyone. Let's close here. It's been 9 hours and 14.
I better do, because my neighbors started knocking on the walls, so I was talking too loud. That's why I'm sort of getting closer and mumbling into the mic now.
Okay, inshallah. We'll end it here. Jazakallah khair, everyone, and assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Subhanallah wa bihamdihi, subhanakallahumma wa bihamdika.